We'll start with Glenn Powell. He responded to a producer's recent remarks saying that he has more star power than Ryan Gosling by tweeting, "Gosling is a legend. I'm just..." The first time Zoe Kravitz and Channing Tatum met, she called him out for as an up-and-coming movie star with broad appeal across male and female audiences, unlike Ryan Gosling, whose appeal is just to female viewers, which is not
It's not true at all.
I think Ryan Gosling is...
Shut up!
I love Ryan Gosling!
Awesome. So the director...
I do.
I really do. I can tell.
I do.
I hope he hears me.
Do, Ryan. I'm talking to you in your head. Can you hear me? I love you so much, Ryan.
So the director is dissing Ryan by saying he only stars in chick flicks like Barbie and Fall Guy.
This guy's a
He's saying Glenn has mass appeal and range since he's been in all kinds of genres like the action flick Top Gun Maverick and rom-com Anyone But You, and of course the recent hit Twisters.
There's a ton of great stuff that he's done.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Fans of both actors join in with some Pal and Barbie references. In response to the comparison, one user wrote, "Hey, you're Glennuff."
Enough.
Oh, I get it.
You got that? Yeah.
I like him, though. He's self-deprecating. His celebrity has come, he's now in his latter 30s. So I think
which is crazy because I'm like, where did this guy come from?
I know, but he's good, and he's his career's building, and he can. Twisters was a hit.
Yep, without question. Armie Hammer said an emotional goodbye this week. The actor has revealed that he has to sell his truck because he can't afford the gas anymore. Armie has faced issues in recent years following sexual abuse allegations and even seemed to work as a timeshare salesman in the Cayman Islands after exiting from several projects.
What a fall from grace.
He revealed the news in a video posted to social media where he also says that he's starting a new life in Los Angeles. He said, "I've been back in L.A. for a couple of weeks now. I've loved this truck intensely and taken it camping and across the country multiple times and on long road trips. Since back in L.A., I've put about $400 to $500 worth of gas in it," he said. The actor shares that he'll be getting a small hybrid as his replacement. On the plus side, he's looking at the silver linings, saying it'll only cost him $10 of gas in it a month and that parking is going to be easier.
My son had never seen Social Network, and Armie Hammer plays the Winklevoss twins in that movie. He's really good as both of them, and that movie absolutely holds up. It's a really interesting glimpse into the beginnings of social media and Facebook and everything that Zuckerberg went through and
Aaron
fighting those
Sorkin
guys.
script.
Aaron Sorkin wrote it. Yeah, it's a great movie, and Armie Hammer's terrific in it. But Steve, there's no coming back from cannibalism.
It's a tough one. I'm trying to think. I'm going through my mental Rolodex to see what celebrities came back from cannibalism. Yeah. And not a one comes to mind.
None yet, but he could be the first.
He could be the first. You just have to change attitudes.
The old school Victoria's Secret fashion show is back.
Knew it!
To herald the return of the iconic event, OG supermodel Tyra Banks and
I'm back, baby!
and reigning supermodel Gigi Hadid appeared in a video clip on social media. Hadid catwalks up to the hotel desk and rings the bell, trying to get the attention of the person manning the desk, who turns out to be Tyra. Tyra then hands Gigi one of her legendary Tyra mails, and a throwback to Tyra's hosting stint on America's Next Top Model. And the mail is actually an invitation to the Victoria's Secret Fashion Show 2024 edition. Banks tells Hadid, "See you there." And in a statement on the Victoria's Secret website, the brand stated, "We've read the comments and heard you. The Victoria's Secret Fashion Show is back and will reflect who we are today, plus everything you know and love. The glamour, runways, wings, musical entertainment, and more. Stay tuned. It only gets more iconic from here." It's going to take place October 15th in New York City.
By the way, for all that you would anticipate the Victoria's Secret fashion show to be, and this is going to be awesome, every time I watched it, I found it boring.
Yeah.
It was just boring. And I don't know, how you screw that up. But I think they think it's something more than it is.
Yeah.
Boring.
They usually had like a signature item that,
Right.
you probably wasn't available in stores, but like a lot of people waited for that signature item to see what it was.
Hey, Kath, is Victoria's Secret as big as it used to be? I mean,
you know what?
With the internet and
all the other things. I mean, I'm not really sure. I still wear it. Like that's what
It's expensive though.
Has it been
But they're
replaced
all
by
expensive.
cannibalism?
Yeah.
they're all pretty expensive, Case.
Okay.
I mean, if you're getting like good quality stuff. So I don't know. I actually was looking like I wanted something else. I'm like, I've been wearing this probably since I started wearing a bra.
Really?
Like I need other options, and everything I try, it's like not as good.
Are you more Fredericks of Hollywood?
No.
Is that even a thing
There used to be
anymore?
the delineation, right, in the mall between Victoria's Secret and Fredericks of Hollywood.
Yeah, I don't know if they still exist.
Fredericks was sluttier.
Yes.
Yeah, it was like lingerie more.
But when the Victoria's Secret catalog came in, because I live with some females in the house, so we get it delivered to our house. I mean,
It was yours.
that was spank bag material.
Oh my
right
God,
there.
yeah. For sure.
Yeah.
Stephanie Seymour was one of the models that I'd spent some time with.
Heidi Klum.
Some time with
Heidi
her and
Klum
I
in
had
her
a
heyday.
relationship.
Yeah. Heidi
Kat-
Klum now.
Kath, I have a question for you because there's a guy at my gym because you were talking about Tyra Banks. I'm telling you, this guy looks like he could be Tyra Banks' exact twin. Do I ever say anything to him about that? No? Okay.
Well, you got to approach it the right way. Just
Look like Tyra Banks.
ask him out for coffee first.
All right.
Yeah.
I was half listening.
This is at
What
my
was that?
gym. There's a guy, I swear, I'm like, oh, Tyra Banks? is
Actually,
here?
yeah, please do. Okay. Please. Please go and tell him.
FaceTime us when you do it.
Gosling.
Yeah.
I met a guy today who looks like Tyra Banks. Can you hear me?
Put it
Yeah.
on Instagram Live.
Instagram Live.
Okay.
Please
All right,
do that.
all right.
I wholeheartedly endorse that.
There should be, in fact, you should have an Instagram account that is men who look like Victoria's Secret models at my gym.
Yeah. At my gym.
I wasn't able to Instagram Live for over a month during the summer because Instagram flagged something that I posted back in 2022. They took it down, said it was offensive. Do you know what it was? It was a picture of one of those costumes where it was, there was a couple of years ago, it was a social media trend where they had the costume and it was just like the costume, whatever. All I did was post a picture of a costume bag and that was it. And they said, we're flagging it and we're taking away your ability to do Instagram Live.
I told you my story. I was actually doing a charity thing. The two subjects I was discussing during my charity live stream was a cat charity and the recent death of my father, a World War II veteran.
How dare you?
They said that I had done something bordering on like a child.
What?
Like questionable material concerning children. I'm like, what? And then but they immediately rescinded it like about 10 minutes later.
Does that happen because somebody falsely reports something?
It could be.
Somebody who doesn't like you maybe goes on and then they have to take a look at it.
They have to look at it. It could also be something in the algorithm catches what's being said.
Right.
And doesn't quite know how to decipher it. I took them at their word.
Yeah.
But if it happens again, I'm going to go nuts.
Did you say baby butt sex at any point in
I
time?
did. I was showing
then,
but that was just
Steve.
I was just saying that it was traditionally tighter.
It's a red flag. All right. May I move on to the next
Yes.
story? Yes. Okay. Scooter
Kathy.
Braun. Scooter Braun. Get ready for Casey. Apparently can't help himself. The retired music manager famously bought Taylor Swift's former record label, Big Machine, in 2019, acquiring and then selling the rights to her first 6 albums for over $405 million, and started an epic music biz feud in the process. Well, fast forward to the present. Taylor is the biggest star on the planet, despite Braun. So when Tay-Tay invited a who's who of celebrities to her Rhode Island mansion, Braun had jokes. And on his Instagram story, he reshared a TMZ post about the get-together over the weekend, and he captioned the Instagram story with, "How was I not invited to this?" And then added the hashtag laugh a little.
Okay.
So
I think she wins.
Well, yeah. You got to watch this documentary. It's really well done. You're going to find it on Max. The only reason I found it is Andrew Schultz, the comedian, was talking about it. He goes, this thing is buried. Like, here is a documentary about the biggest pop star on the planet right now, and it's not in, like, the top, the first page of anything. You really have to scroll to find it. So I was like,
what is the conceit? Is it just a straight-up documentary of Taylor Swift, or does it address this?
all of it.
Braun? Okay.
No, this is all of it. So it's a 2-part documentary. It's first part Taylor's side, second part Scooter's side, and then you as the viewer kind of have to go, all right, who do you side with? I side with Scooter.
he sides with Scooter.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's a scooter. He's
Yeah.
a scoot.
A scooterer.
Yeah.
So you...
Your team Scoot.
There's no doubt that she is an ultra talent. But she also, I think, is a vindictive person, and she was painting this narrative in the media, in the social media, that the Big Machine label was sold out from under her without her ever giving a chance to buy it, and that's not true. Or at least
according to the documentary, right?
According to the documentary and the lawyers and the document and the documentation.
Okay.
You know, the emails, like the paper trail that says, no, you had this opportunity. You chose not to do it, which is the only reason why Scooter did buy it. But
I've shared this on air before, but my cousin's husband is a lawyer, and he worked in Scooter Braun's firm for a stretch. And the way that he painted the picture was Taylor has a gripe for sure, but the way that she was able to win over the media was so unfair to Scooter Braun and his family. And then when essentially Taylor doxed Scooter Braun, and people started coming after the guy
and his family,
and you know, making it really personal. And to me, that's I don't know. Taylor should have never done that.
One step too far. All right.
Yeah.
Dirty pool.
I think so. And she's so damn powerful that she can get away with it.
So you're Team Scoot?
I'm Team Casey, to be honest. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I think that's a safe bet.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm not
That's
saying
what you
anything.
chose.
hey,
No.
listen, I'm
Yeah.
still
I'm
going to
staying
dance
out
to
of
shake
this.
it off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I know you guys are excited about this, but after 4 years of dating, Survivor Ghost Island star Michael Yerger and influencer Daisy Keach are getting married.
Seriously?
I know, dude.
Oh my God!
I really wanted to lead with that.
He is so excited. That's good.
I mean, you hope.
I know.
Say the names again.
It's Survivor Ghost Island star Michael Yerger and influencer Daisy Keach.
She's going to be Daisy Yerger.
Don't act like you don't know who they are, Nick.
Their names are written on your notebook.
The couple jointly posted a video clip of the proposal on Instagram.
I love Survivor Ghost Island, even though I don't know what it's about.
With Yerger getting down on one knee to pop the question. Yerger competed in season 36 of the competition series in 2018. He then pursued a modeling career.
I'm a model.
Meeting Keach in 2020, the same year that they started dating.
My name is Yerger.
Dreams come true.
That's unbelievable.
Nikki Glazer has been announced as the host of the 2025 Golden Globes.
Wow.
Love her.
The award show is set for January 5th. It will air at 8 p.m. Eastern CBS and stream on Paramount+. She said in a statement, I'm absolutely thrilled to be hosting the Golden Globes. It's one of my favorite nights of television, and now I get a front row seat. Actually, she said, I think I have to host from the stage. She said the Golden Globes, not only a huge night for TV and film, but also for comedy. It's an exciting yet challenging gig. She has performed as a stand-up comedian for over 2 decades. We know her well. She's hosted multiple TV shows and has been a staple of the comedy roast scene for years. Nominations for the Golden Globes will be revealed on December 9th.
Was it Joe Coy that hosted
Joe
last
Coy
year?
caught all the crap, and it was not his fault.
No.
He was thrown into it just days before.
Yeah.
And so I think he bounced back. He's fine because he's such a huge stand-up. But Nikki Glazer, after her huge success with the Tom Brady roast, we had her on the show.
Yeah.
Spent a lot of time with us. She's awesome.
Yep, she is. Speaking of stand-up, standing up, Tim Burton's long-awaited sequel, Beetlejuice received a 4-minute standing ovation during its world premiere at the Venice Film Festival last night. The crowd celebrated the sequel that comes 36 years after the original 1988 cult classic. Critics are praising the film as a return to form for Burton.
Didn't they burst into an Eagles chant, too?
And
I think they did, as a matter of fact.
they applaud the... I didn't even pick up on that at first.
It's so weird.
What?
This is Venice. You know, you'd think a snooty Italian audience, right?
That's crazy.
Bunch of Flyers fans.
No. That's amazing.
Yeah.
You would think that they would.
And then, oddly enough, they did this. Out of nowhere.
That makes
weird.
no
well,
sense.
that's the home office.
Yeah.
Is it
it was a Sergio Safe Like Titini.
I didn't know that.
Sergio, safe like the teeny?
They didn't like that.
Sergio Safe Like Titini.
Okay.
I want to talk to you. I have had a dream about the windshield.
Sergio?
What? It's 4 o'clock in the morning.
I can't sleep. What if there was a mobile way of repairing wind. I'll call you tomorrow.
Movie critic David Rooney of The Hollywood Reporter noted that Tim Burton is back, while Empire Magazine remarked Michael Keaton has never been Beetlejuicier.
I'm back, baby!
With such a positive response at the festival, Beetlejuice is poised for a successful release, with projections suggesting it could open as much as $80 million at the
Well, they're
box office.
investing a lot of time in promoting that. It's a lot of product tie-ins. Do you know that in the original Beetlejuice, Michael Keaton as Beetlejuice is in about 10 minutes of the movie?
No, that's it?
That's about it.
Oh, no kidding.
Yep.
We're giving away passes. We have passes for a screening of that we're going to give away today.
Yeah, I just gave some away for Stupid Question just a moment ago. We'll do more. We will do more of that. So, Gwyneth Paltrow returning to the big screen. She's set to star alongside Timothy Chalamet in Marty Supreme. And this marks her first major film role since appearing in Avengers Endgame in 2019.
This is the sequel to Burrito Supreme.
No, it's inspired by professional ping pong player Marty Reisman and is described as an original story rather than a biopic with specific plot details still under wraps, and it's also still unclear what part she will be playing. She, of course, has a rich filmography, movies like The Royal Tenenbaums and Seven.
I would
and
like to
also
see
won an Emmy for her performance in Glee.
A science fiction trilogy a la Dune called Goop.
Goop.
Yeah.
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 There's a lot there, actually. Yeah. Let's see. All right. This sounds kind of interesting, and I watched the trailer. It's very weird. Kate Blanchett is set to star in Rumors alongside a cast that includes Roy Dupuis, D-U-P-U-I-S.
The pussy?
Nikki Amuka Bird, Charles Dance, and others. So a big brain. A big brain is in the movie. The politically themed horror comedy centers on the leaders of the 7 nations of the G7 who meet for their annual summit but get lost in the woods and must still draft a statement addressing a worldwide crisis. While they wrestle with the world's problems, they encounter a giant brain in
Check
the
out
woods.
the big brain on bread.
Thank you.
It's a really weird trailer.
All right.
And it's going to be in theaters on October 18th. So
I don't mind thinking outside the box with these things. Let's see what you can do.
Definitely there. Let's see. We only got time for a couple more real quick. I saw some things that I thought were interesting. Let's see. Kaylee Cuoco and Chris Messina. Their show, based on a true story, Peacock's dark comedy, has a premiere date for season 2. Cuoco and Messina play new parents who juggle job life and home life with while Cuoco's Ava gets drawn into her obsession with true crime by a series of fresh murders. The sophomore season will consist of 8 episodes, and that will drop on November 21st.
We believe she's still in the area. Nick, she was working on the her paramour or
A
husband.
non-sequel sequel to Mayor of Easttown was being shot by Brad Inglesby. They wrapped up filming last Friday, and Kaylee Cuoco's husband, Tom Pelfrey, is one of the stars of the show. Mark Ruffalo is also in it. But Steve, I don't think so. But she was on set every day. I was talking to some of the production assistants, and they have a little baby together, and she just was hanging out. And the person that I know said she could not. It was kind of like Kathy, your story with Carla Gugino. Could not have been friendlier. Was going around saying hi to everybody, taking any pictures that anybody wanted to do. So
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's really cool. She's a really likable person.
All right, and then one last story. A new World War II drama from Tyler Perry will tell the story of the first and only Women's Army Corps unit of color to serve overseas during the war.
This is the Fighting Medeas?
The 688 has an all-star cast, including Kerry Washington as battalion leader Major Charity Adams, alongside Oprah Winfrey, Susan Sarandon, Ebony Obsidian, Dean Norris, Sam Waterston, and many others. The film will get a limited theatrical run starting December 6th before dropping on Netflix on December 20th.
So it's based on a true story.
It's based on a true story.
You know, Tyler Perry is a massive radio control RC plane enthusiast.
No kidding.
And he has Preston at his main estate, this hangar that has the biggest radio controlled, like B-52s and everything you've ever seen. Insane. And
Have you listen? I know that Dr. Mike is one as well,
Yes,
and I know he's getting
Dr.
you into it.
Oh yeah.
Have you tried it yet?
No, but I'm going to
Okay.
do it with Dr. Mike. I got my little. I joined a few clubs. I'm getting ready.
I can barely steer a radio-controlled car. I don't
Yeah.
know how I would be able to do a plane.
I think I could be pretty good because I'm
Yeah.
good with the drones. I'm good with video gaming, and you're talking about an XY axis and all that stuff. I'll see how I am.
All right.
Are you going to get to the point where you will build them? That's part of the craft. I mean, some people
I'll
think
probably,
that.
I'll
Just buy it.
Yeah, I'm not that good
Play
at that. Yeah. What's that thing in the air that looks like garbage? Oh, that's mine.
All right, we're going to roll the clips now. It's no coincidence that Terminator Zero drops today, August 29th, the original Judgment Day. And here's showrunner Mattson Tomlin reveals why the new anime series leans heavy into the horror genre.
If you ask anybody, like, oh, what's the movie that scared the shit out of you when you were a kid? It'll be The Exorcist, or it'll be one of the Alien movies, Jaws. For me, it was Terminator. And so when I got the call to come play in the Terminator universe, my association with this franchise is not action. Like, that's there, I'm with you. But that's separate from the primal connection that I have with it, which is this gave me nightmares.
I don't give a
Terminator Zero debuts today on Netflix.
That's an interesting, way that he's describing it, because there are people have movies in their past or movies as a kid that scared the hell out of you that aren't necessarily horror movies.
Right.
That just for some reason scare the hell out of you.
Yeah. All right, next clip. Netflix's new dark comedy series Chaos follows an increasingly paranoid Greek pantheon, believing their free ride on Earth is coming to an end. And here, Jeff Goldblum, who plays Zeus, gives a little preview.
It's called Chaos, K-A-O-S, and it's about the Greek mythological characters as you've never seen them before. And, oh, what a cast. Oh, too numerous to mention, but everybody from Janet McTeer, Eddie Izzard, Rabban Nizwan. It's fabulous.
Chaos also premieres today on Netflix. All right, and that's your entertainment report. And Dr. Mike is on the hotline. He's on our Xfinity mobile guest line from Penn Medicine and Fox 29. We give you Dr. Mike Sirigliano. Good morning, Dr. Mike.
I just did Fox. I get in the car and I hear Steve talking about model airplane. Oh my God!
What a day, right?
Well, it's like paradise, man.
Well, and I joined, and now you know that I'm serious about getting into this with you, and we've actually perused some of the sites, and I'm going to start. You're going to lead me through the whole process. But Preston asked, am I going to get into the actual building? That's something I think you're more into, correct?
Well, ever since I was a lad, the thing that fascinates me is taking something that's flat and making it three-dimensional. So I started off with balsa wood and stick and tissue models, and the joy and the what makes it a sport and a high-level hobby as opposed to just a toy thing is that you've invested a lot of time. You have to know how an airplane flies, or a rocket, a model rocket, and you have to do it right so that it works. And so unlike a drone, no offense to them, they have a lot of gyroscopic technology in there so that it flies itself pretty much. But with an airplane, you have to control it. You have to know how to balance it right, and it has to do with drag and thrust and lift, and it's always fascinated me.
I'm looking forward to it. So it's going to be one of our hobbies, our thing. And then afterwards, you're going to buy me ice cream, correct?
I'll get you ice cream, and maybe we are the Benelli brothers, too.
There we go.
We have a few hobbies that we do together.
Yes, absolutely. All right, Mike.
Well, and then what's going to happen, Preston and Casey, I'm going to get you into it, man.
All right. No, I'm down. Why don't you give me one first?
He's got an unbelievable collection. An unbelievable. How many RC planes do you have?
Well, see, the problem with me is a lack of time, and so I don't crash them, so they accumulate to my wife's great dismay. So I have more airframes than Israel, I think.
How many times have you used that line? You've used the Israel line before, haven't you?
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, I have a lot of armamentarium, and drones. You're seeing are taking up pilotless UAVs. Preston, they're taking over, man.
I know, man. It's a world gone mad.
In Top Gun and Maverick,
yeah,
pilots, they have to pee, they have to take breaks, they disobey orders. I think that was what they said in that movie.
Yep.
Drones?
The drones, no.
They don't say anything.
They follow orders. All right.
They follow orders. I love you all.
We love you.
We love you, Dr. Mike. See you later. All right, Case.
Yeah, there's a guy who listens to the show. His name's Sean, and he has a company. They're called Premier Outdoor. He does like decks and all the patios and stuff. And he posted this video yesterday. I guess his coworker had a drone, and he was just kind of futzing around with it. And he comes across a hawk just soaring through the air, and then he just flies next to the hawk. I was just like, dude, that's so cool.
It's pretty
man.
cool.
Yeah, I do love that aspect of it.
Nice.
I just feel like I would break it on the very, very first.
You'd be
maiden
surprised.
Baby
voyage.
steps.
I can talk to
Baby
you.
steps.
Yeah.
That's all you got to do. You begin slowly. All right, we need to take a break, dear friends. We're going to come back in just a moment. Lots of things to get into, including Back to School A to Z, live band karaoke. There's some appearances today that you can be headed to meet some of the members of the show and so on. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us. The two actors met while teaming up for Kravitz's directorial debut. Have you heard of this movie? It's called Pussy Island.
No.
Yeah.
I like it.
The Magic Mike star told Deadline, I totally loved Crocs for a hot second, and in one hang, she was like, you can't ever do that again. And I said, okay, fine.
Okay, so the bigger question is, what's the plot of Pussy Island?
I think it's not what you think it is. I think the name...
About vaginas?
It's not that.
Oh, okay.
It's something else. At least that's what I read a blurb. I didn't go into detail about it, but I heard it's not
It's
supposed to be vulgar.
Like Lord of the Buttholes.
There you go. It's pretty much the same story.
Yeah.
Yeah. Instead of the conch, they blow something else.
Exactly.
Right. Kravitz insists that she was just trying to be a good friend, adding, there are people out there who can pull off the Crocs thing. I just wasn't sure you were one of them.
Didn't we just hear, though, that the Crocs have come back into quasi-fashion?
Maybe, but I mean, if anybody could pull them off, it's Channing Tatum. You know, that guy can wear whatever he wants, and it'll be fashionable.
Marissa is scanning to find out the plot of Pussy Island, and I can't read that. It's too tiny. Hang on a second here. Frida is a young, clever Los Angeles cocktail waitress who has her eyes set on the prize, philanthropist and tech mogul Slater King.
Slater King.
When she skillfully maneuvers her way into King's inner circle and ultimately an intimate gathering on his private island. She's ready for a journey of a lifetime. Maybe it does mean pussy.
Is this kind of like a Jeffrey Epstein thing?
I don't know.
Impossible.
I do not know.
Vagina.
What would it be harder to lick the inside of my ear or the inside of my belly?
No, belly button.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. How about butthole?
Just said no. Oh my God, no.
Well, honestly, it's just a common thing. You ask anybody at work. Would you mind licking my butthole? I'm sure that's being asked in every business. But I mean, that's just simply for a scientific test.
No, somebody recently told me that guys love that.
No,
that is incorrect.
Listen, there may be some that dig that.
No, I do not.
Yeah, I know. We
She
know
goes,
why.
they'll go wild.
What?
No.
Who said that?
I swear to God.
Who?
All right, write it down.
Diane, your wife.
Dare. Because I thought it was Jerry. I thought it was your mom.
Yeah, your mom who won't let you eat gum out of a vending machine is encourage you to toss people salad.
When does it become that act?
We should call it a hobby. You should call it a blow hobby.
Well, no, but
Yeah.
right.
And then maybe
All right.
chicks will dig it more.
Let's use
you're saying
How about a hand hobby, please?
let's use euphemisms if we're going to do that.
Feel free.
So, when is it stop being a handy and become a hand hobby?
Yeah.
When does it stop being a blowy and become a blow hobby?
I think they're both the same.
Well,
No, I know what you're saying. You're saying when it stops becoming
It's
a
like
job,
anal sex
right?
hobby.
You don't want it to be a job.
correct. But when? Well, crap.
All right, never mind.
I can't do it.
We're never gonna be able to get into the meeting.
It's a nuance that we can't.
So you're.
Are you talking about finishing?
Yes.
I thought
Well,
you
you
were talking
always
about.
should finish any job you start.
Thank you.
I thought you were talking
Let's
about.
put a button in it right there.
My parents always taught me that.
Finish every
You
job.
don't quit in the middle. This I do know. Yoplait, the yogurt company, has now introduced a yogurt they call Gushers. Yeah.
Man.
Well, that's a candy, right?
It was,
Yeah.
I believe.
Well, not
right?
a candy.
It was a gum.
No, it was like
Hi,
a
I'm
fruit.
Peter North, and I'm very excited about a new product line from Yoplait called Gushers.
Tell me more.
I've been part of the R&D on this product for quite a long time.
Oh my God.
It was like a fruit snack, right?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And for ladies, squirters.
Oh my God.
Pizza Hut seems to be trying to bring in new customers by reviving old menu items, and the latest is what they call the Edge, part of the chain's nostalgia campaign.
My name is Bono, and I'd like to introduce a new pizza sensation to you. It's called The Edge. Some people say this is a revolutionary pizza, but it's not. It's a pizza that's been here before, probably in your own big fat belly. Remember what we say here, avoid the noid.
That's Domino's. This is Pizza Hut. All right, so it's called the Edge, and
It's called The Edge.
Pizza Hut considers the Edge. It was first introduced in 1997, and they call the Edge a tavern-style pizza.
Oh, yeah.
It's cut into 16 squares and comes in a cracker-thin crust.
I remember this.
Geometrically perfect and a taste sensation that'll rock your world.
And it will be available at participating Pizza Hut locations.
Order now and receive a mid-sized Coke.
Mid-size.
It'll be available at participating locations nationwide for about $13.
So I did Pizza Hut just not that actually that long ago. It was probably during Lent, and I did it because we had been talking about it. I'm like, I
You're a
haven't.
man of faith.
Well, I hadn't had a Pizza Hut pizza in a long time, so I ended up getting a regular pizza, and then I got the stuffed crust pizza. And I know that you guys are all out on stuffed crust. I thought the stuffed crust was.
You're a filthy animal.
I know, but I thought it was markedly better.
I'm not out on stuffed crust, but I just don't order it. You know what I
Too
mean?
much.
I know, and I
Why don't they just take a fire hose and spray cheese on you as you come in?
right?
So this pizza, looking at it, I'm glad thin crust has kind of made its way around the country because I grew up in St. Louis. This pizza called the Emos. You guys know I've talked about it for years. That's what it is. It's just thin crust
your
pizza.
version of The Edge.
It's cut in squares. That's the way they've always cut it, and it's been since I was a baby, essentially that that I've had that. So
Suckling at your mother's teeth.
I prefer this type of pizza. I'm glad that it's made its way around.
And so I don't actually ever remember this as a menu item. So
I don't
you
remember
guys,
this from Pizza Hut either, Steve.
I do.
I remember Domino's.
You do?
I do remember this, yeah, and I remember it because of like the way that they were able to cram as much pizza on as thin a crust as possible and get it all the way to the edge. Hence the name.
Well, this was kind of like you said, 97, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like that was past at least my Pizza Hut days. I think the last time I had Pizza
Really?
Hut, I was in like middle school.
You were not in college or ordering pizza.
The time at downtown Julie Brown.
Wubba wubba wubba.
No, Nick, you know.
Wubba wubba was the battle cry as they took to the pizzas. And the ovens flamed with the fires of edginess.
Wubba wubba.
No, Nick, we had like the famous like pizza restaurant that we would go to
Yeah.
in Westchester.
What famous pizza restaurant was it?
More's, I think it was called.
That's Amores. It's love.
We had Oips.
College towns always have the the local pizza joints.
Yeah,
It's
Marcellus.
fantastic. The one at University of Missouri was
Harry Cootery.
was Shakespeare's, and it was outstanding.
Original Italian pizza, Oips. Everybody ordered.
Oips?
Yeah, original Italian pizza is what that stood for, and that was the college town pizza. Yeah, so but you
okay.
wouldn't order from OIP. You'd from Oips. That's
I
some
like
Oips.
that. Yeah.
All right, let me move on to something else. You had mentioned your mustard, Nick.
Yes.
You may want to try that on watermelon. It's the latest thing that people have been sampling. Lizzo kind of made a big deal about it on TikTok. So she had she made a video of her doing some funny TikTok things where there's some edits and all of a sudden the watermelon appears and so on.
So this to me, Preston, seems like the old thing of putting salt on watermelon.
Yeah, I grew up putting salt on watermelon. I don't do it anymore.
Yeah.
But they had said it was to bring out the sweetness by adding the salt, and
I heard that on cantaloupe. Honeydew.
Yes.
Oh,
The same thing. Same thing. Kids.
Yep.
Yeah, and I like them.
Any melon will do.
So here's the thing.
Doesn't matter if it's a cantaloupe or a honeydew or a cassava. Any melon covered in salt will bring out the sweetness of the savory. Living together on one melon the way we should all live together.
Now people are trying mustard.
Now they're trying mustard just like Lizzo.
Yeah. So, but the jury's out on whether she thought it was good or not. So So she had called it, is it bussin' or disgustin'?
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
But she never really,
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
in this video, said whether it was bussin' or disgustin'. So
No, she doesn't. And I think so. The common thing of like sea salt and caramel.
Yes.
Right.
So to me, that does work. And
Yep.
some things that I thought would never work do work. I don't know about the watermelon and the mustard. It just seems to be too combating.
Yep.
I'm tying it into the previous conversation. We used to do mustard on pizza.
Okay. I can see that.
Why did
I
you
don't
do
know. I'm
that?
not sure. Somebody.
Ranch dressing, Kathy.
Ew, no. That's just
You
for
said,
the,
"Ooh, no,"
that's
but
for
you
the
put-
crust, right? Or the whole pizza.
You could do the whole pizza.
Yeah, I know. I
should've
said,
gotten
ew, no,
watermelon.
yet I put mustard on pizza. Sorry.
We should have taste tested this.
Casey, when's the last time you've had ranch
Ranch?
dressing on pizza?
It's been a while,
been a while?
at least like 2 or 3 days.
Okay. All right.
Do we have something that could approximate a melon and put some mustard on it?
Wait, I might. Let me see if I have.
Do you keep a melon in your desk drawer?
I
No,
might have
Kathy
watermelon.
brings a ton of fruit every day, remember?
Oh, can we try
Giant
that?
fruit salad.
Yes.
Go see if you have watermelon.
Yummy, yummy.
We'll try it.
Let's get it.
I'm sure
Kathy rises to the challenge.
there's got to be mustard in the fridge.
Yes.
Connor, can you go look in the fridge and see if there's any mustard?
Let's try it.
Or Marissa's already on her way. But yeah, I got to believe no matter what, it's not good. And this is just a thing that people have done to make you eat mustard on
Preston,
watermelon. Here, try this.
People are eating Tide Pods, so you have to take everything with a grain of salt.
Here's a text. Somebody says, my husband always puts pepper on his cantaloupe.
What?
Interesting.
What, in prison?
No.
Oh.
But I've had, you know what? I've had fruit in salads before, and you put pepper. Like, there's strawberry salads and things like that.
Do you know what I
Put pepper
do?
on that.
So, and it's a weird. So, Honey Grow, I do the like a sesame noodle. Whatever they call it. It's a salad, I guess it is.
Okay.
But pineapple in that. So something, pineapple and sesame and a sesame sauce work together really well.
I could see that work. Sometimes when you have like a teriyaki dish.
Yes,
there'll be
exactly.
pineapple in that.
That's the
There's
same thing.
sesame oil in usually in that. So that'll play along.
It's great.
Let's see if Kathy is.
Jennifer melons. Where's Kathy's melons?
Hang on. Here we go.
They're usually on display.
And that in a non-sexual way. And the way she has a 44-pound.
We got it.
We do.
So you got watermelon. So we can try this. Should I just hold off until we get
Hold
this?
off.
All right. Because
Hold.
now we're in
That's from
Braveheart.
Braveheart, yeah, there we go. I got you.
Freedom! Do you want to live in chains or do you want to live with salt on your watermelon? Ah!
Mustard.
My God.
It's a Friday.
It is a Friday. Isn't it?
I know. Wow.
Well, now I want to go watch Braveheart.
I think they actually
They're making love.
They're pounding the actual mustard seeds right
Pounding
now.
the mustard seeds, pounding them out. 1 mustard seed, 2 mustard seeds.
Slapping them down.
Slapping them down, slap at the base.
Now we've gone to I Love You Man.
Yes. Here we go.
Wow, they eat plates and
I don't want it.
Oh.
I don't want to have
I will
dip
try
in.
it.
You don't want to? Oh, yes.
I'm chewing tobacco, so I'm just trying to be healthy, guys.
Thank you, Marissa. That's very kind.
It's only the taste of the tobacco.
All right, so we each have a small piece of watermelon, and we have a little dollop of mustard.
Do a dollop.
Hang
Is
on.
this regular yellow mustard, Marissa? All right.
Wait. Don't
What?
do it. Oh, I want to do a countdown. I want to get everybody ready.
Okay.
Oh, we're all going to do it at the same time?
Just like they do in a temple.
I'm going first. I'm sorry. You guys, hang on. That way I can talk while you guys are chewing.
All
All
right.
right.
In 3.
Evening, you can join Nick McElwain from 4 to 6 p.m. for the grand reopening of Planet Fitness in Downingtown. And if you stop by to see Nick while he is there, you can get your first month for free if you sign up today, plus a bunch of prizes and great offers and so on. So Nick will be hanging out with you, and Marissa is going to be on location from 5 to 7 p.m. at the PJ Wellahans in Maple Shade, New Jersey.
Whoa.
And while you're there, you can sign up to win a 4-night trip for 2 to Spring Training 2025 as we, the Presidency Show, take over Clearwater again with PhillySportsTrips.com. So that's today, both of those events. Nick at Planet Fitness in Downingtown from 4 to 6, and then Marissa from 5 to 7 at PJ Wellahans in Maple Shade. So pop out and say hello. It's going to be a beautiful day today, by the way. Warmer, more comfortable temperatures. So I guess they were trying to beat the heat in their own way yesterday. Kathy, you had reported on a story, or actually,
it was at 4:45 in the morning.
Yeah.
So I don't think they were beating the heat. I think
It's
they
still
might have
pretty
been.
warm, but no, there was explain the story for those who may not be familiar.
Yeah, it was a guy and a girl in, they think when they pulled the car out of the Schuylkill, I thought Range Rover as well, but they're saying either Range Rover or Land Rover, and they were parked near the Columbia Bridge on Kelly Drive, and they were in the back seat having sex, and somebody hit the
they put it in neutral or something?
Shifted it to neutral by accident, and literally rolled into
Oh my God.
the Schuylkill River. Now the couple was not hurt, so that's okay. They somehow got out. I don't know if they got out before or after or what, but they weren't hurt. But yeah, they said they were engaging in sexual activity in the car at 4:45 in the morning on Kelly Drive.
Wow.
Why am I thinking this was a potential tryst?
Well,
yeah.
Right?
I mean, 4:45 in the morning.
That's really, that's too far past closing time.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Unless they were at some after hours club that closes at 3.
I was thinking like maybe they run together or something. Because runners get up like early.
Get up early,
You
and
know,
they
like,
were.
Early morning hump and run.
Let's just let's
Knock
get it
one
on real
out?
quick. Yeah, knock one out real
Yeah,
quick,
yeah.
and then let's go for a run afterwards.
Yeah, that's a good one, Case. I didn't even think of the run.
I'm going to add that to my
joggers.
regimen. Yeah.
That's exactly what I thought. I saw this happen on Kelly Drive. It was years ago. I left from the station and went over to Kelly Drive to run, parked 2 spots away, and there was a couple in a Jeep. It was, the middle of the afternoon, and they were going at it. And I was like, okay.
Steamed up and everything.
Steamed up, hands sliding down the window, all of it. And then when they realized that I was there, I know all of a sudden everything stopped and it just got real still. And I was like, I got out of my car and ran.
Couple of different scenarios for those. One of them would be you're a late teenager. You don't have anywhere to go.
Yes.
Another scenario.
In a Range Rover.
Another scenario is the bar is closed. You're hooking up. It happens right here.
Right.
Or you slipped out of the bar for a few minutes
Right.
to do that of somebody you just met, and it's escalated quickly. And then there's the tryst side of it, where a car might be the most opportune or the most private place you could go to, because you're not going to go rent a hotel room because it might read some red flags, and so let's just do it in the car and we'll go somewhere.
So in general, I would describe it as problematic.
Yeah.
And it can be difficult, it can be painful. Depending on what you're doing,
Yes.
obviously, there are ways it works and
Yep.
ways that it doesn't. But if you're going full on beast with 2 backs, it's going to be difficult.
You got to be a bit of a contortionist.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
I don't know. Now listen, it's been a long time.
I'm taller than you.
You are okay. You didn't think about that. I'm only 5'10".
Just get in the glove compartment and
You're
have at it.
Shut up.
I'm only 5.
I'm only 5'11" and a half.
That's it. Yeah, but I thought, because for me there was I lived at my parents' house, and I had to go to other places and park at night or whatever. And I thought back seat was fine, and I thought the front seat was fine too. But again, I'm not 6'3".
Right.
Yeah.
I remember a number of times where it was wonderful. I remember the first time talking about the glass steaming up, Preston. Well, you'd hear about that, before you ever had your own encounter. And I remember when it happened for me the first time, like, oh my God, it does steam up on the inside.
Remember the song Tina Turner, Steamy Windows?
Yes,
It was all about that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But yes, so there were times where, I absolutely did the car routine. I had a hatchback at one point, and you could put the back seats down. That was an
There
option.
you go.
And
Bench seats were years ago were very conducive.
I didn't have it. It was bench seat. Well, no, I guess my parents' Caprice Classic. Yeah, that had a bench seat, and I do remember having a moment in that car. That's true. I think it was a boat, by the way. There's parking lots. I never did the go to a park and park. did park in a Montessori school parking lot one time.
Oh, how learned.
Yes, right?
Yeah. I'm sure the kids loved it. It was during lunch break.
You could have definitely gone to jail for that.
It was.
Kids, you want to learn anatomy?
Kathy, it was before all that.
Yeah.
And, you know,
Before he realized it was inappropriate.
So it was totally fine.
Yeah, the school zone thing didn't exist back then.
Preston, you mentioned the park. Half of my high school would go to Valley Forge Park because that was a place where you could go where there were, and it got
Lots
so
of
bad.
spaces.
Yeah, lots. And the arch in Valley Forge became the place to go. It got so bad and so many kids were going there that the park police had to start doing patrols around the arch just because people were coming there and hooking up.
So the arch that was kind of a landmark that everybody could say you did it at, right?
And everybody knew. And if you go into the park, that's what you were going for.
We were talking yesterday about the lovers' lanes. I asked, where is the lovers? You'd mentioned a location, Kathy.
Yeah.
And so there would be areas that were, where you would see the cars, and I remember one in particular. There was sort of it's actually where people would go when it would snow, and they would inner tube down this hill. But there was a parking lot to get up to it, and people would go up to that, and that would be the lovers' lane, basically.
Okay. But the problem is so in sex in a car, like this couple, they knock it out of gear or into neutral or whatever happens, and that's the thing is you have these closed confines. And you also risk breaking things.
Rear view mirror for me
while you're in there too. Rear view mirror.
Knocked a rear view mirror off.
The handles for the turn signals. Some of the more delicate, the radio. Some of the more delicate things in the car can get broken.
Right.
As you're saying, Steve. Which, by the way, I've always loved the term "making the beast with two backs" in your car. And we also have a classic. Phrase that we use from time to time because it's something that happened at one of our mixers when we used to do those was moving the baby seat.
Moving the baby seat.
That's right.
And that meant butt stuff because there was somebody that did it in the parking lot. It might have been like Reed's Bluebell or I don't remember where it was, but they had to move the baby seat out of the back seat.
If you think about the way vehicles are built now, especially your crossovers and minivans and things like that, they're designed to give you maximum space. I think now more than ever to facilitate car sex, it's never been a better time, right? I mean, with certain vehicles. Now, obviously, you're not going to do it in a fancy, sports car, something that's small, lean, and mean.
Coupe, you're going to have a hard time in, but usually a sedan can get it done.
Any car of preference? When you were a favorite? I had a Bonneville, and a Bonneville was that big. Preston, that was my first car, bench seats. It was sprawling. I mean, it's actually larger than most apartments.
Happened a few times in my Camaro.
That's a little acrobatic.
Front seat or back seat?
Both.
Standard or automatic?
Both. There was one time that we did it out of boredom because I had a flat tire. It was in the parking lot.
You killing time with the flat?
Where was that? It was this big shopping area in St. Louis. Is an old train station. Anyway, we got in a flat, went to a show, got to a flat, hung out, and we're waiting. And it was then that I realized I had no idea that I had a key for one of the lug nuts, and I didn't know that. This is a newer car, and so I couldn't get I couldn't get the lug off of the.
Oh man!
So I had to call someone to come and help me out with it. AAA or whatever. And so we were waiting, and we just decided to knock one out while we were waiting in the parking lot, jam-packed with cars.
Wow.
And that was in the Camaro.
Bold maneuver. Bold maneuver. What time of day?
It was not crazy late. It was after midnight, something like that, but there were plenty of cars there. We got a lot of calls coming in. I'm going to go to Jamie. Hi, Jamie. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good, man. What's going on, bud?
Oh, not much. Just have a similar story. Probably about 17 years old.
Okay.
You don't have a place to go. Live with your parents. So, high school girlfriend. She had like a hatchback. You know what I mean? So you can lay the back down. Perfect. So we would go to different places. We're at an industrial park in good old Chichester, actually. And
romantic.
And yeah. Well, no one's around, so everything's done by 6.
Yeah.
So we're an hour in, whatever. We hear a knock on the window. Look over. There's a flashlight blinding me.
Oh man.
Oh no. What is this? We're all steamed up. Open the door. see two police officers standing there looking at us going, what are you guys doing? They obviously know what we're doing because their pants are around their ankles.
I was about to say, what state of undress were you in? Yeah.
So we thought we were dead, you know what I mean? We thought this was it. So they look at us, they pause for a minute, and they look at us and they go, well, finish up and get out of here.
They told you to finish up?
And drove away. And it was,
Oh, my God.
We looked at each other like, holy shit.
Oh, wait, no, we can't say that on the air, but.
Oh, my God.
So did you indeed finish?
I think the moment was broken at that point.
I think
that
so.
would be a mood killer.
I think so. Yeah. All right. Thanks, Jamie. Appreciate it. But yeah.
That's a classic scenario.
That was the, it's like the song out of Bob Seger, Night Moves.
Yeah.
He didn't say a car, but, the back seat. Yeah, he said back seat, the alley, or the trusty woods.
Yeah.
They were trying to find a place
Right.
as teenagers to go and be adventurous. And sometimes the car was the place that you had. There you go.
Yeah.
The car was the place that you had to resort to. I'm going to go to John. Hey, John, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning to see you, John. What's up, bud?
Not much, man. Just like you just said, the trusty woods. I grew up in the Upper Darby area, right behind Pecos there, Casey boy.
Okay.
And Cobb's Creek Golf Course, my guy. That was our spot.
My guy.
Would you park somewhere and then sneak out and go out on the course, or was it in the car?
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
Okay.
Depending on how adventurous
Which hole?
we went that night.
Yeah. And
There was a perfect green right at the top of the hill off a state road there. You got a beautiful view of the city. It was an awesome little spot. And,
Sounds nice.
that was a good little spot for me back in the day.
I wonder
Nice.
how often
All the time.
Golf courses, right?
golf courses.
I know a girl that lost her virginity on the golf
Thanks,
course.
John.
For us, again, Stephen, in high school, Waynesboro Country Club on Route 252 in Paoli. It was that you could go drink there and you could go and have sex there. And it was because nobody patrolled the grounds at night.
Yeah, no, it's true. Let's see. We will go to Ryan. Ryan, you're on the air, bud.
Hey, Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, man. What's going on?
So this was years ago. We were out by the train tracks. My friends had an apartment out by the train tracks in like Spring City area. And there was a little parking lot for the apartment building there. And they found two people going at it in the car. So there was like 6 or 7 of us. Like 6 of them went and started rocking the car.
Oh, man.
Yes.
And no, they didn't miss a beat.
Of course.
In fact, it helped.
While they were rocking the car, I went and got fireworks because it was near 4th of July, and we started setting off screamers right next to the car. So
That
I
sucks.
can only imagine they've told that story.
It's still fun, though.
Yeah, no, it's a
Sucks
it's a
for them, but,
you are
it is.
never more.
Thanks.
You're very compromised,
Vulnerable.
Yeah, vulnerable.
You're in that state. It's like when an animal takes a dump and it's looking around.
Looking at you.
Yeah.
So they're rocking the car. That's kind of almost like what the Mormons do when they what's that called? Where they have people rock the bed
Soaking?
for them.
Soaking.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It did a little extra motion to get things going. There was also, now speaking of the difficulties in being in the car and having liaisons.
Yes,
the horn can also get hit.
I've done that
at some point.
I've done that.
You are alerting everyone to your position, and it can become a show after
So
that.
when you're doing that, there's the more manageable is you lean the seat back. I'm going to take care of you, and then because getting full blown athletic intercourse is problematic, but
Can be done.
Can be done.
It definitely can. I've had it happen. Oddly enough, it happened I was in the driver's seat, sitting in the driver's seat, the steering wheel in the way and everything. But the full complement happened right there.
Yeah, it can happen. Now, not while driving, obviously.
No. Never had the gall to try and do anything while the car was moving. I had.
It could be deadly.
It's
could
too
be
damn
deadly.
dangerous.
Yeah,
the movie,
and I'm sure it's illegal.
The movie Parenthood.
Yeah. Oh yes. Yeah. I didn't know you were going to do that.
Or GARP. World According to GARP. Bad things can happen in those scenarios.
The funniest is when we were at Y100. There was the summer of the Cherry Coke van, where me and this guy Brian, we drove the Cherry Coke van all over the area. Had a little video game system in it, and so we're riding down 95. Brian's driving. I'm the passenger, and I turn to him. I go, it's really.
You look
funny.
good tonight.
You look really hot. I said, I go, what's
ever done it in a car?
Not what I said.
Okay.
I said, I go, like I've been driving, I've been in cars for, like 20 some odd years now. I'm like, I've never seen anybody get in a beach, while driving. I say this, and I literally turn my head to the right, and I see this hippie driving a Volkswagen minibus.
And you're up now.
And I'm up higher.
Yeah.
I'm up higher and he was getting one. I mean, I say this to Brian, I turn to my right, and it's literally happening.
It's like a dream come true.
It was like a dream come true.
We had this happen one time. It was when I was playing in my band, and we had a van with a trailer pulling our stuff behind it. And so we're all in this big full-size van with the huge windows down the side and everything. And up ahead of us was a car with its flashers on. And I'm always curious as to why do you have your flashers on? And we pull up next, and it's a guy, and his girl has her head down in his lap, and that whole thing is happening. And we are just in hysterics. And we all, like, the van almost tipped over because we all went to that side of the van. And we are rolling down the windows and stuff. We're putting our, waving our hands around and stuff. And this guy's, and she is unaware whatsoever that this is happening. Guy's looking at us, smiling and stuff. But why did he have his flashers on?
Yeah.
Unless
it's
you
only
wanted
gonna
to draw attention
to it. We never figured that out. Or maybe he was just being cautious.
Yes.
Because he was going to probably drive a little slower.
Listen, before you kiss that, we need to put on the blinkers.
But it was a scream, man. We
I wonder if she
absolutely loved it.
I wonder if she accidentally hit it with her head, because back in the day,
Maybe. It's possible. Yeah, different kind of button system. Yeah.
Wait, so are you guys saying that you're anti-roadhead or just haven't experienced it?
Me personally?
Yeah.
It's difficult to concentrate. I think personally, and at that moment,
driving,
I'm gonna me actively driving,
I will tell you,
won't be harder if she was driving.
I mean, you can't. You unless you're a dwarf.
Hey, honey, I'll tell you where to steer.
It's all right. I'll take care of this.
Binky, can you handle this one?
I got it.
Have you? Oh boy, have you ever taken care of yourself while driving?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, I did that before. I did it a couple times. A long drive.
Well, I can say this. When I was coming into Boston one time, I literally was.
Jeez.
Coming into Boston, Steve. Oh, my God.
That was the stand-up days.
The Dropkick Murphy song.
I know. That's what I'm thinking.
Drop something.
Totally changed the lyrics to that particular song, yes. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to be my regular Saturday night thing, baby.
Oh my God. All right, hang on. I want to go to Joe on the phones here. Hi, Joe, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Not much. How are you guys?
Good. What'd you want to share with us, man?
So I was at a bonfire when I was in high school, and I knew this broad for like 10 minutes. And before you know it, we walked back to my pickup.
Wait, what did he say? I did this broad
for 10
like
minutes.
10 minutes.
He was doing it broad for 10 minutes, Preston.
Okay, Joe.
You seem like a respectable
I've only
broad.
known her for 10 minutes at this point.
Okay,
We ended up back in my pickup truck, and we're both a little on the bigger side.
Okay.
So we're not fitting inside of it. So she's hanging inside the truck, and I'm outside the truck. Meanwhile, we're both pretty toasted up.
Wait, slow it down, because this is just like a Harlequin romance.
Yeah.
The whole time she's hitting the horn with her elbow, and I didn't realize it.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I had a bunch of buddies and a couple cousins there, and all of a sudden the truck starts bouncing and rocking.
Oh, they were rocking it. Oh, that's great.
I was like, what the heck's going on? They're standing on the tail of the hitch of the truck, jumping up and down. I was cheering them on.
Well, let me ask you, Joe, as a larger guy, and you probably didn't have a lot of car sex, right? Because it becomes difficult.
Of course. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
It just depends on the size.
At a Mini Cooper.
Hey, whatever happened to that broad anyway, Joe?
I haven't seen her since that night.
Okay, there's a shocker. All right, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
She was the broad that got away.
The broad of my dreams.
She's a great big fat person.
She's my soul broad.
Here's a couple texts coming in. This one says, I lost my virginity in the back of a Caprice Classic in front of a Catholic school. And then somebody else says, it's pretty well known that cars parked along Kelly Drive overnight are typically encounters.
I have heard that. Yeah. And it would seem to be, well, in this case here, So they had to be in it. My guess is they were doing the full act.
Yeah.
A foot hit something. I'm surprised that the car could be knocked.
Yeah,
out,
some,
right?
Maybe,
Unless it was probably on. It was hot.
Yeah,
that's probably a good point. So the car could have been running,
and maybe somebody's. Well, and so a lot of times your foot has to be on the brake to put it in gear,
right?
So maybe they were just the stuff hits things.
Yeah,
well,
I don't know.
Kath was saying it was maybe one like a Land Rover or Range Rover. Those are nice. Do they have the dial? You know what I'm saying? So it's not like a stick that you put into gear. It's just like a little knob. Maybe something like that. I don't know.
So maybe his scrotum hit the knob.
Probably. That's what I was
spun
thinking.
it.
That's the obvious theory.
And one of her boobs was on the brake.
Was on the brake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now I see it.
And then his taint.
I'm going to go to Byron. Hi, Byron. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Byron?
So just a couple of months ago, my wife and I were coming home, and we stopped on park down there in Delco. And we were going at it. It was nighttime. We were going at it.
Yeah.
And my wife put her high heel through the 9-inch screen on my Jeep Grand Cherokee.
Oh, no. Like the center console screen?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But you're doing it.
Is insurance going to cover that, Byron? We lost him.
Oh, he's gone.
Oh, bummer, man.
She probably said, she probably said, do me in Delco.
Yeah. And he just couldn't
And I'm
resist
leaving
that.
my heels on.
All right, so Joe's on the line. Joe is going to have to handle this story very gingerly.
Yeah.
And I may need to help him with this because it may cross some lines here, but I'm going to go to him. Hi, Joe. You're on the air, buddy.
Don't worry. I've been going through this story about 25 times in my head trying to figure out how.
All right, thank you. And I appreciate that. All right, first of all, who was with you and where were you?
Well, this goes back showing how old I am. This is back with Delaware Avenue and Baja and Maui and all that stuff down there.
Okay.
So this story's been sticking with me for a very long time. Every time I see a red car, I laugh. Okay. But I was dating a girl at the time, and we haven't seen each other for a while. So we were at the club together, and we decided let's go in her car and take care of our thing.
Yeah.
So
sure.
At the time, I had my tongue pierced, and she had her nether regions pierced. Is that a good word?
Yes,
that is. Very good.
Cool. So, we were, going at it, doing our thing. Well, just let's say we got stuck together. We were linked.
Your piercing got stuck on her piercing.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. We were very connected.
God.
And there's so at the exact moment you realize that.
The exact moment I realized that was when, she tried pulling away and my tongue just didn't.
Wow. Don't move.
Yeah, that area is very small, and it's very tight to begin with.
I don't know what we're gonna do.
I couldn't unhook my ring, and so we were gone for a while. And I guess her friends got to worrying, so they came out to the car.
Oh, they found you.
Needless to say, the ambulance had to be called. The firefighter had to be called.
Shut up.
Had to be called.
Holy cow, it's the fire department.
Now I know everyone feels bad.
Oh my God.
That's that's like porn version of A Christmas Story.
And the worst part about it was the guy. I'll never forget the story. The gentlemen, the firefighters who showed up were all male, so they had to call the ambulance to get a female out there to help.
Oh my God.
And meanwhile, Steve, he ended up like Flick with the bandage on his tongue and everything afterwards. Oh my!
Needless to say, after the club was getting out at this time, so they had to stay surrounded the car. But all my friends were high fiving after it happened. And
this would be almost so you couldn't write this story. I mean, this is so. By the time it all wrapped up, how much time it elapsed from the point you realized you were stuck to the point at which he was free?
It's probably maybe a couple hours, maybe 2 hours tops, something like that. Maybe something around 2 hours. I remember we left, and it was before the club closed, obviously. But after 2 o'clock came, the club closed, and all the people were leaving the club. So,
and by the way, in that day and age, Delaware Avenue was a parking lot at 2 o'clock in the morning. I mean, jammed with cars leaving those bars.
Could you have? could you have used, I mean, as you're thinking about things before you call the fire department, could you have gotten like snips or?
Well, I was thinking, why are you trying to dislodge from each other? Why not just take your tongue ring out or take her?
He said he couldn't.
I was trying to, but the ball. I'm not that you ever had your tongue piercer and everybody, but the ball was on the top, of it. I couldn't get it. I couldn't spin it.
What about her
unscrew it.
piercing?
She had like a little ring with the little ball on. I'll never forget. It was a ball. I couldn't.
Same sort of configuration.
I couldn't get it. I couldn't get my hand.
Your balls weren't in the right place.
Yeah, exactly. I couldn't fall. I couldn't get my fingers in the right
Joe,
right place.
They had to cut that off, right? Then I would imagine.
Then the EMT twisted the ball on top of my tongue ring and it came right out.
Oh my God!
So what did you talk about during that time? So have you ever go to the Poconos?
Oh my God!
Yeah, we talked about life. And, I
want to get my degree.
Did you get in trouble?
It didn't last too much longer after that, though. So it was fun. It was a fun experience. It was very embarrassing, but it was a very talked about situation for years after that.
Couple of questions. Casey said, "Did you get in any trouble?"
No, actually, no. We did not. This was back in 97, 98.
And by the way, please tell me you were at Maui when this happened.
Yeah, we were at Maui.
Yes. All right, and then whatever. Now, had you just met her that night?
No, we were dating for a few months after.
Okay. Oh, okay. So you were a couple. Oh my God.
We were ready.
Okay.
Wow.
We didn't see each other for a couple of days, like a week or two after, before that happened. So we were hot and ready for to go at it. But
when's the last time you were ever in contact with her?
I see her every once in a while. Last time I saw her was in Center City.
And do you just have this kind of knowing look that you give each other thinking about that incident, or do you ever talk about it?
No, we're not like that. We're not friends like that anymore. But yeah, last time I seen her was just passing by in Center City. I work in Center City, so it was like, just passing by.
You have to. The next time you see her, just go.
A red car.
Oh my God! It was a red car. Okay.
Oh my Jeep Cherokee.
That is that's an insane story.
Joe, thank you for that. By the way. All right, we appreciate it, man. See you later.
Imagine?
No.
So listen, the five fuckers coming.
Oh my God! What I have no words. I mean,
like punch buggy.
If you were in that situation, and this is pre-cell phones, obviously, so he had to wait till their friends got there, and then they had to call. Like their friend could, I guess maybe none of their friends wanted to reach down there. It was a little too personal.
I wouldn't, for fear of whatever. But so she can articulate everything that's going on. He's really impaired. Wow. So I assume she made the call.
What was that movie with Christina Applegate and Selma Blair and three girls? There's a thing that happens where she gets her piercing caught on his nether region piercing, and they end up having to sing a song in order for her to loosen up her mouth and have it.
I don't care if it's real or not. That's an amazing story.
Come apart. That's phenomenal. The Sweetest Thing, was that it?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
yeah.
I like that movie.
That was a pretty
Critics
good movie.
hated it. I liked it.
All right. Anyhow, well, thank you for the stories. We have to take a break, but this is keying off of the story that happened as a couple who were on Kelly Drive. Were having a moment in the car, 4:45 in the morning, and accidentally knocked the car into gear or into neutral, and it went in to the Schuylkill River. They're lucky they're alive, to be honest.
B, they were in the back seat apparently. So it could have gone horribly wrong.
Well, thank you for these stories. That's a wonderful set of stories that we just had.
I do have a quick question for you. As you're rolling into the river, Preston, your clothes are off. Do you try and put your clothes on before you get out of the car, or do you even care?
No.
You get out naked?
I don't care. My thought is survive.
How do I get unstuck?
Yeah. Wow. All right, we do need to take a break. We're going to do it. Some bizarre file stories are coming up next, so please stay with us.
2, 3.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, you're not a fan? All right.
That's horrible. There's nothing appealing about that at all. Not in the slightest.
Well, maybe it was the mustard. Get different mustard.
No.
No?
No. It doesn't belong on watermelon. Kathy?
I do love mustard, though.
I don't mind.
And I
it.
love watermelon.
I think it's two separate things that I like,
I
but
agree.
I don't have the reaction that you have that it was disgusting.
I think it has to be marketed as two great tastes that are horrible together.
There you go.
Wait, didn't your son make you like a peanut butter and tuna fish sandwich once because he knew that you liked both?
No, it was Gadzooks ice cream and shrimp. They were two of his favorite things, and he said they must taste great together. I let him learn that one on his own. Dogs can get sunburn.
Yep, like people, dogs exposed to too much sun can develop some skin cancers and things like that, and you'll see their skin will actually get a little bit pink or red.
Yeah, so Fozzie was looking all majestic and just laying in the
You made love
driveway
to him, didn't
yesterday.
you?
I did not, Steve.
What'd you say?
You made love to him, too.
He's big enough.
You could.
No, that's Reggie.
Reggie's the larger one.
Fozzie, I would split in half.
Case and jeez.
Oh, why did I say that?
I sent you down that path, didn't I? And now you're thinking about banging your dog.
Connor's face in the other room. He's like, oh my God. Wow.
Yikes.
Okay.
God damn, that dog's looking good.
Oh my God.
You know what? Okay, I'm going to bring this up because I don't know when I'll have another opportunity to do so. But Stevie sent me this.
Fancy boy.
You sent me this article about the best brownies in Philly. And it's essentially just a list, and it's huge.
There's about 50 of them.
It's way too big to go through.
We are in the best of times when it comes to brownies in Philadelphia.
Yeah, what I didn't know was how many places are known for their brownies. And there's a lot of them. So there's Cake Life Bake Shop, Second Daughter Baking Company, Franklin Fountain, Dolce, Crust Vegan Bakery, the Frosted Fox Cake Shop. What's that, Kath? What do you love?
Franklin Fountain.
Yeah, but you got to make sure you're either A, ready to wait in line, or B, get there at a time where there's not a line, because it's really popular. It's fantastic. It's so good. You guys ever been? It's right on.
I have not, no.
It's on Market, and it's great. It's really
Is it a bakery?
It's like an ice cream shop, like an old-timey ice cream shop. Yeah, and so you go in and they have really good ice cream and really good dessert treats. So it's worth it. It's just not cheap, and you got to wait.
Nick, a friend of mine did her wedding pictures there.
Oh, yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, it's cute.
It's a cool spot.
All right. Cookie or brownie?
Cookie.
Oh.
Man.
I used to be brownie, but I feel like now I would do a cookie.
Okay.
I'd do a cookie.
If I saw them sitting out, I would go for a brownie anytime.
Yeah?
Really? Yeah.
I think I might go brownie.
Wow. Okay.
Because I do the chocolate chip cookie is my favorite. However, a well-made brownie. Also there's a company that actually of the companies that do mail order brownies. Fairy Tale Brownies is a great company. If you've ever used them, they have their top level brownies. But yeah, that's neck and neck. Brownies are sensational.
Brownie or cupcake?
Brownie.
Yeah, I'd go with brownie. For your cupcake?
Cupcake.
Okay.
The thing with the brownies, though, I feel like, and I don't know if it's like as I age, my sense of taste gets even more sensitive. I don't know. But like, I feel like if it's not super well made, I can taste like the mix.
Really?
Instead of,
See, after you get a hysterectomy, that goes away.
Stop. I hate you.
I remember seeing the history of brownies and why they were created. And it was, I forgot the name of the place, but it was so that people could, I think, take them to the beach or something like that.
Seriously?
And so the brownie has a thicker consistency than a piece of cake. Like the cake would be too crumbly and fall apart.
It's more cohesive.
And yeah, so there's a little more goo to it. In case if you want to have some of that.
Goo.
It's I need that sound clip from Billy Madison.
Yeah,
when he notices a kid peed his pants.
The thing about a brownie for me is that the cookie is a little more pedestrian, right? Like a cookie is sort of an everyday dessert, whereas the brownie is...
All right, fancy boy.
Right? Yeah, I feel like a little bit of a fancy boy.
You're too good for
Like
Philly.
A fancy Nancy, if you will. When a brownie shows up, I'm like, look at that little treat.
Look at Nick with his little waistcoat.
Thank you.
No, I understand that. I think though that they're easy to make. Brownies,
right?
Brownies are easy to make. Brownies are super easy to make. They're just as easy as cookies. I'm standing firm on this. Cookies are far superior than brownies. Far superior.
Oh,
and there's a reason why there's more of them, and it's more because they're better. They're just better. And it's not. Hey, it's not to say that brownies aren't good. They're good. They're just not as good as cookies.
I think they need more of them to make up for the fact that they're not as good as brownies. They say, hey, we have diluted the market with this product, and we're going to try to catch up to the brownie, the brownie people.
I think the tough part about, and the reason there are more cookies is because, and if you're talking like when you go to the grocery store, cookies are more rigid. They're easier to package. You can put more of them together.
Yes.
Brownies can kind of. There's a shelf life on them. Some cookies can last for a while.
Brownies don't have that luxury.
No.
And even if you do the brownie bites, which I think are sensational, brownie bites do have that preservative taste to them.
Let me ask you a question. Why do brownies have to be as thick as they are? You can kind of cut them in half first, right? Before you cut them into their little squares and stuff like that, you could essentially cut the tops and the bottoms
like a piece of brownie cake. Yeah. You can do whatever you want with your damn brownie.
Yeah. I don't know. Make thinner brownies.
Yeah.
At your home when you make them.
Yeah, our brownies are usually pretty thin anyway.
Yeah, okay. You okay? You all right?
I'm fine.
Everything good?
You guys, Steve.
What?
You cut me deep here, man.
How did I cut you deep?
Because you went with brownies over cookies, and I thought I knew
he
you.
feels betrayed.
I thought I knew.
I love chocolate chip cookies, but if I have if there is listen, they're right neck and neck, but I do love a damn good brownie. But chocolate chip, they're
it's like Godfather 1 or 2, Steve.
Yeah, it changes from time.
Goes from time to time. You lean one way or the other.
All right.
Goo! All right. There it is. Now he's got it.
I got it.
There's more goo in a brownie. All right. By the way, Steve, this list of brownie places, where did you?
I was in the Inquirer.
The Inquirer.
Yeah.
Okay. So
the
you can
Inky.
You can go on and find a list of great brownies, if you will, if you check the Inquirer's website. All right. What? Okay.
Oh,
let me go to Mario. I was going to wrap up there. Hey, Mario. Good morning.
Oh, he put on his glasses. He can't see without.
Exactly.
What's up, dude? Casey wanted me to talk to you.
Hey, I really appreciate it. Hey, cookies are way far superior than brownies. You can eat so many more of them. There's different kinds of textures. There's only so many things you can put in a brownie.
You don't need to. It's perfect.
I'll tell you what the deal is, Mario. It's when you see a plate of freshly made brownies and freshly made cookies, you know you're more likely to encounter freshly made chocolate chip cookies. At least I am. But a brownie is like, oh, we don't get brownies a lot. I'm going to go for that first.
Look what showed up.
Right.
Yeah.
I will agree with that. I will agree that it will be like a special little treat. But I will also say that if there's a freshly made plate of cookies or brownies in front of me, I'm going for them cookies first.
So I'm going for the brownies because I don't know when I'll get another shot at those brownies.
That's right.
That makes sense.
Carpe diem, man.
Carpe diem.
Yeah.
I appreciate you coming to the phone call. I just want to say I'm a cookie lover.
All right,
Mario.
I mean, you can enhance a brownie by putting a cookie in it. You can enhance a cookie by putting a brownie in it.
No, you absolutely can.
No.
I've had brownie cookies.
Yeah.
I don't even know
you've
what
had
that means.
Brownies.
Putting a brownie in a cookie?
Yeah, you don't do that.
But I've never heard of putting a cookie in a brownie.
You've never heard of a blondie, bro?
No. Well, you know what? I have heard of a blondie. I just didn't know what that was.
It's cookie brownie.
Okay. It's cookie brownie. All right, so some stories to run by you. We'll start with Prince Harry. He has returned to the UK ahead of the unveiling of a statue in honor of his late mother, Princess Diana.
I'm black.
At Kensington Palace on July 1st is when that's coming up.
Is anyone home?
Would have been her 60th birthday. Meghan stayed in California with Archie and Lilibet. Rumors and speculation on the current status of Harry and the rest of the feuding royals accompanied the news. And, of course, Diana would not have approved of the way Harry and Brother Prince are arguing. Many do speculate that.
It'd be terrible. And with that in mind, maybe they can patch things up.
Yeah, I would hope so. And with that, I saw a teaser story that I think William was kissing someone or something like that. Did you catch that story?
Who was he kissing?
Like an aide or something along those lines?
Yeah.
But I didn't really. I'm kind of bored
Kathy
with this
Bates.
crap. He was making out with Kathy Bates.
I'm a big fan of Misery.
I've often fantasized about.
And here's another bit of information. Prince Charles apparently will not strip Archie and Lilibet of their royal titles. Rumors assert, despite previous indications, that he would consider it.
I tend to think we get a lot of misinformation. Yeah.
And according to an insider, they said, I don't think he will make the unpopular, hostile move of removing the royal status of his grandchildren. And then you have basically people just comment on this
Absolutely.
stuff.
I absolutely extract from the royal titles because of this point in time.
Agreed, sir.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
why would you do that anyway?
Hang on a second. What does it say? Oh, Prince William promised to give a 96-year-old woman a kiss once. The rules relax more during his mini tour of
There you
Scotland.
go.
So that was
I
it.
would like a lot of tongue, please. You misunderstood. You were thinking of a more provincial kiss where I was looking for something more sexual.
Hey, she's 96, man.
Oh, I guess so.
She can ask for whatever she wants.
All right.
Open.
Give me more. Give me your tongue.
Gross.
Dear God, woman, I can taste your pancreas.
That's how deep he went?
Yeah,
or there was bile coming up?
Bile. You know what? You don't know what's bubbling in that old fuselage. What's your favorite cheese?
Of all time?
Is that even possible to say?
America, Jack!
No, one of the greatest cheeses I ever had was called a Shropshire Blue. I was given it as a gift from some friends who knew that I loved cheese, and it is actually an orange blue cheese. It's really good. Orange with blue veins, you know, like a big penis.
Really? Wow, yeah. Like a big,
veiny,
older man's penis.
Yeah, it's purple.
Wow.
Yes.
It's an orangish yellow cheese.
Like a senior citizen's penis.
With blue veins in it. And it's,
yes, do you have any cheese that would resemble a senior citizen's penis? I've got just the thing.
And I absolutely loved it. It's from Shropshire, England.
Now, something that would resemble an older woman's dried out vagina.
Oh my God.
Dear Lord. We don't have cheese like that, but we have plenty of meat like that.
You know, sir, perhaps you're not interested in cheese.
Yeah.
My little cheese place in Chestnut Hill closed down.
It did.
I was devastated.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, well, anyhow, so if you want to, you can use your Ritz cracker and try to cut your cheese with it. Remember when cut the cheese used to be a euphemism for farting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you just fart when I said that?
I thought you were summoning me.
He just... Kathy, did you see that?
No.
He's standing up. He squatted down a little bit right when we said that was the
Yeah, I
word
thought
for
you were
farting.
telling me to do that.
Can you, if I ask you right
Fart
now?
on command? Absolutely. No, I wish I
Do
could.
it right
No,
now.
I
Go
can't.
for it.
I can't.
Drop a deuce.
Could you take a jump right here?
I
Yeah.
just did, though.
All right. So, did you really?
Drop the deuce?
No, he farted.
Oh my God. Wow.
Please tell me that the microphones picked that up. Could you hear that, Marissa?
I could hear it in my headphones.
I'm telling you.
It is
This is the person we work with.
unbelievable.
Isolate it.
This is the person we work with.
I mean, we are adults at work. At work. This is our job.
We're making money.
We're
We're
at
making
work.
good
I
money.
think I just bonused with that one.
I wish you would get fired.
Is that what you want? You want my family destitute, Kathy?
No,
You want my family on the
honestly,
streets?
She says just you.
I'll just take care of your kids. Like,
What about my wife? What about my wife?
well, her too.
When she comes looking for good loving.
Don't worry, I'll take care of her.
Let's see if we can isolate that moment
Kathy's got that covered too.
and relive it. Marissa just held up 3 fingers. I don't know what that means. Hang on a
One in the
second.
pink, 2 in the stink.
Oh, God. It wasn't
for
that
that?
3.
Oh.
What?
3 minutes, I can get it. For
Okay, thank you, Marissa.
So doing this thing.
So maybe we'll kind of reinvigorate this thing. But we have decided to return with Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts this morning.
Yes.
And when I tell you that the passion was high for people to that have sent in requests to be a part of this, it's an understatement. It was just fanatical.
It is a global phenomenon. Has been for a long time. People have been raised in this Harry Potter realm, and so we knew we were going to get some staunch competitors.
I read a lot of the submissions that were sent in. I read all the submissions that were sent in, and I read several of them. I was on the plane the other day flying out west, and I was brought to tears by some of these submissions because this world means so much to so many people, and the way that they articulated it was really moving to me, and I'm just impressed. It was so difficult to narrow it down to 2 final contestants.
I mean, put it in perspective. A tick came into the studio to watch.
That's right. That's how popular
That's how
this is.
popular.
I am currently reading the Harry Potter books.
Are you?
I'm on the Sorcerer's, or no, I'm sorry, I'm on the Chamber of Secrets right now, so I've just gotten started.
Reading or Audible?
Audible.
And who's doing it? Who's doing the
I've forgotten the actor's name.
Jim something or other?
He's excellent.
Hey, there might be a question coming up.
Okay.
So I'm about 3/4 of the way through the second book.
Awesome.
So I'm underway. I'm starting to learn. I've seen all the movies and I found them entertaining, but I wanted to know, because there's so many people that you talk to about this story. There's so much more underneath when you dive into the canon of it all. When you get into the all the details about it, and I want to know that. I mean, I want to know. I think it's a kind of a club that you're in.
So all of my nieces and nephews, like I remember when the movie started coming out, and I was like, "Oh, that's friggin' awesome! I loved it."
Yeah.
They were like, "But they left out. But they left out." And there was so much stuff that so they were able to enjoy them, but they were so. They were a little deflated because the books, they devoured. They were ravenous for them. So I think you're entering a cool realm here, Preston.
By the way, Nick McElwain wearing his Gryffindor attire this morning.
Yes, sir.
He has pajamas.
Yes.
That look like a robe. We're giving away our Word of the Week prize today because we have tomorrow off. And so that comes up at the end of the program. And we'll also do another normal Friday thing. I think we're going to do Connoisseur this morning.
Why not?
So that means we'll have a chance to win some freebies. And real quick, if you guys don't mind, before we get to the B file, and I know it's already 5 minutes after 8, but I have a couple of, I have a shard out and a zap I'd like to do.
Whoa!
So the shard out is courtesy of Colleen Crank, who says, this is very last minute. No worries if it doesn't happen right away, but I wanted to send a quick shout out to my mom, Merle, as she retires from the United States Postal Service.
Wow.
Today, the 29th of August, after 30-plus years of service at the sorting facility in Belmar, New Jersey. My mom got me into the majority of the music I listen to today, and I have fond memories of listening to Y100 and Preston and Steve with her as a kid in her old Dodge Daytona. And I'm so happy she's finally retiring. And I'm so looking forward to all the traveling that we're going to do and concerts that we're going to go see together. If anyone deserves a nice long retirement, it's her. And Merle's friend and work partner, Kathy, is also retiring from the post office on the same day. Please send them both some earth-shattering shards, please.
That's awesome.
That is from Colleen Crank. So good luck.
How about to spend your Christmas, right, with the Cranks? It'd be nice.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? Maybe you guys can get together. All right, and then this is interesting. This is a sort of a zap. This is from Nick DiPaolo, who got in touch with me, and he said, I just got back from a trip to Maui, Hawaii, with my family. On our way to the airport yesterday, we had to stop at Target for some last-minute travel items. Walking into the store, I saw a license plate that had to be intentional, and he sent a picture of it, and I'll show it to you guys. This is a Hawaiian license plate. It says MMR 933.
Wow.
And he said,
Hawaiian license plate?
I had an immediate moment of excitement, and I wish that I could find that fellow listener and to tell them immediately that they've been seen and to rock and roll. So here's a picture. I'm going to show it to you guys here in the studio.
That is crazy.
And they said, Nick said, however, I was on a strict timeline, and I'm sure they would have been more excited than me to know that someone from their home had found them. Either way, I thought maybe you could use all of your superpowers to find this listener through the radio waves and community so that they know that they've been seen or zapped. I love listening to you guys. Rock on. Have a great week. Aloha from Nick DiPaolo. So I thought that. All right.
Yeah.
That is to the Hawaiian listener who has the plate MMR 933. I don't know if it's intentional or not. If it's not, that's one hell of a coincidence.
I refuse to believe it's not by intent. And of course, Hawaiian parking lots are gorgeous.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah.
If that is you, if they have this license plate, then more than likely they will podcast or stream.
You would assume, right?
Reach out to us and let us know. And we have a picture of your car to verify the validity of you. Okay. All right. Let's now do the bizarre file.
WMMR presents
presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Got a couple of stories. We're going to start with a local one. Just days before students were set to return to North Penn High School for their summer break, a swarm of honeybees unexpectedly took over one of the classrooms. On Monday, they discovered an estimated 10,000 bees buzzing inside of 2 classrooms. One of the district's facility staff members, who is also a beekeeper, was able to remove the bees. However, the complete removal of the hive presents a more significant challenge. Bees! The school opened as planned yesterday without incident. The full removal of the bees, though, is expected later this week. Liberty Bell Beekeeping will be planning to come out at the end of the week. They had to remove an exterior brick wall from the building to access the hive, and they're anticipating 40 to 60,000 bees in the cavity.
So when they work their way in there, and a lot of times you'll see this, you reported stories about this where they literally have to dismantle the wall because they get in there.
Yep, the bees entered the school through a weep hole, which is a small opening in the brick that is designed to prevent water damage by allowing excess water to escape. The bees built a hive within the wall and made their way into the classrooms through the ceiling.
They're amazing. They really are.
Yeah. But you heard that kid walk into his class.
Little
and then
kid.
all of a sudden, on the way to...
bees! Yeah, he's a bigger kid. He's been held back a few times.
So they'll get him later this week. Speaking of school, here's another story that has to do with that. A TV news helicopter in New York spotted a boy who had been reported missing, but who was actually up on the roof of his New York City building playing hooky. The 9-year-old left his Brooklyn apartment around 7 a.m. Thursday, but didn't show up to school. The boy's parents called police, who put out a description of the missing child, including the orange tie that he was wearing. The CBS station sent a helicopter to the scene.
You were in that helicopter, and you were nothing but a chameleon, lemon-headed, coward, terrorist, and I'm after you, buddy.
He's yelling up to the helicopter.
He gets pissed at the guy.
Yeah, another child that was held back, by the way. But no, it was reporter Dan Rice was in the helicopter and spotted the boy
in that helicopter
on the rooftop of his family's building. Rice said, as my pilot, Eric Ross, and I were circling around the building, we came across a person sitting in a chair on the rooftop. We zoomed into the camera, and it appeared to be the child that fit the description of the missing kid. And station employees called the police, and the helicopter crew hovered overhead until they arrived.
helicopter.
By the way, it looks like a nice rooftop that he's got going on there.
And he said he just packs up his computer and his book bag and goes off with the police officers. They looked back at our helicopter and gave us
You were in that helicopter.
a big thumbs up look and took the child down to his parents. A neighbor said that he had been on the roof drinking coffee and had seen the child playing with his iPad, but hadn't really thought anything about it. But how about that? They're looking everywhere for him. He was
right up on the roof.
Yep. All right, this is messed up, man. An Indiana man who conspired to poison his wife's Coca-Cola with various drugs, kill her, and marry her daughter, has been sentenced after entering a guilty plea. But the plot thickens as I tell you this story.
Like Coke syrup.
Alfred Roof who's 71 years old, pled guilty on Monday to aggravated battery, poisoning of a risk of death. It's a level 3 felony. So the charges against Ruff stem from several 2021 incidents where his wife was hospitalized and tested positive for several illegal drugs she said she didn't take. Ruff reportedly admitted to police that he was poisoning her in an attempt to kill her and marry her daughter. Ruff's wife first contacted police in January 2022 after her husband reportedly told her that he had been trying to kill her with poison. She said she'd been hospitalized 6 times over the past weeks with unexplained headaches, drowsiness, diarrhea, and more. The woman said that the hospital she tested positive for MDMA, cocaine, and benzodiazepines. However, she denied ever having used the drugs that were found in her system. While responding to Ruff and his wife's home, police reportedly heard Ruff say that he had indeed been spiking his wife's drink with the unknown substance given to him by his wife's daughter.
So the daughter was in on this.
The wife was able to provide police with a pill bottle full of the off-white powdery substance and a Coca-Cola can with an off-white residue.
How old was his daughter?
I don't know. While the wife was again taken to the hospital for a blood and a urine screening, Ruff was taken to the sheriff's department for an interview. After saying he understood his Miranda rights, he reportedly confessed to the crime. He told police how his wife's daughter from a previous marriage had given him a pill bottle with a white powder inside around 3 months ago. The daughter, who Ruff admitted he had been having sex with, reportedly told him to put the powder into his wife's drink. Ruff stated that the substance would then make his wife go to sleep for approximately 13 hours. And he stated that he would do this to eventually kill her. He reportedly explained that while he was having intercourse with one of the 2 women involved, the other woman would usually go through the house and steal his wife's personal items and would then reportedly pay the woman. He would reportedly pay the women for the sex acts.
What a wonderful arrangement.
The daughter
and it's all
reportedly
happening in your own house.
The daughter reportedly told Ruff that they should, quote, get mom out of the picture and inherit the life insurance policy. Ruff also claimed that the daughter would
You're good girls.
want to get married to him after they took care of his wife. At the time of Ruff's arrest, local police said that they were still investigating 2 other suspects connected to the case. However, no arrests have been made. How messed
That's
up
insane.
is that? All right, then one last story, and we will wrap it up. I think I want to end. Yeah, we'll end with this one. In Nebraska, Lincoln police were called to a vape shop on Saturday after a person called saying that there was a man there with a pair of scissors stuck in his head.
Jeez.
When
Now, do
officers,
these police actually dress like Lincoln?
when officers arrived shortly after 2 p.m., the 29-year-old man reported that he had gotten into an argument with 33-year-old Alyssa Rogers when she struck him in the head. The man thought he had been struck by the woman's fists. However, when he later went to the vape shop, he was informed that he had been stabbed with a pair of scissors.
Wow.
He did not know they were sticking out of his head.
Wow.
Man was taken to a local hospital for non-life-threatening injuries. Rogers was arrested for second-degree assault and use of a weapon to commit a felony.
Remember that story you had years ago where a guy was literally walking down the street, I think it was in Manhattan, and people were pointing and saying, you have a knife in your head.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yep. And that is all I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. Yes.
I may have a name for the driver of the vehicle in Hawaii. So I have a guy who rides on my cycling team and Marcus's cycling team, and his name is Vince Strasser. He says that we do have a rider, someone who rides on our team, who lives in Hawaii. So there's a possibility that maybe this is the vehicle of one Chris Sapsis.
Okay.
But he lives in Honolulu. Where was the where was that
Maui.
car? Is it okay?
No, Honolulu's on Oahu.
Okay.
Different island.
Damn it. All right.
So
No.
I was hoping
Maybe
that
he
would be
drove
the
his
case.
car to another island.
Maybe he
Yeah,
did.
that makes the most sense.
All right. Anyway, just a reminder, a couple of things going on today. Nick McElwain is going to be at Planet Fitness in Downingtown from 4 to 6 p.m. It's the grand reopening. There's all kinds of specials. In fact, you get your first month for free if you sign up today when you join him. And Marissa, tonight will have your chance to win a trip on the Preston and Steve Clearwater Takeover trip with Philly Sports Trips. You just need to go to the PJ Willihan's in Maple Shade, and Marissa will be hanging out from 5 to 7 p.m. tonight, so make sure you stop by or see her and get signed up while you are there. We'll take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. Stay with us, please.
To a robe, but they are officially licensed Harry Potter pajamas, and so I am a Gryffindor, and that's why I'm
Mr. Potter, what happened to your head?
You have taken the online quiz to find out which house you belong in.
Yeah, I'm a Gryffindor.
Oh, you did? Okay,
So Pottermore was a great website. I don't think it actually exists anymore, which is too bad. But yeah, I mean, I've been in the Harry Potter universe for a really long time. I think I got into it maybe when the third book came out. And Steve, I love the movies as well, but the books really do add layers and levels and these just the intricacies to this universe, and it's why people keep coming back to it, because there's so much to read, there's so much to rediscover, and maybe you didn't even notice it the first time around.
And not only has Nick worn his pajamas, but he brought in his wand, and so did Steve.
Yes, I did.
And you guys both got those at Universal Studios?
This was a gift for me from Universal Studios, yeah. So my friend that went and knew how much I loved Harry Potter and brought it back for me.
And you haven't been there?
I have not yet, no.
Oh, my God!
I know.
You've got to go. It's incredible.
I did a couple of the tours in London, which were amazing. But yes, I absolutely have to get to Universal.
That's the only thing I know about Harry Potter is that the rides were fun at Universal.
Right.
Literally.
Kathy, it is a whole world. I went to Ollivanders. You did as well, Preston. On your recommendation.
My daughter got a wand fitting there.
And yes, and when you go around the town, the wand activates certain things in
that's
town,
cool.
which
Yeah.
is awesome.
Yeah.
I've been to both. I've been in the one in California and in Orlando, and they are outstanding.
I gotta go.
You won't, if you're a fan,
it's real.
You're going to cry.
That
It's
world
real.
is real.
All right.
Some of the people that sent in submissions said that when they got there, then they saw the Hogwarts castle, it brought them to tears.
I believe
that's how moving it is, yeah.
All right. And by the way, Harry Potter fans are adorable. Look at these guys here this morning. contestants.
Preston and Steve present Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts.
As Nick had said, we had loads and loads and loads of entries, but going through, we've got to narrow it down to 2. And I'm sure that there are people that are incredibly well-versed, but we only have room for 2 people in our studio. And so that's how we're doing it, to have these 2 competitors battle it out. Mano a mano. All right, so let's meet our contestants, and we'll read the emails that we got from them. We're going to start with this one. It says, dude, I grew up with HP and obsessed. I was born in 89, so I was right out of the same age as Harry, right around the same age as Harry and his compadres, or his comrades, it says, as the books were released and they made their way through Hogwarts, ultimately not returning for education in year 7 as the Dark Lord has by that point been hit full strength, obviously. I have lightly reread parts of the books since childhood, but made it my goal to reread all 7 books once I finished grad school, Master of Public Administration at Penn State, woot woot. My husband bought me a Gryffindor blanket, a book of spells as a grad gift as well, and I graduated in December 2020 and finished the books last month. Literally, the best books I've ever read, and I have no idea how to move on from them. It's really just a story about friendship and the power of love. True. I was brought to tears in books 5, 6, 7, and would say that my favorite books are 3 and 6. 7 is also just absolutely epic. My next goal is to rewatch the full versions of the movies. I went to Universal Studios California back in 2017 and wore a Harry Potter costume to Hogwarts. For the above reasons, I would say I am the Harry Potter expert. It's about both knowledge and sheer passion for the story. The most epic tale ever told. Please welcome Steph Rosenblum to the show. Hi, Steph. How you doing? Oh, wait. Your microphone is not working. Let me try that again. Go ahead.
I am so happy to be here.
Yay. Steph, where are you from?
I'm from Central New Jersey, Hopewell Township, right across the river from Bucks County.
It does exist.
Okay, so is that north-south Jersey or south-north Jersey?
Right in the armpit of the Delaware River.
There you go. All right, I want to ask you, Steph, because Steph is wearing a shirt that's got all 4 houses on it, but it says Hogwarts on it. She's also wearing a robe. She brought her owl. Is that Hedwig?
It's Hedwig.
Nice. And tell me about your glasses.
They are round glasses.
Are they prescription?
They are not prescription.
Okay.
They are just merely for this competition. Yeah.
They look great.
And social events.
Nice. So you recently reread all the books.
I did, yes. It was my goal, and I still don't know how to move on. Interestingly, while rereading the books, I was also rewatching Lord of the Rings extended version. So I was in quite the wizarding world.
Well, there's the amount of minutia, the amount of stuff to keep track of, but I mean, that's the books, the extended movie versions of the original Harry Potter, of the movies, and a lot of times they're tacking on an additional half hour, 40 minutes.
Yeah. Which character do you identify with the best?
Wow,
Or
which
most?
character? Probably Luna Lovegood.
Okay.
She says whatever's on her mind. People kind of think she's weird, but once they get to know her, they realize she has a heart of gold, and she's actually very important to the story and to Harry's success in defeating Voldemort.
I love that. Great answer. All right, that's Steph. Our next contestant writes, I was hooked on the series the first time I read Sorcerer's Stone and bawled my eyes out the day after my 11th birthday when I didn't get my invitation to attend Hogwarts for the upcoming school year. I read the series countless times as a child and still reread my favorites every year. I read the series countless times. Nope, I read that part already. Let me go back to this. And I reread the story every year, every Christmas, to get in the holiday spirit. Growing up, my family and I went to the premiere screening of the latest movie, and what started as my obsession turned into full-out family affair as I got the rest of my family hooked on the magic of the Harry Potter universe. We traveled to Universal Studios' Wizarding World of Harry Potter when I was 19, and I remember seeing the top of the Hogwarts castle and instantly burst into tears. I can definitely recite every movie from start to finish, and I'm always the go-to person when someone has a question about their Harry Potter timeline or whether or not Snape really was a good guy. For years, my friends and I would watch the full 8 movies in a marathon event. We would bake snitch cake pops, craft sorting hat cupcakes, and brew our very own butterbeer, all while playing Harry Potter trivia and discussing our favorite moments from the series. There really is something special about the magic that J.K. created, and I would love to put my knowledge to the test. Gang, welcome Lauren DiStefano.
Love it.
Hi, Lauren. How you doing?
I'm good.
All right, so tell us a little bit about you. Where are you from?
I'm from Downingtown, Pennsylvania.
From Downingtown, Pennsylvania. What do you do?
I work at a law office now.
Oh, really?
There you go.
Okay, nice.
You can employ spells in changing a witness's testimony. You bring up something that I thought was really cool, and I think of it this the same way. For some reason, I perceive Harry Potter, the movies, as Christmas time fare.
Every single movie has a Christmas scene.
Right. And so it's always applicable. Yeah, no.
And so, Lauren, how long have you been listening to the Preston and Steve show?
Probably my whole life. My parents are Y100 listeners, and we had
nice.
like the CDs, and I was like, oh, that's the only station is Preston and Steve. So I just didn't know.
We were our own station, the Preston and Steve station.
So you're wearing a Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry shirt this morning, and you're wearing some funky-looking glasses.
Yes,
what are
they
those?
Luna Lovegood's glasses.
Those are Luna Lovegood's glasses.
Oh, wow.
So she can see everything.
Okay, that's beautiful. And would I had asked Steph who she identified with, and she said Lovegood. What about you?
I think, my favorite character is Sirius. I love him so much. I love his arc of being the villain to the good guy, but never getting the redemption of it. But everyone who loves and knows him knows he was the good guy.
You mean Severus?
No, Sirius.
Oh, Sirius. Oh, Sirius Black. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Okay,
out
right.
of prison, and everybody's like, and then he finally, at the very end, they're like, oh, yeah, he was a good guy all along.
Okay.
Wow.
I just loved him.
Oh, you guys are the real deal.
Well, we're going to put you to the test, guys. All right. Are you ready to get this underway?
Ready.
All right.
Ready.
Let's test your. We have. You guys are going to be buzzing, and I'm going to explain the rules. But let's just test your bells and see how it sounds. Steph. That's Steph's bell, and this is Lauren's bell. So a little bit of a different tone to each, so we can tell the difference, and we should be able to hear that. Okay. All right. Let's get this underway and tell you guys how we're going to be rolling this out for Battle of the So-Called Experts. There are 3 rounds, and they increase in difficulty. We will begin with the easiest questions, and they will be worth 1 point each. There are 4 questions per round.
Okay.
Second round, the questions are worth 2 points. And the third round, the questions are worth 5 points. So even if you're behind going into the third round, it can really change, and you can end up winning because of the difficulty level. Now, I will ask you a question. You have to buzz in to answer. If you get that question correct, you get points. Now, here's what I want you to keep in mind. If you buzz in while I'm asking the question, and I haven't finished the question yet, I will stop, and you will have to answer based only on what I've said so far. If you're incorrect, your opponent will get to hear the rest of the clue and also answer that question, and they get a benefit because they'll hear your incorrect answer. They'll hear the rest of the clue and might have a better shot at getting that. So keep that in mind as I ask the questions, whether or not you're ready to buzz in. And by the way, we will have a tiebreaker if necessary. If we have a tie at the end of the game, we'll have a tiebreaker question that is ready to go. And the winner gets our porcelain Tri-Wizards Cup here this morning. Gorgeous. It's actually a bi-Wizards Cup because we only have 2 Wizards in the studio this morning. But that is from our friend Eva, who created this. She is the ceramic studio manager at the Wayne Art Center.
She's so talented. She's so incredible. She recently had an art opening out in Westchester at Westchester University. Eva's a great artist and a really cool person. She actually submitted to be in this contest because she loves Harry Potter so much. But when she wasn't selected, she made this trophy for us instead.
That was very cool. And you can check out our Instagram account. We'll make sure we post that. It's at arts.by.eva. If you want to take a look. So thank you, Eva Hozinez. Is that how you say her last name? Hozinez.
Yeah, she's awesome.
Thank you, Eva. All right, we are ready to get the battle underway.
Oh, boy.
Let's begin. All right. Let's get Steph and Lauren in place. Hands by your buzzers, by your bells, I should say.
Are we doing practice questions first, or are we just getting right to it?
You know what? All right, I'll do a practice question just so you know what it's like to buzz in. And by the way, the questions are difficult. I'm currently reading, and I've seen all the movies. Be here tomorrow. I thought it might be nice to go ahead and do the connoisseur today.
Connoisseur, early edition, Labor Day weekend edition.
Exactly.
It's an edition.
There's an edition with holidays and earlies and all kinds of things.
Do you think not most people, but a lot of people, I assume, try to take Friday off as well if they can. If they have Monday off as well, right? Do a 4-day weekend if you have the ability.
The available, if they have the available days off, why not?
Because this is everyone sort of burns up vacation time, or that's the way we try to do it, and because we're going to do the long run all the way to the holidays, and there's a lot coming up.
Yep. All right, so first order up. Let's get into
got
this.
his own bell.
Do I play the music again?
No, it's okay.
Okay, all right.
It's I'm already into it. Well, some people cannot imagine going out to a meal alone. Solo dining is definitely having a moment. Some folks think that it would be too awkward, but it turns out more people are trying it these days. Just over half of Americans plan to dine alone this year, according to research that was done from Open Table and Kayak. Sorry.
How was your dining alone game? I used to do it when I was certainly doing stand-up. I would do it, often. And I could do it no problem. What about you?
Yeah, I don't mind it at all. From time to time, it's actually kind of nice.
Yeah.
Yep.
I actually was I'm glad that this is your first story because I ate breakfast all by myself we were off on Monday, right?
You were in a restaurant?
I went to a restaurant, went to Miss Marty's Deli, sat down, and I thoroughly enjoyed myself. And I was having this thought about, I used to feel bad for people that were eating by themselves. But I've eaten by myself so many times,
You're
and
like,
I'm
I don't feel bad for them anymore.
No, this is the best. It's the best. I just throw my earbuds in. I listen to some music.
I wonder what Ryan Gosling's doing.
I think I go back and forth on it. I remember there was a time where I was like, I would never. What would be the point of going out to eat if there's not someone else there? Then I went to a point where I was like, okay, I do I don't mind being alone. And same thing, Case, you would always feel bad for those people and think well, what's their story? Why are they by themselves?
Eleanor Rigby over there.
But now now I feel like I'm going back. I don't know that I would go out to eat by myself now.
There's a great overlooked movie that Steve and I love, Steve Martin movie called The Lonely Guy.
Yeah.
And Steve Martin, on a couple of occasions, he's single. He's an older guy, he's single, and he would walk into a restaurant, and then a spotlight would hit him, and everybody would know. So he found out the way to avoid any embarrassment is to bring a notepad and a pencil and to pretend he was a food critic. And so
that's great.
He would take a bite and then he would make a little note.
Yeah.
That's
awesome.
It was a great bit.
I think this has two aspects to it, or let's say one dividing aspect, which would be, pre-cell phone, pre-iPad, pre-something to look at.
to do.
And I used to go and just read. I'd bring a magazine or whatever, or, as I was eating my meal. Now there's a bit more of an opportunity because so many people are in with other people, but kind of by themselves looking at screens, that it's sort of easier, I think.
Now, this wouldn't be considered a meal, but some people go to coffee shops by themselves and will
use the Wi-Fi,
get some work done or read or whatever and just hang out for a little bit. I wouldn't qualify that.
I don't think it's the same.
Quantify that exactly.
Could you sit down to it like a full meal at a restaurant by yourself?
But just over half Americans plan to dine alone this year. That number is even higher for younger folks, with 65% of Gen Z and 63% of millennials planning to dine solo this year. So the online reservation site and the travel app together pooled their data based on reviews and reservation stats to come up with the cities that may make those on their own feel less awkward asking for a table for one. So these are the best U.S. cities for dining solo. Number one is Washington, D.C., followed by Boston, Chicago, Atlanta, Salt Lake City. Number 6 is Tampa, and then right after that is Philadelphia.
There you go.
Pennsylvania.
You don't need friends.
You don't need friends in Philly. That should be
You don't need friends in Philly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then Seattle.
You had a friend in Philly.
Los Angeles, and New York is last, actually, New York City, which I found surprising. But
also in very densely populated cities, you go into a restaurant in New York, everyone's right on top of each other.
Yeah.
It looks weird if you're eating up a table by yourself.
Yeah, I guess so. But I mean, and all
you should
of
be able
these,
to rent people to sit with.
All of these are, large,
like rideshare
cities, and so you've got lots of different dining options. Obviously,
there should be a rack like a people like the bicycles are laid out, press like a businessman or somebody, and you just you look interesting.
By the way, speaking of just dining in general, I yesterday Rochelle and I hit a drive-through real quick, and it was Chick-fil-A. So you have the regular drive-through, and then you have the pre-order drive-through. And for the first time that I've seen, the regular drive-through was like less than half the size of the pre-order drive-through.
Huh.
Yeah, I was surprised.
So the pre-order is supposed to be the one that's the more expeditious, right?
Yeah, we blew everybody away.
Wow.
So it as that gets more popular, it's going to be the reverse.
You needed to eat because the plan was to have sex in the car, correct?
Yes. Yeah, we had to eat quickly.
I think Chick-fil-A's gotten better with their drive-through, but I still feel like their order ahead is pretty flawed.
Okay,
like you
pretty
order
flawed.
ahead and you still have to wait. You know what I mean? I don't like that.
Well, maybe too many people are doing it. And I think that's what maybe some of these restaurants that are using that haven't anticipated as of yet. Maybe they'll figure it out.
They should offer a I'm not eating here option, a drive-through.
No, what they do is you order ahead, right? And then you have to let them know when you're there. So now you've ordered ahead, and now then you get to the parking lot, and then you had to hit a button again to say that you're there, which to me sort of indicates they haven't started your order yet.
Well, yeah, because they're prepping.
you?
They're prepping for the volume at the time, and then that way you still get fresh or warm food. It's not coming out cold. They're not prepping it prior to you getting there.
But like that's on you, right? Like if I'm going to order 15 minutes ahead and then show up.
So they're prepping the volume.
Right.
So
he's saying that at the time that you order, it's on the person who's ordered the food to be there in a prompt fashion.
Whether they get cold food or
whether they get cold food or not.
And I agree with that.
Yeah.
So like if I'm doing whether it be whatever remote app, I know, here I'm going to time it out and I'll get to it at this time and the food will be warm. It's up to me.
Yeah.
That's me.
Well, even on the Dunkin' app, right? When you order on the Dunkin' app and it knows your location and it's like, hey man, you're like 15 minutes away. Do you want to order this later? And I'm like, no, I'll order it right now.
Oh.
And yeah.
Okay, interesting.
We cool.
Well, the Philadelphia ranked 7th on this as best city to dine alone.
I like to hear that.
It's kind of nice. All right, we're going to play a movie clip and see if we can identify it. It is they're not over yet?
They're coming over.
Okay. So we'll play a movie clip.
You're in that helicopter.
that has to do. He does mention a lemon in that.
He does, yes.
So it has to mention.
It does have a food clip.
It has to mention food somewhere within the clip, and we've got clips. If you can identify what movie this is from, we have a prize for you. Here we go.
Brinkley is my dog. He loves the streets of New York as much as I do.
Although he likes to eat bits of pizza and bagel off the sidewalk, and I prefer to buy them.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. If you know what movie that's from, call now. Order up. I'm going to talk to you about waffles for a second.
Waffles.
I saw an article about waffles just in general. This isn't necessarily a news story, but if you were curious about waffles, I'm going to fill you in on the deets. The word waffle comes from the Dutch waffle spelled W-A-F-E-L, which means wafer.
Yeah, okay.
All right, so waffle means wafer. But what exactly is a waffle? Leavened, that means it has yeast in it, batter or dough cooked between two metal plates of a waffle iron until it's golden brown. The metal plates are patterned to give the waffle its characteristic size, shape, and surface impression. And there are many variations based on the type of waffle iron and recipe used. Waffles are eaten throughout the world, particularly in Belgium, France, Netherlands, Germany, Poland, Hungary, Scandinavia, and the United States, with over a dozen regional varieties in Belgium alone.
Belgian waffles are considered some of the best, some of your best waffles.
Yeah.
I'm making waffles.
Waffles originated in the Middle Ages.
I would not have thought that.
When bakeries began producing communion wafers for church services.
All right, I'm an idiot. When were the Middle Ages?
About 20 years ago.
Okay. All right, well, then that makes sense.
I couldn't give you a number on it, Case.
Okay.
Nick would know better than I would, but we'll come up with that in a second here. But
15th century.
500 AD to 1500 AD.
Nice.
So, yeah, good
About
stretch.
1,000 years.
Obviously, they quickly left the church arena and became a popular street food. The word waffle first appears in the English language in 1725.
It is hard to have a waffle for a passerby.
And waffles take flour and cream. Apparently, it is derived. Well, I already said it was derived from the Dutch, but it was written in 1725 saying that waffles take flour and cream.
Wouldst my lady like a waffle?
King Charles IX.
Gently placed upon her pierced tongue.
King Charles IX of France enacted the first waffle legislation.
I'm called you here today for waffle legislation.
In 1560.
He's clearly insane.
In order to settle disputes between vendors of early waffles.
So it was that common a food where you had people kind of warring against each other. Correct?
Yep.
Yeah. I love a waffle. I love a waffle sans syrup. Yeah.
Eggo waffles were first introduced in 1953, by the way.
Oh, my God. I thought it was later than that.
During the 18th century, when there were shortages of flour waffles, they were made out of potatoes.
Potato waffles.
Should be like waffle fries.
You know, yeah. Oh, yeah. Or like a potato lucky.
Yeah, exactly. Or I think, didn't we try that? Didn't we make... I
think we did.
We took hash browns and made them in a waffle iron. I've seen that before.
Yeah.
Those are good.
Yeah, I feel like you did that right here.
I think so.
Yeah.
So Americans first, by the way, 50% of American households eat frozen waffles. Not a big frozen waffle fan.
No?
When the Eggo came on the scene, or when you were introduced to them, like for school and stuff like that prior, they had their purpose.
I mean, they get the job done. They'll get the job done.
They're not like
it's not a great waffle.
It is not a great waffle.
Yeah.
You don't tell it that because you don't want to hurt its feelings.
I can't get Eggos at my house anymore because they just go so fast.
Okay.
And the kids will eat them. They'll just take them right out of the freezer. They won't even put them in the toaster. They'll just eat them like that.
Okay. Frozen?
Frozen, yeah.
Wow.
Like a wafsicle.
Yeah.
Americans first met the Belgian waffle in 1962 at the World's Fair.
Nice to meet you.
Served up by Maurice and Rose Vermersch of Belgium. Belgian waffles were topped with whipped cream and strawberries.
What are your thoughts on waffles and ice cream?
Oh, yeah.
Good stuff.
Right? Pretty good, yeah.
I like a waffle cone.
So, and this is an interesting thing that has to do with our state, and never would have guessed this.
Did we invent the waffle?
Nope, but chicken and waffles.
Yes.
We did.
What?
Really? I would have thought that was a Southern dish.
First appeared in Pennsylvania Dutch country during the 17th century, I'm sure. It doesn't say that here. During this time, cooks made waffles topped with pulled chicken and gravy. In 1938, a different version of the combination appeared in Harlem, New York at the Wells Supper Club, known as Wells to the regulars.
Everyone's enjoying their waffles and chicken.
This was a favorite of late-night musicians who arrived too late for dinner and too early for breakfast, so chicken and waffles was the perfect compromise.
I'm a fan myself.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
I love that idea. All right. So just a little bit of a background on waffles.
From high top the waffle room, we're all enjoying our chicken and waffles.
Here's something Nick pulled up about waffles. Have you ever heard of a Stroop waffle before?
I have not.
Yep, I have them.
So Rochelle would get them at Costco. And they are these thin, crunchy waffle wafers, Steve. And in between them, they're stuck together with caramel.
Have you ever seen them
if you want.
Oh,
made fresh?
I've seen them. I don't think I've ever had them.
They are really good.
I want them now.
Yeah, I on Instagram I've seen reels of people making them fresh. I guess maybe in Dutchland. And
Dutchatonia?
Yeah, Dutchatonia. And these waffles are so thin, and the fact that they're able actually to cut them in halves, basically spatchcock it in order to put the stuff in the middle is pretty
They cut
wild.
it in half?
Yeah. So like
Interesting.
what you see was once one
Whole
thing,
waffle,
one
yeah.
whole waffle, and then they
Interesting.
basically slice it in half.
I'm looking at it now.
You know what I'm still a sucker for, man?
What?
Waffle House waffles.
Yes.
They're pretty straight ahead, but man, they do them right. They're not.
Did
they're
you
not.
just have
they're
them
not all
recently?
that thick. No, not recently. Every time I go to Florida,
Okay.
I go to Waffle House.
Is Waffle House can you be a franchisee?
Yeah, I
Because
think
maybe
so.
we just need to open one here because they're
just let it happen.
Yeah, open our own
Just
Waffle
let
House.
it happen.
So, Case, you're right. You're right. He's splitting that waffle, which is really more like a pancake. It looks like it doesn't
Yeah.
look like a standard waffle.
in half. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hands of a surgeon.
All right, let's see if someone knows what movie this clip is from. We ready?
Yep.
All right.
Brinkley is my dog. He loves the streets of New York as much as I do.
Although he likes to eat bits of pizza and bagel off the sidewalk, and I prefer to buy them.
All right, we are going to go to Goldie to see if we have an answer here. Hi, Goldie. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? Goldie, what movie is that?
You've got mail.
Yes, you did. That's correct. Hang on the line because here's what we have for you.
You have a pair of tickets for an advanced screening of Beetlejuice, Tuesday, September 3rd. That's going to be at 7 p.m. at the PFS East Theater in Center City. The ghost with the most is back. Michael Keaton returns as the trickster demon in legendary filmmaker Tim Burton's Beetlejuice, only in theaters September 6th.
Next food clip for you. Here we go.
Okay, what do you want?
Cheerios.
Cheerios. They don't got Cheerios. What else?
Lasagna.
Lasagna? What the hell's the matter with you? We'll take hotcakes and sausage.
Sorry, sir. We stopped serving breakfast.
What are you talking about? We're 4 seconds late.
No, you're 30 minutes and 4 seconds late. We stopped serving breakfast at 10:30.
Ah, horse!
All right.
Wait, I have a question about that clip after we get the answer.
All right. 215-263 WMMR. Call if you know the answer. Order up. Wait, stop the music. Stop it right here. Actually, it's time for the fast food roundup. I figured it would be opportune since obviously that clip takes place in McDonald's. So I have 2 fast food stories to share with you in this one segment. After months of anticipation, McDonald's is finally introducing the Big Arch. It is their biggest burger to date. It was first announced for plans to introduce the Big Arch at its annual investor meeting in December of last year in response to overwhelming customer demand for the heartier burgers that are both flavorful and affordable.
Yeah.
This long-anticipated edition was originally being test run in select countries. Now it is available in select countries, fully available in Canada and Portugal. And here's what it is. 2 quarter-pound, 100% Canadian beef patties, 3 slices of cheese, crispy onions, pickles, lettuce, and a new tangy sauce. So 2 quarter-pound burgers.
Half a pound of beef.
It's a bigger one. In Canada, a Big Arch meal with a drink and fries is about $12.59. That's about $9 in the U.S. And while it may not be available in the United States yet, McDonald's plans to learn from the test launches before expanding its availability.
My guess is this would be a cool premium thing to roll out here.
Absolutely.
I don't know why we do. Who the hell knows? But it specifically has to be Canadian beef.
Well, that's the way it's served now.
Okay,
I don't know.
all right, yeah.
No, but that's the way they're serving it in Canada. That's the way it's described. Right? You don't want Canada beef?
No, I was just wondering if it had to be specifically Canadian beef.
Maybe it's made of moose,
right?
Yeah. And then but I'm.
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
That would be too much of a burger for me.
Half a pound of beef?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be too much.
Just eat your Canadian moose.
But there are plenty of people I think that would be on board for trying that.
If you're a slob.
So is it 1 patty? Is that what you're saying? Or is
No,
it
2.
It's 2. They already have that. It's a double quarter pounder. They already have a double quarter pounder.
All right, but this has crispy onions, 3 slices of cheese,
Canadian cattle,
pickles, lettuce, and a new tangy sauce.
All right.
And then, in a rare move for the fast casual chain, Chipotle is testing out a new protein option, Chipotle Honey Chicken. Now, this will be in select locations as well, Nashville and Sacramento for now. The new protein is a limited time offer, and if it's well received, it may be rolled out to more locations.
They already have 2 types of chicken to choose from, do they not? There's like a regular grilled chicken and then like an arroyo chicken. I can't remember what the name of it is.
Maybe, but this one is a honey chicken.
You're just popping my balloons all over the place.
No, I'm not trying to pop. I'm just saying that's a 3rd chicken option.
I didn't know. I actually just thought you got chicken.
The sweet and spicy chicken is marinated with smoked adobo peppers, seasoned with Mexican spices, and finished with honey to appeal to the growing popularity of spicy flavors.
Spicy.
Sweet and spicy.
Sweet and spicy.
Spicy.
Although
I
the
like
chain
speed.
I like spicy.
is known
Why
for
not sweet?
its simple menu options and usually doesn't offer limited time specials. Chipotle says innovating is a key priority. And they plan to roll out new options a couple of times a year to see how customers react. So we'll see about that. All right, movie clip. Let's see if you know what this is.
Okay, what do you want?
Cheerios.
Cheerios. They don't got Cheerios. What else?
Lasagna.
Lasagna? What the hell's the matter with you? We'll take hotcakes and sausage.
Sorry, sir. We stopped serving breakfast.
What are you talking about? We're 4 seconds late.
No, you're 30 minutes and 4 seconds late. We stopped serving breakfast at 10:30.
Ah, horse!
All right, let me go to Ted. Hey, Ted, good morning.
How you doing?
Good. Ted, what movie is it?
It's got Big Daddy.
Big Daddy. Yeah. Correct, buddy. Hang on the line. We got a prize for you, friend.
We got a pair of tickets for an advanced screening of Beetlejuice, Tuesday, September 3rd at 7 p.m. at PFS East Theater in Center City. The ghost with the most is back. Michael Keaton returns as the trickster demon in legendary filmmaker Tim Burton's Beetlejuice, only in theaters September 6th.
Who's the actress that plays the McDonald's cashier?
Oh, man. McDonald's cashier? I don't remember.
Is that Aubrey Plaza?
I don't know.
Been a
Is this
long
something like that?
I don't know the answer.
she's too young.
I was asking.
Yeah.
It can't be her.
Been a long time since I've seen Big
know.
Daddy. so-
Yeah.
But you remember her being a
No, I just
remarkable person?
No. I wanted to know who it was because she sounds so familiar and she's in something.
All right, we'll give it a second. Nick has pulled up the actual clip, and maybe we can, by
Identify her.
seeing her, we can ID her. If not, we'll look up the credits and see if they have McDonald's.
Wait for the
cashier
9-minute ad.
listed. It's over now.
Oh, no.
I don't recognize her at all. Yeah.
She's an African-American actress.
Yep, but she doesn't look familiar to me.
Sorry,
there are a couple of familiar actresses in the movie.
Yep.
but not this one.
Maybe
this
you're
is just a bit part, really quick. So
maybe you went to high school with her.
No, but I think she's in something that I watched. I think recently. I think it's her.
All right,
Is she?
And I guess she's probably
Yellowstone? Does she play Kevin Costner?
No, but I guess she's not listed. You know,
Okay.
it was such a small part. She's probably not listed on IMDb.
Oh, she is.
No,
We're
she-
gonna track it
All
down.
right, we'll try and figure it out. But I have another clip to play for you. Let's see if you know what movie this is from.
We're here for breakfast. We're having pancakes.
No, actually, I just came here to talk to your mom.
Great. She's having pancakes too. Come in.
All right, 215-263 WMMR. Call if you know. Next order up. McElhenney, the company behind Tabasco, is introducing its first Mexican-style hot sauce, Tabasco Salsa Picante.
Huh. My wife, Andrea, does not like Tabasco sauce, but she loves Mexican hot sauce. And I don't know why she doesn't like Tabasco sauce, but she loves like any picante sauce.
In general, her tolerance for hot, spicy food, is up there. Or
I don't
moderate?
get it. No, she loves hot and spicy food, but she doesn't care for Tabasco, and she loves like any
but it has more flavor. Tabasco, I
guess.
feel
What
like
does she
it's
think of
only-
spicy?
She's a fan of
word,
spicy.
right?
She likes Taki. She likes anything that's like a spicy food. But she doesn't like Tabasco.
I'm sorry, Case, what were you saying?
That Tabasco, I don't think it is packed with flavor. I think it's more of like a kick than anything else. Because I used to be a Tabasco guy. I guess like I mainly go to Frank's, but then there's that other one. I have breakfast on Monday morning. It's got the wooden ball top to it. You know what I'm talking about?
I think I know the one you're talking about.
Butt plug?
It's not butt plug.
Does it have a fish on the side of it?
No, you're talking about like Hank's.
Yes, I'm thinking of Hank's.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
This is
So
more.
you say Tabasco is more used to sort of just punch it up without
I
really
think
adding
so.
a taste to it?
Yeah.
All right.
The new addition to the lineup is designed to pair well with Tex-Mex food, tapping into the growing popularity of Latin cuisine in the U.S. Unlike the classic Tabasco sauce, Salsa Picante is described as rich, thick, and milder with a blend of paprika, oregano, and cumin.
So having gone to Texas a number of times and having real Tex-Mex and on near the border, it is phenomenal. So good. Mm-hmm. You know, it's just worlds different.
The product is expected to become a permanent part of the brand's offerings and will be available at Walmart and Amazon for a suggested retail price of $3.56. We have a few different hot sauces. I don't use hot sauce much, and I tell you, when I tell you that I've got hot sauce that has got to be 10 years old.
Really?
Probably.
So it's lost its kick.
I don't know. Hot sauce is one of those things that I think of as never going bad. You know what I mean?
For me, if I'm having Mexican, I'm putting Nutella on it.
Nutella?
Gotta have it.
Everybody's got their
for that
own.
hazelnut kick.
All right, let's see if you can identify what. By the way, we've identified the hot sauce, Casey.
Yes, sir.
Cholula?
Cholula.
Yeah.
Cholula.
All right. Here is the clip.
We're here for breakfast. We're having pancakes.
No, actually, I just came here to talk to your mom.
Great. She's having pancakes too. Come in.
All right, we'll go to Kelly. See if she knows. Hi, Kelly. Good morning.
Hey, what's up, bitches?
Yo, bitch. What movie's that from?
Practical Magic.
She's right.
I like that movie.
Nicole Kidman?
Yeah, the witches.
And Sandra Bullock?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, hang on the line, Kelly. Here's what we have for you.
We have a pair of tickets for the Barbecue, the Offspring, Hailstorm, Nothing More, The Warning, POD, Silver Tide, Sleep Theory, MMR's local shot artist, Jersey Calling, and the Preston and Steve side stage. That's going to be on Saturday, September 21st at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. And right now you can vote on our live band karaoke contestants or potential contestants. There's 51 to choose from. We got to narrow that down to 10. And you can go to WMMR.com for that.
All right, so Kathy, I have a potential update for you.
Okay.
I Googled who is the McDonald's person in Big Daddy, and the actress's name that comes up when you do that search is Samantha Brown. Samantha Brown that they pulled up on IMDb does not look like
No.
The one in Big Daddy,
No.
because that one's white and the girl is an African American in Big
Is
Daddy.
she that good an actress?
Well, I don't think so. You know what? I shouldn't judge.
Yeah.
I don't know for sure.
I thought you were black in that movie, honestly.
But maybe it's a different Samantha Brown. So, Kathy, do a deep dive
Okay.
on that and see if you can figure it out.
All right, I am.
All right. Let's have another clip. This is the last one we have, actually, today. 4 clips. Here is, let's see if you can identify what movie this is.
It's the Love Boat to Cuba, shuffleboard, and pineapples filled with rum. You know what they do? They put little paper umbrellas sticking out the top. So when it rains, it don't thin out the liquor.
All right, 215-263 WMMR. Let's even know. Order up, folks. All right, this is food and a social media trend, but not necessarily for consumption. TikTokers are now smearing garlic all over their faces, claiming that the do-it-yourself treatment helps to clear up breakouts quickly. And while we love a good beauty hack, this is not one to try at home, as experts warn this will not help acne and could even leave your skin looking worse.
TikTok is pissing me off with this stuff.
Yep.
These dumb things.
There's full of videos of beauty influencers rubbing cloves of raw garlic on their pimples, and while some swear by the results, dermatologists say that it can cause irritation or even chemical burns, which can leave behind post-inflammatory marks as well.
So here's what people are doing. They're just grabbing stuff around the house and they're throwing it up there. They're getting hits, so they're getting what they want, and they don't give a rat's ass about the garlic faces walking around with the the horrible skin conditions because they're rubbing it on their face.
They don't care.
They don't care
whether it's true or not. They just do it as a way, like you said, to gain attention.
Should we try to float one out? What did you say? What have we just been talking about? A food item that you
Tabasco.
Okay, so let's
rub Tabasco on our faces.
So let's get somebody who has a little bit. Let's get someone who is, it can't be us, but we'll have them endorse the notion of Tabasco, brushing your teeth with Tabasco sauce.
Or yesterday, we could have had from Romano's, you rub a Stromboli on your face.
Yeah. Right. Stromboli your face. So brush your teeth with Tabasco and the ultimate teeth whitener.
Shave your face with some Mace in the dark.
Should we call up intern Joe and see if he's available?
Oh, my
He's our hot
God.
sauce
Yeah, he
expert.
knows he's an expert.
Yeah.
All right, so according to dermatologists, applying garlic to the skin cannot clear your acne. While you don't want to apply raw garlic to your skin, eating it can be beneficial. Garlic is an excellent source of vitamin C, B6, and manganese. And selenium. A lot of people don't even know what that is.
Right.
And selenium as well. Yes, Kathy.
Do you want an update on Samantha Brown?
Yeah. Oh, my God. Yes.
All right. So it is not who I was thinking of.
What did you think it was?
Well, I don't know. I just know that there was a woman in a show that I watched that I thought was this person. It is not. So she basically, all she did was Big Daddy. She did Gone Fishing in 1990.
With
Danny Glover.
Yeah.
And then Homicide, Life on the Street in 1993. And then it also says she was in Veronica Mars in 2006 and 2007. She was on 2 episodes.
Okay.
So that is your Samantha Brown,
Thank
not
you.
to be confused with the other Caucasian Samantha Brown.
Thank you, Kathy. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
All right, so let's see if you can identify what movie this is from.
It's the Love Boat to Cuba, shuffleboard, and pineapples filled with rum. You know what they do? They put little paper umbrellas sticking out the top. So when it rains, it don't thin out the liquor.
All right, let me go to Sean. Hi, Sean. Good morning.
Good morning. It's batteries not included.
You're right. Batteries not included. That is the movie. Hang on a second.
I hated that movie.
Here's what we have for you.
You have tickets as MMR Rocks, Rob Zombie, and Alice Cooper, Freaks on Parade Tour 2024. And that's with special guest Ministry and Filter. Sunday, September 8th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster.
Was that Jessica Tandy in that clip?
Yeah, it was the little spaceships. And they
Yeah.
had like a baby spaceship.
Yeah, and they would like fix things around the house or something.
It was
I don't remember.
like Spielberg when he's on his game. It's great. It's a great blend of doesn't get too maudlin, but that was one of those like knock it off.
Okay. I have one more story. I think we don't have any more clips, but I got a story or two I can share. So we'll go with this. To help with the near universal experience of eating pizza while packing up your old house or moving into a new one, Pizza Hut has introduced a new innovative pizza box that transforms into a miniature table, making it easier to enjoy a moving day pizza without eating on the floor.
It's very smart.
It's like
as far as gimmicks go.
It's like Kramer's coffee table book that turns into a coffee table.
I haven't seen pictures or video of this as of yet. It's called the Moving Box Table. And Nick just pulled a video. Okay.
It's cute.
Yeah.
They should have one that turns into a hand truck.
Okay. It's designed to make the moving day pizza eating experience more dignified, and it's available for free with large carry-out pizzas at select Pizza Hut restaurants it says in Dallas, Charlotte, and Orlando.
Go to hell.
What is all of these different things are just test marketing these?
So during the moving process, and this might be a callback to an earlier thing we were talking about, Preston, if you're moving, sometimes you don't have a place to have sex. What if the box folded into a car that you could have car sex in?
Yeah, you could do that, car sex.
Yeah.
Or like the Olympic Village, they have the cardboard beds.
Cardboard beds.
They could do that. Maybe. This is cute. I like this. We're looking at a picture of it.
Pizza Hut. Is it Pizza Hut? Yeah, Pizza Hut. Yeah, Pizza Hut is credited with making pizza a go-to fast food in the United States.
They introduced it in the U.S. It was in the Foods That Made America or whatever,
Right,
Steve. I watched that episode. It was excellent.
It's amazing.
I had no idea. And I always thought that Pizza Hut is like came along later
After.
on or something like that. But apparently pizza was being served in like Little Italy in New York. But they were the ones that said, hey, you got something on your hands here that everybody can enjoy. And when pizza first, it was kind of a novelty food.
Absolutely.
Because there wasn't a lot of like communal, almost like a table or a family style restaurants that would just serve up all this food that everybody just dove in and ate, and you could eat it with your hands and stuff like that. Believe it or not, that was novelty back in the day.
It was,
eating with your hands.
Isn't that cool?
Did either of you guys think about Stromboli for the rest of the day yesterday? 'Cause
Yes.
I found that story to be so
It was
fascinating.
great. I got
really
a couple
cool.
of text messages from people who said, dude, the Stromboli guys were awesome.
It was so much fun.
They were.
Yeah.
And those Strombolis were delicious.
And I'm thinking, man, he knows Vince Papaya.
Right.
Why not? Why Stromboliable instead of Invincible?
There's a movie there, right,
Yeah,
Steve?
there's something.
All right.
I love it. All right, just one more story. Order up. The artist, Kid Cutie. Is it Cutie or Cootie?
I think it's
Cuddy.
Cuddy.
Cuddy?
Yeah.
God damn it.
I know. Dude, don't just
okay.
give up. It's the same with me.
I only know because my son's a big fan.
I thought it was a play off the word cutie. Cutie.
No, it's like his last name is pronounced Mescudi, and so that's
All right, well, that makes sense.
When you don't recognize the name, just say Kesha.
Kesha has a new release, but this one's for the kitchen. The rapper is bringing the nostalgia of his favorite childhood treat with the new Cuddy's Funnel Cake Mix.
Cuddy's Funnel Cake Mix.
Yeah, the limited edition box design features him and his dog Nino at the fair, which he loved doing as a kid growing up in the Midwest. And in addition to the mix, he's also created an oven mitt, dishware, and teas, which are all available on Kid Cudi's website while supplies last. But there is a funnel cake mix.
Funnel cake
that he has made.
All right.
It's by Bisquick, too.
Oh, nice.
I loved funnel cake. My appetite has changed quite a bit over the last couple of years when it comes to like sweets and stuff like that.
I think they're disgusting.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I had an
funnel cakes in general.
I had an experience where I was at Six Flags. My mom dropped me off. I spent all my money in the first hour.
Of course.
I was there.
Yeah.
Video games, whatever. And by the end of it, so it was one of those deals where I had a season pass, so she'd drop us off and leave us there for the day. And then we're waiting, and it was another hour or whatever before she was getting there. I was starving. I had like $1. I mean, I had like next to nothing left as far as money goes. And the only thing I could afford was a funnel cake. And I mean, I am famished. I have nothing in my stomach, fully empty. And I take that grease-laden, sugar-heavy.
That's what it is.
I ate it.
What it is.
It lasted about 10 minutes, and I puked it right back up.
Did you really?
Dude, yeah, it just did a number on me.
Man.
It was way too much for me to handle in a completely empty stomach. So since then, like I bristle at the idea.
That was like my experience with ziti.
Yeah.
Ziti did me dirty for decades until I had ziti again and then loved it.
Rochelle hates peaches.
Oh.
because do you remember when peach schnapps was really popular?
Yeah. Yep.
She drank too much of that one
much,
time.
yeah.
You can't stand the fruit, the smell of it, nothing.
Puts the image in your mind.
Yep.
I
It's
think
very
the only thing-
Pavlovian.
I think the only thing I really like about funnel cake is the powdered sugar that goes on top of it.
Baker sugar, right?
I guess so, yeah, or powdered sugar. Preston, do you think it was the amount of grease in it that made you sick?
I think so.
Do you think the
I think
6
it had to
quarts of
been.
grease? Do you ever see people, then they'll do it with the chocolate syrup on top of that
I
because
know.
it's not sweet enough?
I know.
Greg Giraldo does a great bit about stuff like that. And, want some Death by chocolate? I'll just jam it down your throat so you can die from dessert.
So the fact that it's submerged in grease, and it's just that it
deep
all
fried,
soaks into it. So, but I mean, listen, I can understand. There was a time I loved them. I thought they were,
It's an amusement park staple.
phenomenal. So, but if you are a fan, then Kid Cudi has his own brand of Bisquick funnel cake mix. All right, and that's all we have time for in the Connoisseur today. A Thursday edition, normally a Friday. If you're just tuning in, we're doing it today because we are off tomorrow. And that also means that we have our Word of the Week prize to be given away today. So you don't want to miss out on it. 3 letters that have no business being together are what the word is this week. So we'll get to it at the end of the show. We'll come back in just a moment, so make sure you stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Any one of these correct. All right. So, but that's, hey, I'm a neophyte compared to you guys. So let's try a very, very simple question and buzz in if you know the answer. What street do the Dursleys live on? Okay. So then we would go to Lauren for that answer.
Privet Drive.
That is absolutely correct. So that's just a test. And that is how it's going to work. So we can clearly hear the bells.
Yes.
We know who's in.
All right.
And we can decide who gets to answer the question. All right.
Wait,
here we
sorry.
go.
Did you say where their hands need to go?
They can hover.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hands can hover.
We covered that off air. So, all right, first question, stand by. Here we go. And these are the easy questions for 1 point. In Prisoner of Azkaban, Snape commands his students to turn to. All right.
394.
That is correct, Lauren. To which page? 394. 1 point for Lauren.
I'm keeping score, right?
That was excellent. Yes. All right. Next question. After Dumbledore's passing, he gives Harry the very first snitch that he ever caught. All right, we're going to go to Steph for that answer.
I open at the close.
She is correct. The rest of the question was, what was the sentence that appeared on the golden sphere?
Wow.
I open at the close.
These guys are good.
1 point each. Next question. What are the full names of the 4 Hogwarts house? All right, we're going to go to Lauren. Lauren.
Salazar Slytherin. Godric Gryffindor. Rowena Ravenclaw. And Helga Hufflepuff.
That is correct. Those are the full names of the 4 Hogwarts house founders. So far, all my questions asked have been buzzed in early on.
Yes, they have.
They're extremely confident. Now, these are the easiest of the questions. Final question in the first round. Harry Potter's birthday is July 31st. Which character was born one day? Let's go to Lauren.
Neville Longbottom.
That is correct. Born one day before him.
Oh my God.
And the total so far in round 1, Nick.
Lauren with 3, Steph with 1.
All right, 3-1.
3-1.
And these two are jumping in before every single, before I had a chance to finish every
They're
single
good.
question.
I mean, we have absolutely the best competitors you could possibly have.
Most definitely. All right, on to round 2. Right now, Lauren leads 3-1. Here's your next question. These are medium, and these are 2 points each. 2 points each. What is the name of Lavender Brown's rabbit?
Oh my God, that's literally the one pet I did not make a flashcard about.
Steph was doing flashcards.
Everyone else is.
You did flashcards?
Lavender Brown.
What is the name of Lavender Brown's rabbit? I'll give you guys about 5 more seconds to think about it.
Like flashcards for this contest?
Yes.
Yes! That's what a competitor looks like, Kathy.
High level flashcard.
I played Trivial Pursuit last night.
There you go.
Running through the cards.
Yes! These guys are serious.
All right, Kathy interrupted. So your 5 seconds starts now. Hold on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, they're not going to take a chance at it. It was Binky. Didn't know that. Doesn't even ring a bell, does it? Okay. Fair enough. Well, it's a good thing you didn't answer them.
Wow.
Next
Is
question.
there a deduction?
No.
No,
If you get it wrong, you're not penalized.
Yes. You're not penalized, but you do kind of give up a little bit of information to the other competitor. All right, next is, what is Hermione's boggart? Okay, let's go to Steph.
It's Professor McGonagall telling her that she failed her exams.
She got it! Nice! So that's 2 points.
Yes.
And that means it's all
tied up.
It's 3-3.
Yeah.
All right, third question from the medium round, round 2. What animals represent each of the houses? All right, we're going to go to Lauren.
For Slytherin, it's a snake. Ravenclaw, it's an eagle. Hufflepuff is a badger, and Gryffindor is a lion.
That's correct. 2 points for Lauren.
I want to hang with these guys.
I'm telling you, man, they are so much fun. All right, and then the last question for the medium round, round 2, is how many staircases are... Okay, let's go to Lauren.
142.
That's correct. Staircases are at Hogwarts. Wow. All right, Nick. Totals.
After round 2, Lauren's still in the lead with 7, but Steph not far behind with 3.
All right, and it doesn't matter because going into this round, the points really jump up, and each question is worth 5 points each.
Wow.
As we
really
go for the quest of the Tri-Wizards Cup. And Steph, look, everybody, these guys are bouncing up and down. They're all excited.
I'm worried if that lavender one. I'm like, I know. Do I know anything?
All right, Casey, here we go. Final round. The most difficult questions that we could come up with yet. And here, this is really going to find out what you know about the Harry Potter universe. Let's go with this one. In response to the treatment of house elves, Hermione... Oh, all right. We had Steph ring in first.
It's called SPEW, the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare.
That is
Those index cards paying off.
To finish it, Hermione founded an organization called SPEW. What does SPEW stand for? And she's correct. The Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. Well done. What's the point total, Nick?
Wow, with that correct answer, Steph has moved into the lead. It's now 8-7.
Oh, my God.
Okay.
1 point lead. All right, 2 more questions to go. Here we go. Get your hands by your button, or by your bell, I should say. What is Nearly Headless Nick's real name? Okay, we're going to go to Lauren. Lauren.
Nicholas Demimsey Pompsey? Something like that. I don't think I got it.
That's incorrect.
Yeah.
No. Okay. All right. So that means that, Steph, you can take a free guess no matter what. Even if you get it wrong, it's no big deal.
I know it starts with Sir Nicholas the rest of it.
All right. You guys aren't going to get that right. Sir Nicholas Demimsey Porpington.
You guys were all around
It's that
it.
name that you're like, Sir Nicholas, moving on. You don't read the full name.
It's so
British.
so many syllables, and
So
it's
British.
exactly.
That's a classic Harry Potter name, though.
This is the last question that we have here.
And it's anybody's game.
It's anybody's game right now. So this is in the past contests we've had runaways.
Yeah.
This time around, it's down to this last one. Here we go. Final question. On his 11th birthday, Dudley Dursley's parents take him and Harry to the zoo and also bring along Dudley's best friend. What is that friend's name?
Looking at each other.
Lauren almost cursed right into the microphone.
It's a super minor character from the first book. I know that.
Repeat the question, Preston.
On his 11th birthday, Dudley Dursley's parents take him and Harry to the zoo and also bring along Dudley's best friend. What is that friend's name? They have this intense look. Steph looks like she has no idea. Lauren is kind of picking around in her brain.
Whoever he is, he's not a nice little boy.
Right. 5 seconds left.
I'm just
Okay,
gonna put
might
a
as well.
guess in.
Go ahead.
Albert.
Incorrect. I'm sorry. Nick, what does that mean?
That means with 8 points, Steph is our winner. Oh my God!
the champion.
They are so evenly matched.
Oh my
Wait, what was it?
Yeah, who was it?
Piers Polkis.
Loser.
Please.
I mean, I don't. That was neck and neck.
All right, just for fun, we had more questions, and we're never going to use these for anything. And while we have Steph as the winner of the Tri-Wizards Cup here this morning and the self-proclaimed expert of the Harry Potter universe, just for fun, let me try out a couple of other questions for you guys. Who was the freed female house elf who neither wanted? All right, let's go to Lauren.
Winky.
Winky is correct. How about this one? Okay, let's see what you know about the making of the films. Christopher Columbus directed the first two movies. David Yates directed the last four. Who directed 3 and 4?
Alfonso Yates? I know it's Alfonso.
All right.
I know it's Alfonso.
There were two people. Prisoner of Azkaban and Goblet of Fire, respectively, was Alfonso Cuarón and Mike Newell.
Okay.
All right, and then one last one. Let's see. What'll be a good question? Oh, yeah, this one. Okay. What are Snape's very first words to Harry, and what is it believed they allude to? That's a hard one.
Snape's very first words to Harry.
You'll never get it because it's really intricate. So the first words were, "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" And apparently, an asphodel is a member of the lily family, and wormwood can be defined as a state or source of bitterness or grief. Snape is alluding to the death of Lily Potter, Harry's mother.
Wow.
So that's supposedly some of the lore, but that was like
Oh my God.
insanely hard.
That makes me want to cry, knowing that fact. I didn't know that.
That's in the first book, and then you know what you know about Snape much later on. But it's that's how layered and how intricate and how complicated the books are, and why it's so much fun to go back and rewatch the movies and reread the books.
It's poetic.
Every time I reread, I find something that I'm like, well, how did I not see that before? Like, it's a connection.
Well, you guys, I mean, you just put on a Harry Potter clinic. I mean, that's some amazing stuff, and you were neck and neck for the whole thing. It's just amazing.
Steph, I am now proud to bestow upon you the honor of the Preston and Steve Tri-Wizards Cup for your triumphant victory in Battle of the So-Called Experts.
Oh my God, it's beautiful.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Be careful when you hold it by the snake handles. They are a little bit sensitive, and we
when
don't
she
want that to
first
fall.
grabbed it out there, she was like, it's not a port key, is it?
Yeah, I'm like, this will not lead to my death, will it?
No, you're safe.
You guys are awesome. Congratulations. Thanks for being here. We hope you had fun. All right, and there it is again, folks. We've done it. We'll have to come up with some of the... If you have any suggestions of some good topics for Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts, let us know. We'll certainly take those into consideration. There's loads of things that we can go to in the worlds of entertainment and sports and history and whatever it may be.
And some of these things are so voluminous, you could, at some point, you may have to, Steph, defend your classification as the champion of all champions.
Yeah, you never know.
It's so big. There's so much to hit upon.
Yeah.
I did mean to mention this earlier, but we're going to also award Steph and Lauren passes to the Harry Potter exhibition that's coming to the Franklin Institute next year. So they haven't announced the official dates for that yet, but it'll be at some point in 2022. It's the world premiere. It's going to happen right here in Philadelphia at the Franklin Institute. The Harry Potter the exhibition coming to Philly in early 2022.
Excellent, and thank you to Eva Josinez for the Tri-Wizard Cup that we had. She fired it in her own kiln, made it from scratch. It's beautiful, and now Steph is the proud owner of that. So nice, excellent, great work, everybody. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. Make sure you stay with us. We will return shortly.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
A youngster inadvertently earned his parents a citation when he told a Michigan DNR officer that there were no life jackets.
I'm from Michigan, and we have not enough life jackets.
One last story. Netflix reports that the company's 183 million subscribers are watching more international fare during the coronavirus lockdown. CEO Reed Hastings said that La Casa de Papel, which is also known as the Monkey Heist, has managed to garner 65 million eyeballs.
Would you want to watch the Monkey Heist?
And that Germany's...
Look at that monkey took a banana.
Isn't it the Money Heist?
Money heist.
Where did you get the monkey? Perhaps the monkey is stealing the money.
I told you to take the money, not the monkey! What am I going to do with all these monkeys?
The monkey has eaten the money. I told you not to put the bananas in the same bag with the money. Shut up.
Oh my God, Preston, I'm sorry.
I'm such an idiot.
The falcon has flown. We've got the monkeys. Come again? We've got the monkeys. Right here on this paper, it says monkey heist.
La Casa de Papel means money heist. Money.
I would like to watch the monkey heist.
Oh, well, who wouldn't?
Oh, God.
And also, Germany's Unorthodox. I think I got that one right.
Yeah.
And Italy's Summertime are doing well on Netflix. So,
God damn it, what are we going to do with all these monkeys?
internationals.
I don't know how we ended up down this path, but that kid does that in that scene in the gym, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
All right, so onions, unions, poop on the floor.
If we do the backtrack, we'll find out where we went. Wednesday, tomorrow, we are off. Today off. However, if you would like to this evening meet up with Nick, he's doing an appearance, and Marissa is doing an appearance. So Nick is going to be at the Planet Fitness in Downingtown, 4 to 6 p.m. today. Stop by today and get your first month for free if you sign up today, and great prizes and offers. And Marissa is going to be at PJ Willahan's from 5 to 7. That's the location in Maple Shade. And when you swing by there, you can get registered for a chance to win a trip for two to spring training 2025 with us. And we're doing this with phillysportstrips.com. And then Marissa's leaving immediately tomorrow to head to Brazil for the Eagles game with phillysportstrips.com as well. So headed to South America.
I am so excited for this opportunity. You guys know me. I'm so last minute. Kathy, I did start packing last night. Thank God.
Oh, that shows how anticipative you are about this.
I bought a new shirt, so I laid it out.
Oh, wow.
All right, so that was you starting to pack.
Yeah.
Okay.
I am sticking to the tradition. I know I'm going to be in the minority, but I'm not going to wear green in the stadium.
Okay.
There is a lure, apparently, that you don't wear green in the stadium in Sao Paulo where they play. Apparently, it's kind of like a gang thing between the teams that do play there.
Okay, the last thing you want to do is incite a gang battle.
You know.
Sao Paulo.
Sao Paulo.
So by all means, invite the only two teams that are like all green uniforms.
Yeah.
Look, I think the NFL has done a great job to make sure that it is going to be safe and that this does not affect the NFL teams, but I have chosen to not work.
Yeah, and MS-13's doing the halftime show.
Yeah. But no, even so, so it's really fun to be part of the Philly Sports Trip travel experience because I'm getting itineraries and emails from Vince and Julia over there.
How cool is that?
Daily sending out all of these activities that are going on.
We were talking about that yesterday and about you traveling to a place like Brazil and you've never been, South America at all. And so you don't have to worry about a damn thing. They've got you covered.
Yeah.
Steve, I'm such a travel princess when it comes to that stuff. I just want to show up and know where to go, and that's what's happening.
Also looking at the weather, I thought it was just going to be sweltering down there. I mean, there is going to be or a couple of days in a row, it's going to be 88, and then 90. But when you get there tomorrow, Saturday, it's gonna be 84 degrees.
Nice.
On game day, high of 82, sunny.
Nice.
Weather-wise, I think you're flying into some beautiful stuff.
And the game's not until 9:00. So next Friday, the game starts. Kickoff is at 9 or 9:15.
Well, 8:00 here,
Yes.
9:00 your time.
Exactly, because we're an hour
You're
ahead of time.
2 days ahead.
I'll tell you guys all the secrets.
Tell us how, so we can do some sports betting. So you leave from here tomorrow at...
Yeah,
what
so
time?
we leave tomorrow afternoon, and then we head to Miami, and then we hop on another flight to actually Rio. And then we spend 5 days in Rio. We're at a resort there, and we're going to have some beach parties and some excursions. We're going to do the cable car through town and see all the sights
That's
that way.
Great, man. And so you're going to kind of be a field reporter for us and give us these sights and sounds of the area, correct?
Very much. I've been trying to reach out and find some other things. I know that Brazil is, there's some safety concerns out there. Preston, we had that email from that listener who sent us some really great stuff. So I'm trying to find some restaurants or some fun, out of the ordinary experiences.
Do you want us to give you like a little press flag for your phone so you can go interview some of the gangs?
That would be great, Steve. I'm going to find the tallest one, too. The tallest, biggest guy, and just walk up to him and be like,
Hernando.
You really should. Well, here, I'm good. Mom chiming in. You really shouldn't. I know you want to go to restaurants and all that, but you really shouldn't stray from the group. So my mom actually has a Brazilian woman who lives in the apartment that they have. And she had moved from North Philadelphia to my parents' house. And my mom was like, "You're so young." She's like in her 20s or something. She's like, "You're so young." She was like, "I can't believe you lived in North Philadelphia." She looked at her, she goes, "That's nothing. I come from Brazil." She's like, "I'm completely fine." But anyway, with this happening, we were talking to her and she's like, as long as you stay with your group and stay with people, you'll be okay.
All I heard you say, Kathy, was your friend can give me some recommendations.
There you go. Sure. Yes.
No. Safety is my number one concern. I am going with my husband. I'm lucky enough that I get to bring, a +1, and it happens to be him. But we do have some downtime. And so maybe if I'm not by the pool at the resort, I would like to explore the city a little bit. You know, guys know me. I love exploring.
And the guy that emailed in had lived there for years and had really great tips as far as what you really have to be worried about. And yes, crime is certainly a concern, but there are a few steps you can take you will avoid it altogether.
Well, as you said, you pick the biggest of the gang members and you take him out first, and then you'll get the respect and you'll be fine.
Prison rules.
Yeah, from bitch to bull.
Marissa, how far apart are Rio and Sao Paulo where the game is?
Nick, I'm not exactly sure. I told you I'm a travel princess.
I think hours away. It was like 5-hour drive or something
we
like that.
are flying. So we're going to hop on a flight between. So we knock it out, and then I believe we get there Thursday.
They got you covered on that.
Steve,
that's what makes it so good.
That's what I'm telling you about the Philly Sports Trip experience. Like, I'm getting emails every couple of days that kind of come with the itinerary, that come with literally everything we're talking about right now. Like, what size bag can I bring into the stadium? What is the deal with the wearing green?
Right.
What are our travels? When are we receiving our tickets? Like, everything is covered by these guys.
Love it.
Yeah, it's the best.
And then we found out that Brian Baldinger, former NFLer, will be joining us on the trip.
That's cool.
Yeah. Baldy will be there, and his broken pinkies.
Yeah, he's got the weirdest finger, man.
They're like crooked. They literally are in a 90-degree angle.
From a tea drinking accident?
Exactly, Steve. Wow. So I'm so excited. Thank you guys so much for allowing me to go on this experience. I'll be checking in with you guys all next week, and I'll be posting lots of photos and videos, obviously on social media and on PrestonandSteve.com. I am so excited.
No, it's great.
Well, have a great time. We'll be checking in with you.
Thank you, guys.
Marissa's headed out tomorrow. PhillySportsTrips.com. You can do the trip with us. Did you want to say something else?
Yeah. Did you guys see that I went to Joseph Anthony yesterday and I got my extensions back? So I am Brazil ready.
So if you want to get in on the spring training trip, you can do that through PhillySportsTrips.com and WMMR.com. I want to clean out the junk drawer because this kind of feels like a Friday to us. And
it's the junk drawer. Preston's cleaning out his junk drawer. Getting things out of his junk drawer. Finding stuff here in the junk drawer.
All right, there's one story I have in here somewhere. Yes, here it is. Marissa mentioned Baldy's Pinkies, which, by the way, is a pretty good band name. Phone Pinky.
Oh my God, I have it.
Deformities. Do tell.
I don't have a deformity yet, but I absolutely feel it, and I had to train myself to hold my phone differently. I was almost getting maybe a carpal tunnel feeling in it, where it was painful, and the pain was staying. It wasn't coming and going.
How were you holding your phone that was leading? Okay.
And I can almost feel it right now.
So this is like how you hold it for a selfie.
Right.
Okay.
Like put the pinky, so if you're holding your phone, how you would normally hold your phone around both sides, and then the pinky just rests underneath.
As a support.
As a support. Yeah.
And is that it, Preston? Is that phone pinky?
It's part of it, yeah. So it's a condition where extended phone use allegedly causes a bend or bump on the pinky finger. Phenomenon has gone viral with users sharing images of their deformed pinkies, but experts say there's no official diagnosis for this issue.
I hold my phone like this.
Why do you hold your phone like that?
I'm kidding, like a claw.
I'm sorry, Preston. Is hunchback a thing with people, like people leaning over and looking down at their phone?
There's
there have been, there have been definitely studies that says it can hinder your posture.
Right.
And that's the same with being on a laptop and stuff like that.
It's just nonstop, and especially for younger generations, I think. Or maybe,
No, you're exactly right. There have been studies that have shown that kids are experiencing not a deformity, but they're training. They're hunched over. Their posture is being worsened, and it's exacerbating the issue.
You know what, though? I don't think that it's fair to say it's kids, because it's everybody, Steve. Like, you go anywhere, and everybody's on their phone at all times. And it's every age. And yes, kids have been doing it since they were born, because they've just had access to smartphones their whole lives. But everybody is on their phones all the time.
Imagine how much worse Quasimodo would have been with an iPhone.
With a phone, yeah. It's interesting, Kathy, because I normally I don't hold my phone like that.
How do you hold? Let me
I
see.
do the landscape. I hold it sideways.
No, but not taking a picture, just like on your
on the phone?
Or like texting. How do you text?
I do like, I'm holding it like that.
And then you just text with
I don't
the
put
other
my
hand.
pinky underneath.
No.
See, I'm like a one-hander.
So this is when you're on the phone,
or
when you're talking.
More so on the phone, like not talking on the phone, like texting or scrolling or on the internet or whatever.
Texting, yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
I kind of do that, but I usually try to be two-handed when I'm texting. But yeah, I could see that.
I purposely get myself aroused, and I balance it on my unit, and then I can use both hands.
Kathy, when more difficult. When you text, do you do more than one finger or just the thumb?
No, I don't anymore because of the way I've changed the way I hold the phone. But yes, I'm usually just a thumb texter.
Yeah, same. I just texted Preston, and I don't use more than one finger when I'm texting.
So like now I'll go like this. I'll hold with still with my right hand. I won't put the pinky underneath. I'll use my left hand to kind of like support the phone, and then I still thumb text.
Yeah, I got you.
So there's no official diagnosis. I sent a hi back to you.
I got you. Hi, Preston.
No official diagnosis for the issue. Some experts suggest that excessive phone use can cause joint problems, but many images shared online may not indicate a real medical problem. If you are worried about getting phone pinky, though, simple solutions could include just adjusting how you hold your phone, or you cut back on your screen time.
Does it ever lead to arm amputation?
On very rare occasions.
Okay.
Very rare occasions.
It's funny about those repetitive sort of things, though, Kathy, you were talking about getting the sensation of the beginning of carpal tunnel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it felt like.
Right.
Okay. Let me go in for another one. It ties off of Marissa going on a trip because some people are not going on trips. You know, this is the last, official summer vacation weekend, but some people decide to stick around home. And if you are staying at home, have you ever tried turning it into a staycation where you actually do some things that are similar to what you would do on vacation?
Yes.
We did it one time. We had our friends, the Chapmans, came and stayed with us because their kids were out of town and our kids were out of town. And we're like, come stay at our house and we'll do a little staycation. We set up all kinds of cool. We went zip lining and we got massages and stuff like that. And we went out to dinner and it was awesome.
The summer vacation for us was a hybrid of that. We had a whole bunch of things planned that we were doing, like we did Dorney, my wife and I. And so we did things that would have been, tangential to that. But I think that's a good idea. The thing you have to do, Preston, is that you can't just say, we'll do these things. Put it in the calendar.
You got to plan them. You actually have to plan them and set it up like that instead of just going, we'll figure it out. We'll see what we're going to do for dinner tomorrow night.
You won't.
No, make reservations. Make it an event that you're going to go do this.
It's the only way.
Here's some suggestions. It says start by hitting pause on the chores and distractions. It says, it's different for everybody, but one thing most people would agree doesn't include the same old routine. And that means avoiding work email, ignoring the pile of laundry, and the unmowed yard for just a couple of days at least. Treat your staycation like it's a real vacation. Pretend like you're a tourist in your hometown. Visit things like parks and museums or other attractions that someone visiting your city would take in, but you never do.
Act like you don't know your neighbors or loved ones.
You could do that too. Make it a spa day. There you go. That's what I just said. And you can, get a mani-pedi. You can pamper yourself with a massage, sauna, or other treatments at a hotel or spa nearby.
You know what, Preston? For a little bit extra, you can get a mani-putty.
And mani-putty. P-U-D-D.
Exactly.
Why?
You know what I'm talking about.
So, also, here's something that Rochelle and I have done before. Spend the night away from home. Make a reservation at a nice hotel or resort that you've always wanted to stay at, but never had the chance. I mean, one that's right around you. Or if you live in the suburbs, go into the city and get a hotel.
A little trip. Sometimes, and it doesn't need to be that much. During the 2 weeks off, Claire and I, we went and slept in our neighbor's tool shed.
Oh, that's cool.
And it was just different.
Well, this article also says if that's not in the budget, you could go camping at a local state park, Kathy.
That's you, Kathy. And Kathy goes all in. You want to bring your fishing rod. You want to catch.
Yeah.
You don't. You want to live off the land.
You want to hunt and cook your
She
kill.
has these straws where you could actually drink out of a creek, and it will
into the creek.
Yeah,
I go.
She loves it. It synthesizes the water. I admire that.
Here's another one. Take a cooking class or dine at a fancy restaurant. Learn.
I know it sounds stupid, but really, if you plan it out, you can have a lot of fun doing these things.
I agree. Get outside, it says. Pack a picnic, head to a park, explore a walking trail or mountain hike. Get adventurous, go kayaking.
What about sex in a car, Riverside?
Yes. I think. Have we not considered that maybe they just were having a staycation?
They were doing a staycation, and then they ended up, they combined two things, kayaking and river sex.
Yeah. So I think these are good ideas. I think that if you've got, and especially if your friends and family are all going away on some cool exotic vacation, make one here if you can afford to. Make one here. Do some activities and events and things like that.
So a couple things we didn't get to on our list next is a trip to Jim Thorpe.
Yeah.
Because there's a whole bunch of things we've never really done in that general area. There are a whole bunch of things to do, but we're going to plan out an itinerary, and check out what we want to do, because it's okay if you don't get to everything, but if you don't have a plan of attack, this way you're not kind of fumbling.
Are you going to do the train ride?
Yeah. Probably should check that out.
Are you going to go in the fall? You should go in the fall.
Yeah, but now that's our option, because time is wasting away now. But I hear it's pretty gorgeous. So, and I've never really spent a lot of time in Jim Thorpe.
Yeah, we got some.
Not like his
long
proctologist
weekend
did.
Coming up in October or so. So yeah. All right. Anyhow, staycation ideas. All right, this next story, it has to do with the Phillies. Nick sent this to me. This is really cool. Don Money hit the first ever home run at Veterans Stadium. It was the day it opened in 1971, making him a forever Philly trivia answer. The former third baseman is about to become another, because this time the category is grandfather and grandson duos who played for the Phillies. Money's grandson, Buddy Kennedy, who grew up in Millville as a Phillies fan, was called up from AAA Lehigh Valley on Monday. And Kennedy, who's 25 years old, was drafted in the 5th round by the Diamondbacks out of Millville Senior High School in 2017. He made his major league debut with Arizona in 2022 and has bounced around the Oakland and Detroit organizations. But this call-up is much more special. He wasn't far from Citizens Bank Park when he learned the news from the Iron Pigs.
It's cool.
The AAA team had an off day on Monday. Kennedy was at his fiance's place in West Berlin, where he's been living and commuting in Lehigh. And when he found out, he first called his parents. In fact, they had to get his stuff to him. One of the clubhouse attendants met him halfway in Conshohocken.
No way.
So he could pick it up. And he first called his parents. He said that they screamed when he called. He said, my mom, I think, blew my ear off the phone. And then he called his grandfather, who is still with us. He's actually only 77 years old. He said that he said, hey, to his grandfather, we got another Philly tomorrow in the family. Money, his grandfather was in attendance on Monday night for the series opener against the Astros, along with many of Kennedy's other family members and friends. His phone quickly started blowing up after the news became public that day. He didn't get to take the field, but his family came just to see him wear the same uniform that his grandfather wore for 5 seasons that he spent in Philadelphia.
Still very cool. That's amazing.
Money was traded to Milwaukee in 1972 to open an infield spot for emerging rookie and somebody you may have heard of named Mike Schmidt.
Yeah, I heard of that guy.
And went on to be a 4-time All-Star with the Brewers before retiring in 1983. But Philadelphia was where his major league career began. And it's special for Kennedy to be in the ballpark that he grew up coming to as a fan during 2008. And the championship series, he sat in the left field bleachers with his dad and watched the Phillies beat the Dodgers. He said, I went to the parade as soon as they won the whole thing. I remember I'd skipped school. It was a long day, but it was a great day. So
That is pretty awesome.
Pretty awesome. So is this for his grandfather?
Yeah.
I love the name. Hey, old man.
Hey, old man.
Thanks, you little prick.
Side note,
You must be incredibly old man.
if you ever get a chance to go, and you're a baseball fan, to go to an Iron Pigs game in Lehigh Valley, I highly recommend it. It's a great stadium. It's much less expensive than games in South Philly, and I love the Phillies, but the parking and tickets and everything are expensive. So if you're a baseball fan, go see an Iron Pigs game. It's a really good time.
So a quick question. Like, say in the world of comedy, if you're a comedian and you reach a certain level and you're making a lot of money and you're at a certain status, there are people who work all their lives as middlers, and can have a career and do that. In this realm, so that you hear his resume up to this point, could someone have a fairly lucrative?
Lucrative is a loose term, but
you know what I'm saying?
You can make a living.
A living, and then some.
I think more so if you're a manager or something like that.
Yeah,
Nick.
there are guys who are veterans of the minor leagues. And Steve, if you stay in like AAA for a long time, you can make a decent living. You probably can't retire on it like a Kyle Schwarber would be able to, after one season or whatever. But when there was the strike or something happened a couple of years ago, and they also, a part of the Major League Baseball strike was that there was a minor league baseball strike or a lockout, I forget which. But anyway, they renegotiated minor league contracts because for a long time, if you're a minor league player, you really couldn't live on it for a long period of time. So they changed that.
Now you conceivably could?
Yeah, and so it's gotten better. And they do a minor league report every Phillies game. And they touched on this guy the other night, and I can't remember his name. I was trying to find it. But Tom McCarthy and John Kruk were talking about him being this veteran of the Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs.
Right.
And he leads the entire team with career stats, right? So he's been in AAA for most, if not all of his career, but he's done really well for that team at that level for a long period of time. So I imagine he's doing all right.
Here's a stat, and I don't know if this is the average or not, of the weekly salaries of minor league baseball players in AAA, the highest of minor league weekly, $17,500. That's a good amount of money.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're just comparing it to a regular job. Now, it's not going to last very long because you only have so many years, and that's it. But
it's funny when we're at spring training, you guys have seen it. Like you look around the complex and we're watching the games, and it's mostly guys that are probably going to make the bigs, especially at the time of spring training when we're there. But Steve, when we look beyond our broadcast
There's
area,
an army.
Seas of people.
Oh, yeah.
And most of those guys aren't making it to the bigs.
Right.
Most of them are going to play in low A or high A, and they'll start in Clearwater or they'll play in what is it, Lake.
It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool to turn around and see all of those guys who, and many of them know they're not going to achieve that. They're not going to be for the big show, but they're going to participate. At some level. I had another question, Junk Drawer. Did you get the story? I sent it over, and it was just recent. And Nick, maybe you're aware of it. I'm sure you are. The player who actually switched teams. In mid-game.
Yeah, so he switched teams in mid-game, but that's because the game was suspended due to rain. So he started off as a Toronto Blue Jay. The game stopped because of a rain delay. The Blue Jays were playing the Red Sox, and this game started in June. They stopped it. Neither team had an open day until this week, which was Monday. In between the two games, the rain delay and this week, he was traded from the Blue Jays to the Red Sox, and so he played for both teams in the same game.
Yeah, so it was over, not in the same day.
Right.
But as the stats go.
Technically,
He played for both sides.
Yeah.
That is wild.
Wow. Never heard of that
I think the
before.
first time, right?
First time in Major League history.
Yeah.
Wow. Excellent. All right, let me see what else I got in the junk drawer.
Oh, hang on. I'm not ready for you. Now I am.
Wait, that sound is fake?
No, it's real. He had to open the drawer.
Thank you. Yeah.
A big development for the Delaware River in Philadelphia, and you guys are all going to be excited about this. Freshwater mussels have returned.
Yeah! I thought you were saying otters were returning.
I got this. I got a press release, and every now and then I get press releases, and I'm like, "What?" But this is actually good news. This is survey that was recently conducted by the Discovery Center, Aquatic Research and Restoration Center, and other organizations, there is confirmation that these helpful bivalves have been found near Pennypack Creek.
Hey, Pappy!
Freshwater mussels have been scarce along the Delaware River due to multiple stressors. With the help of the 1972 Clean Water Act, community science, and multiple local science organizations, this marks a significant milestone in the ongoing efforts to restore the Delaware River watershed. Freshwater mussels are considered key indicators of water quality as they are sensitive to pollution and environmental changes.
Well, that is a good indicator.
It's a good sign.
Do you ever go fly fishing for mussels, Preston?
I do not.
It's almost useless.
I never have.
Yeah.
Their presence in the Delaware River is a promising sign of improving water conditions and a step forward in the river's restoration journey through the stewardship efforts of these organizations and their volunteers.
I like to hear that.
It's actually
That's
nice
a
story.
tangible sign of success. I love to see them when they come flying out of the water and they're all,
their flocks.
They're herds
That's
of
beautiful.
mussels.
By the way, last week at the shore in Wildwood Crest, there was a lot of dolphin activity.
How often do you see
It was
dolphins?
great. Not every time we go, but in
Never
fact,
on the boardwalk, right?
Probably this summer, and I didn't go as much as last year, but maybe only 4 or 5 times and actually see dolphins, and there
It's
were a
amazing.
bunch of them out there.
Isn't it? It's just amazing to see them.
Yeah, especially when the boats come by and they're swimming in the wake and jumping up out of the water.
I love
really,
it.
really cool. By the way, these bivalves clean the river and assist in a thriving riverside ecosystem. So that's good news.
Maybe some mussels will come down to the Planet Fitness thing later on, Nick.
Yeah, that'd be good. I love mussels.
Perfect.
I'll eat those.
Well, the ocean water temp has been off this summer. It's not what it typically is. It was a lot colder, a lot later in the season when it tends to warm up and when you often see the dolphins, and it was warmer earlier in the season. And so people were reporting seeing the dolphins earlier in the season. So I don't know if it has anything to do with the water temperatures, but they are off this season.
Quick question. Your shark app?
Yeah.
Do we have any in the area?
Let me check. I have not checked this week, but
The great white population in Cape Cod has been off the charts
Did you see
this summer season.
I don't know what kind of shark it was. I just know it was a scary looking shark with teeth. Casey, you would have not liked it.
Yeah, hated it.
Washed ashore on Nantucket, and people on the beach had to they pulled it back in and had
Did you see
saved it.
Did you see the footage of the hammerhead that had the hook in it? The guys were helping it. They holding back on the hammerhead skull.
No.
Were able to clip the hook, then pulled it backwards into the surf. I mean, Casey, they did a very wonderful thing to save this
You got to
hammerhead.
You got to punch it first, though.
Punch it first.
Just a
But
couple.
Case, they
Just a
did-
couple of punches in the nose first, and then save it.
They did. They had to be careful because they were helping it and putting
you
it
could
back
turn
in the
around and
water,
kill
but
it in a
like
second, yeah.
it darted out of the water. Wait, oh my gosh! So my app now tracks sea turtles.
Oh.
So if you'd like to know, Scott is off of looks like off of the Jersey Shore coast. Let's see the last time he was
he is.
pinged there. Yeah, he was pinged last on August 21st. So he's around.
What's the
guys.
data on Scott?
Scott? Okay, let me see.
While he's looking that up, this is sad news. Nick just found this. This is yesterday. Anchor, the beloved great hammerhead shark at the Adventure Aquarium, died.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was there for 20 years.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
I didn't know sharks lived that long. Maybe in captivity they do.
Yeah, maybe so. I'm sorry to hear that.
Scott is a 12-foot white shark. White shark.
If you listen carefully,
You can hear him singing his song in the evening.
the shark's call.
I think
song.
Scott's out there.
He's over 1,600 pounds.
Wow, man.
What
He's
kind of
probably
shark is he?
upset that his weight's out there.
Great white, right?
Nick, it says a white shark.
Yeah,
It's a great white.
Yeah.
Is that a great white?
Unless
He's a pretty good white. I wouldn't say he's that great.
He's an okay white.
Yeah, he's an okay white. 12 feet, that's okay.
So did you see the one they there is one that is a they believe it might be the biggest great white on the planet. It is a female.
Seriously?
Yeah, and it Nick, and it keeps coming back. It's nowhere near us, thankfully. It's
All right.
Cape May.
Somewhere.
No. But it is a female shark, and I think it's 23, 20. It's just enormous.
I would love to see that thing get eaten by a great orca whale. That would be cool.
Yeah, well,
Dare to Dream.
I've seen it. It's wild.
seen it.
Are you listening, Dana White?
I've seen it. No, have you ever seen an orca take out a great white?
I've never. So to me, I knew this happened, but recently there's been footage of orcas going after great whites, which is pretty wild. And then, of course, the lead singer of Great White just died.
died.
Coincidence?
I don't think so.
The last ping on Scott was down by Wildwood. I'm just telling you.
Okay.
Just be careful.
All right. Anything else?
It's not about sharks.
What's that app
All right, I
called?
want to move on. I want to get something else in here before we go. It's in the junk drawer. It's way back in there. I found it.
I want that up too, brother.
Leonard Riggio, the mastermind behind Barnes & Noble, died at the age of 83.
I loved. I know it's been a while since I've been to Barnes & Noble, but the concept of going to the bookstore and when they made it more library-ish where you could kind of go and spend some time and the cafes came in.
They changed it.
Barnes & Noble, I will credit, Preston, years, when the internet was, you remember I was back with the Morse code days and the telegraph, but going to do any sort of research, you would go to the library, you'd go to the bookstore, and before the drug sumatriptan that my wife takes for migraines was widely known, I went there and did some research, and it helped turn things around for my wife. And so I'll always have a fond bookstores in general. I love. I just think it's a unique, wonderful experience.
I liked Borders better than Barnes & Noble, only because they had a really great music section. So I go to a bookstore to go listen to music and not look at any of the books.
Yeah, they have extensive music section.
There was somebody was trying on social media I think it was earlier this year to convince people that Dave and Buster, their last names were Barnes and Noble. I think it was Dave and Buster.
Dave Barnes and Buster Noble.
Yeah, that they were actually the same owners.
Dave Barnes and Buster Noble. It worked.
They just cornered the market on it.
It was Leonard Riggio. Leonard created the concept of a superstore and transformed the industry through a series of acquisitions through the 70s and 90s.
You know what he was trying to do, though? He was trying to create a drug for erectile dysfunction and invented a bookstore.
Our bookstores were designed to be welcoming as opposed to intimidating. These weren't elitist places. You could go in, get a cup of coffee, sit down, and read a book for as long as you like. Use the restroom. These renovations that we had to, that no one thought was possible. In 1987, the company said that the bookstore made its largest acquisition of 797 retail bookstores when they purchased B. Dalton bookstores along with Doubleday Bookshops and Bookstop as well.
Do you want to say
what?
Since I'm embarrassed to, I boast about my time working at B. Dalton Bookstore, and I'm a veteran, so you just know that when you meet me next time.
The acquisition launched the store to become the second largest book seller in America, and it is currently the number one book retailer in the U.S. In the early 1990s, he created the Superstore concept, which the company said helped revolutionize bookselling by combining a vast and deep selection of book titles with an experienced book-selling staff, as well as a warm, comfortable, and spacious atmosphere. It was kind of bizarrely exciting to go there. I thought.
I love the vibe of a bookstore when things would come in and Preston, I remember working at B. Dalton when a Stephen King, when the Richard Bachman and Stephen King, the Talisman came out. Yeah. I'm like, oh my! People would actually line up to get their books, and you remember during the Harry Potter run, there was this great vibe, and I'm kind of sad that it's not like that anymore.
Right?
Yeah, but at least Barnes & Noble survived, Steve, because Borders is gone. I worked at Barnes & Noble in the late 90s. I worked at the one in Devon off of Route 202, 252. And Steve, I remember vividly that's how I got exposed to Harry Potter for the first time, because there was this midnight opening that night when the third book came out, when Prisoner of Azkaban came out, and it was a big ordeal, and people were lining up to get there. It was a cool place to visit. It was not the best job I've ever had.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was like, a lot of stocking shelves and
cleaning. Do you know what my job was? So I was taking in the shipments for B. Daltons, and then when they had their new security system implemented, Preston, which literally meant putting a magnetic tag
Every single book.
Every single
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a
randomly sticking them between. It's like, oh my God, I wanted to die.
You know what though? You go to Barnes and Noble around the holidays, like they're still packed. People will still go to those stores and buy holiday presents. So I'm glad that Barnes and Noble is still around.
It's great. One of the great things, though, Preston, of having that job is you take a couple extra tags, and for people you did not like, you slip one in a pocket.
Put them in their pockets. I love it. Riggio sold the company in 2019 to Elliott, an activist investor group founded by billionaire Paul Singer, and he stepped down in 2016 but held on to a sizable stake of the business. So.
I liken it to the experience of Tower Records. There used to be these places where you could go, and I'm sure, you can still do them, but there was a type of magic and sort of an electric thrill of going to these places and literally burning up hours.
Yep. Before we wrap up, Ed's on the line, and he is a Jim Thorpe trolley tour guide. So we'll go to him real quick. Hi, Ed, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing?
Good, man. So Steve was talking about heading out to Jim Thorpe sometime.
When were you guys planning to come out our way?
Hopefully within the next couple of months. Yeah, next 2 months. Yeah.
Yeah, because we have the trolley 70-minute trolley tours that we do in town, and I thought I wanted to invite you and your team to take one of our tours when you're in town.
Very nice, absolutely. Can you email me?
us.
Yeah,
I sure can. That and we actually both our main business is the 70-minute history tours, where we go out to Jim Thorpe's grave and monument, and we talk about the Molly Maguires and what happened to them in the 1800s, and it's a lot about the Industrial Revolution and the coal industry. But we do things different than what the train does. It's more of an informational history tour and fun tour.
No, I'm all in. I'm going to want to really take a deep dive on Jim Thorpe, which sounds kind of weird.
He's of course, he's thought to be the greatest athlete of the century, if not the greatest athlete who ever lived. And it's really a fascinating story. And plus, of course, Angelina Jolie is working on that movie that's going to be coming out about him.
Oh, right.
Tomb Raider.
No, it's going to be called Bright Path, which was his Native American name. But I don't know when it's going to be out of filming.
No, very cool. I appreciate the call. Please email us with your information.
You got it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Appreciate it, bud. We'll see you. All right, we are going to wrap up Jump Door with the segment with that.
Was a junk drawer. Preston's closing up his junk drawer. There's nothing left here in the junk drawer. Until next time, there was a junk drawer.
All righty, we will take a quick break. We will come back in just a moment. And what's up next? Bizarre File?
Yeah.
We'll do that. Stay with us.
Jump rope, Casey. Onions, union, poop on the floor. Onions, union, poop on the floor.
Right, Kat?
I'm not taking part.
No,
Come on,
Kat.
Come on, jump in, Kathy.
Come on, Kathy.
Onions, union, poop on the floor.
No.
Onions, unions, poop on the floor. No?
No, I'm mad at you. I can't believe you're part of this.
What? No, that's a good chant. Vito Spatafor.
My mama said that you want more.
Onions, unions, poop on the floor.
We're double dutching now.
Come on, man.
Can you double Dutch, Kat?
I can't. I've
Me
always
neither.
wanted to learn. And
Okay.
I can't.
Could we
you
try
too
that in the
afraid-
studio? Because I can't do it.
Were you too afraid to jump in the middle?
I couldn't time it
I
out
just-
right.
Yeah, I can't time it. I can jump rope. I'm an amazing
done
jump
it.
roper.
Can you do it?
You can
Maybe.
double Dutch.
Yes, I can double dutch.
What the hell is happening?
I don't know.
You don't remember that song?
No.
Double dutch.
No.
Double dutch.
Oh my gosh.
The double dutch bus. You guys don't remember that?
I do remember it,
Of
yeah.
course.
You don't remember that?
No.
That's the story that you remember on the air the other day, and I was about to crack the mic, and I come on out of the song, and I go, Casey, don't ever say something to that like that to me right before I turn the microphone
That was
on.
it?
Imagine
That was what he was telling me.
You travel that way, but it's good to know. It's good to,
Yes.
you come prepared.
It's
You don't go
outstanding.
camping without a shovel.
That's hilarious. Good for him. All right.
I know somebody who has to get those sheets too.
Really?
Yeah.
Rubber sheets?
Yeah. It's like a sex mat.
Wow. You? Okay.
I know. Why? Why? It's just that
Why would your mom share something like that?
Not cool.
not
Listen, we
cool,
bring up her
dude.
dad all the time. It's fair game.
No, yeah, and she has to buy a sex mat.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
Some of those videos might be real. The woman was reportedly uninjured and escaped without a scratch. No further information about the couple charged by the bison was immediately available, but it's funny because she hits and boom, she stays still.
Wow.
And they leave her alone.
There have been a number of stories recently about people getting far too close to these bison.
Yeah, they get gored.
They're getting gored.
He charges her, and then as soon as she falls and plays dead, he just kind of sniffs her and like runs away.
Yep.
Oh my God. Jesus. Oh, Christ. Yeah, I got a word for you. It's called douche.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
I mean, there's some nasty smelling stuff out on the plains there, but
Yeah.
come on.
I live in the wild and nothing I've ever smelled smells like your crotch.
Jimmy rides a motorcycle, and he's got something to say about as far as getting used to driving. Hey, Jimmy, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. What's up?
Hey, yo, bud. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say what threw me off real quick is I've been driving bikes for 25.
He just crashed.
He just crashed
Oh my
his
God.
motorcycle. Jimmy? He might have.
We lost him. Jimmy, we appreciated you listening.
His final words were, I've been driving.
Never had an accident, not even one time.
Hey, I didn't know Exxon had fuel trucks in it. I'm sorry, I just got to turn into the mobile station.
Terrible.
God, I hope he's actually okay.
Our next guest wrestles with the WWE, and he is from the area, and we were surprised to find out that he grew up listening to our show. And we're stoked to welcome Mr. Drew Gulak to the program.
Hi, guys.
How you doing, Drew?
I'm wonderful. This is really surreal. I did grow up listening to the show. I listened back when it was Preston, Maryland. And
All the way back.
man.
Y100, yeah.
Yeah.
I joined, it was Preston and Maryland, then Preston, Maryland, and
that's right.
Steve. Then
For just like a few weeks, and then Preston, Maryland, Steve, and then Maryland went on her own. She bailed from the show, which we're still buddies with her to this day, and then it became the Preston and Steve show.
Well, there's a step in between where it was the McNeil Lair report, right between that and when Maryland left, and then we became our show.
Yeah.
We don't know why we did that. It was very stupid.
So it's pretty wild. The way we found out about you is you had commented on a post I had on Instagram, and I saw the little blue check by your name, and I'm like, what's this all about? And then we find out a little bit more that you grew up in the area. I was just so blown away to see you comment on my edible cheese board that I had made.
It was a beautiful edible cheese board, and I saw there might be another one.
I made one last night, and I brought it in.
I'm so sorry.
We're going to sample
I'm
it.
so
a little
sorry
bit.
you made
No,
one
I need it. I'm working on it.
You picked a good one to dive in on, though, because we had the conversation, and we do the thing called the connoisseur, and Preston brought up this thing, and everybody's going, man, that sounds awesome. And then he posted the picture, like almost that night, he took a crack at it, and everyone's going, man, that's awesome. So you dove in at the right point. If you're ever going to make a comment, the baked charcuterie board was the time to do it.
That's the ticket in.
That was it.
And this is only the second one I've made, so I do need to work on it a bit, so I don't feel bad at all that I had to make another one.
No, I'm already impressed.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Beautiful.
So where did you grow up in the area?
So to the age of 10, I lived in Montgomeryville.
Okay.
And then I moved to Fox Chase in Northeast Philly. And then I was there through high school, went to Drexel for 2 years.
Was it Northeast High that you went to?
Yeah, Northeast High School.
Right.
Most
were you
popular
studying?
high school in the city.
Where were you studying at
That's
Drexel?
164. At Drexel, I actually went to be an architectural engineer.
Okay, yeah, that's the school to go to.
That lasted 1 quarter because I did quarters there.
Yeah, dude.
Was it just too hard? Or
It's hard.
It wasn't so much it was hard. I just wasn't interested in like all the math.
Okay.
Do you know what the great part of architecture is? Building the little tiny replicas of what you're going to build. To me, that was it. That was always so
I'd
cool.
still be doing it.
Yeah.
Drew, when my very brief college moment, I took astronomy. I'm like, I've always loved the stars.
Yeah.
This would be really cool. It'll be really interesting. My God, was it hard.
It's physics.
It was all physics and math, and I'm like, this is not what I signed up for, man.
Yeah, that's
so
what it was
I had to bail
like.
on that. No
that's exactly what it was like. I switched into film for a little bit, and just decided I wanted to focus on wrestling, which is I've been doing that since high school.
So were you football or anything in school?
Wrestling team.
Just a wrestling team.
Just the wrestling team.
So you do have a classical wrestling.
Yeah, an amateur wrestling background.
How did you do in high school? How were you?
I did okay.
Okay.
So city kids have it tougher. Like if you grew up in the suburbs, you're probably doing wrestling from a very young age, and you're doing it a lot.
Yep.
And for me, it was like I met my biology teacher. He happened to be the wrestling coach, and he was like, "Hey, come try out for the team." And like I made the team, and the practices were grueling and stuff. And I did pretty well. I think I made varsity senior year. It was captain senior year. Varsity maybe sophomore year, junior year. Yeah. So I did okay, but it wasn't like my one focus too.
Right.
Like while I was doing that second year of amateur wrestling, I started training professional wrestling, which was, I don't know, thinking back, I love talking about it because I would go from high school and then I would go to high school wrestling practice, and then I would get in a car, drive 45 minutes to Deptford at the time, and do professional wrestling practice till like 10:30 at night.
Wow.
Then I get home and I got to wake up the next morning. I remember
that's commitment.
Man, yeah, it was grueling then, but like I loved pro wrestling so much, and like, nothing was going to stop me.
So going from the amateur to pro, obviously, you got to work on the moves. You got to know what you're doing. You have to be proficient in the ring. But you also have to, is a part of that, being physically large. I mean, making sure that the muscles are big and impressive, because that's part of it. Looking at those guys, looking at you guys, you have to go, wow, man.
Yeah.
So that's a whole other thing outside of just the technique of wrestling. It's also, you got to look really good too.
It's true. It's true. And like when I started, I didn't even think about physique. I didn't think about strength training. I had a wonderful strength training teacher in high school, so thankfully I had that. I had the amateur background, so I was in shape. I wasn't huge.
Right.
I was maybe 180 pounds when I started.
We've talked about this, even in general, and wrestling goes through, the WWE, and you had been with Combat Zone as well. But right now we're in I think you have the best athletes who are doing it, but they're not necessarily Andre the Giant size.
Yes,
it's not that. So what you'll get is you're getting like uber stuntman level stuff going on from guys who are really, I think, more athletic than they've been in a while. Would you agree with that?
So I'll agree hands down. Like we have the best athletes ever in the history of professional wrestling right now in WWE. However, we have a guy named Amos right now who's 7'4".
Well, you don't want to piss him off,
no. Right? But I'd say he's an even more impressive athlete than Andre was. As fantastic of an athlete as Andre was, and the way he would move around the ring. I'd say Amos, even though he's newer, he's got more potential athletically for sure.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you're always going to have the showstoppers, right? You got your Andre the Giants, your King Kong Bundys, your Hulk Hogan's, Big John Studd, the big dudes that are the showstoppers, The Rock,
Undertaker,
Sure. But you also, you have your, would you say pound for pound best wrestler of all time? Somebody like Shawn Michaels or...
You can absolutely argue that. Yeah, totally.
And listen, Shawn Michaels is not, he's not a twig.
A showstopper.
But he is also, he's just got such amazing athleticism that, and that's what people go to see.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we've talked about this many times, and it is not false praise to say that the people that we have who come in are the wrestlers, are the best entertainers, the best with the audience. That's why they can port so easily, a la Dwayne Johnson, into movies. Yeah. You know how to do it, so a film career in your future could be possible. Yeah. And so with that, I mean, I don't think there's any kind of training for being in the public eye and for doing that sort of work that's any better than the WWE and this world you're in right now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah.
I agree completely. Just the experiences I had, even on my journey to get to WWE and traveling around the world and learning how to make a career as an independent wrestler.
Right.
Very similar to an independent musician has to find their bookings that they work, that they enjoy working.
Sure, yeah.
Can make them a profit or get them noticed and merchandising and stuff like that. And then just meeting connections and growing. That experience alone, I feel like I can do anything. I can take on whatever I need to.
When did you learn that portion of it? Because you go to high school and you're a good wrestler, right? And that's athletics. But did you go to drama club? Did you learn how to write a script? Because there are these storylines that, as just a guy who's competing in wrestling, that you're not worried about that. But then you get into the entertainment side of things, and it really changes the dynamic. So how did you and when did you learn that part of the business?
So I would say that the high school wrestling, if anything, it didn't really push me into the pro wrestling career. If anything, gave me a good foundation athletically to kind of not get hurt in training.
Right.
The performance side of everything and the creative side of everything, that kind of grew organically for me just over time, gradually, because I was independent. You know, I didn't have somebody strictly coaching me on just, you need to do this here, you got to do this, you know, at certain times. I had to kind of experiment and find that out on my own. Now, I did work for certain places that had very scripted out storylines and stuff like that.
Right.
And that's another thing I had in my wheelhouse, just based on that experience alone. So just, it wasn't one strict thing. I'd say it took me about 6 years to start to get comfortable and learn all of that and how to put it all together, just for me. That was my story. But just a very gradual experience learning the performance side of it.
What was Mom and Dad's reaction when
From architect.
From architect?
What do you mean?
engineer? Yeah, right.
Oh, we had hoped you would put that architecture stuff aside.
That was not the conversation that we had.
There's no work in architecture.
No, it was interesting. Like my family, they knew that I was super passionate about it,
Yeah.
but they didn't really get professional wrestling. They didn't understand it. So to do it on an independent level, that's real scary as a parent, seeing your kid just go and just mess around at these shows. You don't even know what's happening there. He could get hurt. He's
Right.
not making money. I'm making maybe $50 to $200 at most. That's a really good payday on an independent level, for real. So like that's pretty scary as a parent.
Do you know what's funny, though? If you were to go, and I wonder if you go to your parents and say, I would like to become a Hollywood stuntman, or because essentially in this, what they call sports entertainment, you know, it's
Bizarre File stories.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, couple things to run by you in this version of the Bizarre File. I will start with, this is a really weird story and tragic because someone was killed in this, but a dog breeder has been found dead, and as many as 10 of his Doberman puppies have gone missing as police investigate his death as a homicide.
Man.
The Clear Creek County Sheriff's Office in Colorado, along with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, are investigating the death of 57-year-old Paul Peavy, who had last been heard from on the night of August 19th. It was reported missing the evening of Wednesday the 21st. 3 days later, the body of an adult male was discovered just before noon by a privately organized search party. Later that day, the coroner's office confirmed the identity of the deceased to be that of Mr. Peavy, and officials said they would conduct an autopsy to determine the cause and manner of death. Peavy had been a breeder of Doberman dogs, and it was reported that many of his Doberman puppies were missing from his property following his death. While authorities have not yet determined a motive in the homicide, the puppies' whereabouts are part of the ongoing investigation. So I don't know if stealing them was worth killing this guy over or what. I mean, I don't know how lucrative the Doberman,
it can be
is,
if he's like American Kennel Society, if he's legit. And
but I know like French bulldogs can be very, very expensive.
Yeah.
So,
it seems that way though, doesn't
worth
it?
killing someone over? I don't know. The investigation is in its very early stages, and police said that they would release additional information in due course. They emphasized that locating the unaccounted for puppies may also help solve his homicide. Wow. Here's another animal story. In Missouri, a bald eagle, initially thought to be injured because it couldn't fly, was found to be healthy after wildlife officials determined the bird was just too fat after eating roadkill.
It was a fat, bald eagle. Fat and bald is no way to go through college.
The bald eagle was found along the boundary of Wilson's Creek National Battlefield, which is part of the U.S. National Park Service.
I do not want to fly.
After the Missouri Department
I called an Uber.
Conservation captured the bird for rehabilitation, wildlife officials determined the bird was fine when X-ray tests showed the real reason that it couldn't fly. Officials said in a post on social media, the bird, originally reported to be injured, was found to be healthy, but engorged with raccoon. In other words, too fat to fly.
Gorge with a raccoon?
The X-rays taken at the Dickerson Park Zoo showed the outline of what wildlife officials suspect is raccoon roadkill inside of the eagle's stomach.
That's crazy.
All right, a woman visiting the Florida Keys from out of state with her husband to meet with a possible employer landed in jail after downing half a bottle of liquor in 5 minutes, crashing into a combination bar liquor store, and then fighting with the sheriff's deputies.
Oh, my.
Kimberly Robbins.
So did I get it?
And Charles Lambert were in Big Pine Key Monday morning to meet with that employer. Lambert told deputies that they drove to Coconut's Bar and Liquor Store.
I want to fight you.
And Robbins went into the bar, purchased a bottle of Crown Royal, and drank approximately half of the bottle in 5 minutes.
I'm preparing for a job interview.
Leading to a spat over her drinking. At some point, deputies said that Lambert hit Robbins. Robbins got into their pickup truck to get away from him and then drove the truck into the side of the building, causing damage.
What was the job? She was,
I don't know. Deputy
neurosurgeon?
Brandon Ware Rogers wrote on the report that he arrived at the scene. He said the truck's front airbags were deployed, the keys were still in the ignition, the transmission's still in drive. I asked Kimberly if she was okay and able to step out of the vehicle. She stated she was fine and exited the truck. Deputies said Robbins got out. They could smell a strong odor of alcohol. While waiting for medics to check for her injuries, Robbins would sway back and forth, losing her footing and falling onto the floor. And Robbins failed a battery-filled sobriety test, and they took her into the jail facility. They conducted a breathalyzer test. That's when authorities said things went further south. Another deputy said that during the 20-minute observation period, Kimberly spat on his face and then fell out of the chair and onto the floor.
Not good.
Kimberly then grabbed his leg and pants and would not let go after he gave multiple verbal commands to do so.
Yeah, no, that's not the way to play it.
Robbins is facing felony charges of battery, law enforcement of an officer resisting arrest, and so on. But yeah, they did not indicate what the job or who the employer was that she was going on an interview with, and felt that a half bottle of Crown Royal in 5 minutes
You are a lush, I can tell by looking at you.
might make it easy.
I don't think you're the appropriate choice to head up the radiology department.
Wow. A fugitive wanted in connection with a fatal shooting in Tennessee this year was captured Monday after he fell through the ceiling of his Memphis home where he was hiding.
I love is there footage, please?
There isn't, unfortunately, but it did send me down a rabbit hole on YouTube this morning of watching people fall through the
There
ceiling.
is none better. If you ever get the opportunity, and Preston's right, there are reels of thieves falling through the roof.
I love it.
Hilarious.
Dario Wilkerson, who was uninjured, was taken into custody without incident on charges of first-degree murder in connection with the killing of Troy Cunningham. They tracked him to his home, surrounded it when they heard when he tried to hide in the attic. And as they were waiting, he came crashing through the ceiling. Wilson was one of 3 suspects identified in Cunningham's killing. The other 2 suspects have already been arrested and charged. And then we'll do one final story and wrap things up. Yeah, let's go with this because we mentioned dolphins earlier. A single dolphin has been linked to a series of attacks on beachgoers in Japan, believed to be acting out of sexual frustration.
Horny dolphin.
Since 2022, over 45 injuries have been reported at Wasaka Bay.
Oh, yeah. You're going to be my regular Saturday night thing.
200 miles west of Tokyo, with a male bottlenose dolphin identified as a troublemaker. Ryoichi Matsubara, director of the Ishin Matsushima Aquarium, suggests this dolphin is responsible for additional attacks in other areas. The dolphin's behavior includes pressing its genitals against humans, which could be an attempt at mating. Because of its strength, people assume that it's attacking them.
Wow.
Experts indicate that such behaviors can lead to unintentional harm. The dolphin's actions might also stem from natural aggression or distress caused by human interaction.
Is that behavior that you'd find uncommon at most nightclubs on any weekend?
They said it's probably the same dolphin in all the reports, noting this one has a unique tail fin wound and is alone all the time, as dolphins typically travel in groups. So maybe the same one that's going around doing that.
They can get sexually aggressive.
And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we will break. We'll come back in a second, and we'll see if you've been paying attention. Lesson question, the trash, the music news. They're on the way next.
There's just a nuanced difference between them, but still just somehow we think, but that has, look, they look at your success.
Did you see the movie The Wrestler?
We talk about it all the time. It's amazing.
So, I was very lucky to be there when they were filming it at the arena in South Philly. My poster's in the movie.
That's awesome.
Little tidbit. Yeah. But one of the things I thought was so cool about when Aronofsky created that story is that he did it kind of in conjunction with Black Swan.
Yeah.
And he considered, originally they were the same movie, and then he turned the ballerina into a stripper, and that's where Marissa Tomei's character came from. So he made Black Swan separately. But when they designed that story, it was the merging of like what people consider a low-class art form and what people consider a high-class art form between wrestling and ballet.
That's wild.
And showing the obsession that performers can go through trying to reach heights in the same thing. Yeah.
But it's such
very cool.
it's such, and also I'll say this, in the evolution, you guys are always like whip smart. You know, there was this perception for the longest time, you know, these things.
Yeah.
But to conduct these things and to do this at the level you do it, you know, is very intense. And talking about getting your thing, what is your gimmick? What is your, you know, because you've got to have that immediate high concept thing that the audience can go, okay, he's this guy, he's the heel, he's the you know, he's the bad guy or the good guy, or we don't know.
Bad guy, guys.
So let me ask you, given your druthers, what appeals to you more? The heel or the hero, or
being a good guy or a bad guy?
Yeah.
I like both. I'm rare. Like that. I actually. Most people would say that like, I like being a heel because that's easier. It's easier to get people pissed off at you instead of you know, people to cheer for you authentically.
But I always
enjoy
love
both.
I always love the transition out of the bad guy who's suddenly like, wait a second, he might be good, because the audience tends to like. We understand this guy now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They know.
So many of them,
follow.
we're bad and then become good.
I think historically, too, those are the most successful kind of characters that take off. Like Stone Cold Steve Austin's a perfect example, where he came in when he started doing the Stone Cold character. Like, he was just badass, no nonsense, but he was beating up people that people really cared about. And you know, that was not enjoyed for a lot of fans. And then they started realizing he doesn't take crap from anybody.
Yeah.
And then it was a natural, organic turn. And then he became the biggest star in wrestling at the time.
Hey, do you as a wrestler get a say in your storyline? Can you suggest things at least?
So the most surprising thing that I've learned about working with WWE is how collaborative everything is.
Really? Okay. That's awesome.
Fans are usually surprised to hear that.
Yeah.
And I know like a lot of wrestlers who are trying to make it there are very surprised to hear that a lot of the time.
Okay.
Drew, you get to perform in front of fans again soon in person. That it's been a year and a half.
Yeah,
right?
man.
And
we got
so
fans coming back.
And when and where is that going to happen?
So I believe it's the second week in July. We're doing a tour in Dallas. It's going to be SmackDown in Houston, and I believe Money in the Bank is that weekend in Fort Worth, and then Raw, which is the show that I'm currently a part of, will be in Dallas. And then from there, we just kind of go.
That's cool.
You know what was the proof that what you guys do is effective is that, bereft of an audience when you were conducting it, it sort of looked like a wild stage play, like Arthur Miller meets wrestling, and yet the fan base stayed, for the most part, locked in.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, so if you didn't have the ability to riff and to, you know, it was just such a weird thing. The audio from a lot of those matches is some of the funniest stuff, because, you know, you always hear the crowd and the murmur and the whole thing and all that punctuating.
Yeah.
And suddenly it became, you know, like Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf? You know, and it's this weird thing, but you guys were able to do it. You know,
that was an amazing experience. Not in a good way, but just not in the best way. It was just unique and amazing to be a part of that. Like Vince McMahon is very dedicated, extremely dedicated, and like there was no way he was going to stop the show. He had to keep the show going. We did it.
Do you think anything's going to stay? Is there anything that you guys gleaned from that will stay with the, you know, post-COVID world of wrestling?
I think technologically we advanced a lot of things. Building the Thunderdome, which is what they called the live stage that they built. Testing things with like augmented reality for people's entrances and just that kind of stuff all got laser focused on, because you know, we were in a sterile environment at first. So you'll see a lot of that carry on to the live events in new ways that you probably haven't seen yet, for sure.
I'm going through your Instagram, which is just it's definitely a fun scroll here.
Yeah,
but
thanks, man.
You know, there's a picture of you and the Nature Boy. I mean, that is, you know, for a fan, like you're a fan before you were an employee, right? Like, so, and it just says always an honor. So when I read that, I go, oh, so you've met and hung out with Ric Flair more than one time. Like, that's got to be so cool.
It's awesome. He comes by all the time, even if he's not, you know, featured on the show. His daughter, extremely successful wrestler, Charlotte Flair, very talented. So he'll come by and like watch her perform, or he'll just come and support the other wrestlers. And
Well,
Rick's awesome.
I got an email from a guy. I wasn't going to say anything I didn't know you had a connection with Ric Flair. I got an email from a guy who was desperately trying to get Ric Flair to be the best man at his wedding.
Oh, okay.
And he wanted me to ask you about it. And I'm like, I don't know, man.
He's got a wedding reception website.
No way.
I wouldn't doubt it.
He's also a moil.
Yeah,
But honestly,
Ric Flair was my moil.
how much is that guy willing to pay, and how much is what's the number for Ric Flair to do that?
Right
Probably.
I got to imagine a couple 100,000.
I've mentioned this before, but I grew up just as a kid detesting, hating, I thought he was the most vile human being, Ric Flair. I hated him. He was so mean to everybody. He was such a show-off. And it wasn't until I was a full-grown adult, well into my 40s, that I was on YouTube, and I pulled up a video of, like, Ric Flair's greatest rants. And I didn't know how much entertainment that guy had given me as a kid, and I just fell in love with him.
Yeah.
I did, because I literally, I was like scared of the guy when I was a kid.
That's how I felt about Sergeant Slaughter. I was like legit. I was like, oh my, because I saw him like whipping some guy, and I was like, dude, he's beating that guy with a whip. Like, that's right. Like, what if he comes to my house?
It's so great though that becomes. That's the stuff you carry with you through your life.
He stole Harley Race's cowboy hat and crumpled it up, and I'm like, you don't do that, And I was just, but I didn't realize it until later that it was actually a really, those memories are so fun to think about. And it was something special, man. And you're creating those memories for some people.
Yeah, it's surreal. Like, that's it's really cool.
All right.
Don't take it for granted.
So Ric Flair is undoubtedly a legend, and everything the credit is credit due, right? But I was texting with a friend yesterday, and I am so exhausted by the Ric Flair woo at Phillies games and Flyers games. It personally drives me nuts. Have you heard it, and do you have an opinion on that? Like, have you ever heard like fans? They do the woo.
So of course, I will be in a crowd randomly outside, and people will say woo.
Right.
And it's like just knowing where it comes from. It's really cool. I take pride in being a part of that community. The yes chants. Have you heard those?
Yeah.
Daniel Bryan.
Yeah.
Exactly. Someone who I was very close. I'm very close with. So like that kind of stuff is awesome.
But it turned to no for a while too, or something, right? That confused me. Or he was saying no, or.
Well, you're a good guy. Yeah.
He's how it works, man. He's been by here a bunch of times. I like him a lot.
He's great.
I never get tired of the woos. I'm okay with them all the time. My neighbor across the street from me, whenever he comes outside, if we're outside, he goes, woo!
No way.
Seriously?
And he's older, too.
Well, what reaction do you give him when you go
I give him a woo back.
So he's going to do it every time.
And then I do it to him. So now when I see him, I go, woo! And
That's
he
your
goes,
thing.
woo.
He thinks you're best friends.
It's like Screaming Slayer, right?
That's right. Here is a storyline I'd love to see for you guys.
Okay.
By the way, if you're just tuning in, it's Drew Gulak. I just want to reset from WWE.
Thanks.
Here. Yep.
And I think this opens up a new, perhaps a new audience. What about the Paul brothers? Maybe we call those guys out because they love the boxing and the MMA and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And let's see them get in the ring with you.
Jake Paul and Logan Paul.
Yeah.
We had Logan Paul at WrestleMania this year.
He actually, and the reaction was pretty good. From what and you can, dismiss this as BS if it's not the case, but they talked to some of the wrestlers and they said they gave them props.
Yeah. I'd like to see a tag team match.
I mean, I think there's potential in your storyline idea. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I will say that, celebrities coming in, it's always like it's a good way to cross over and bring new audiences.
It's True Princes. It's 10:25. It's a Thursday morning, the Preston and Steve Show. Much more comfortable today. I had to run outside. That's why I didn't make it back in for the last break on time. I had to run out to my car. It is really windy out today. Surprisingly so. I mean, we got that break from the heat yesterday.
Yeah, you can see the trees whipping around.
And with this cooler front that has leveled things off a little bit, I guess a little bit of wind is part of the trade-off. But
did you go out to feed the pony?
I did, just for a moment. A little sugar cube, a little treat.
Is it humid out?
A little bit, but it's comfortable. And that breeze is definitely making it more comfortable. But today's high is like 82. Tomorrow's high 73. I mean, that's a major difference.
Yeah.
Between yesterday.
It was 104. Well, the
tomorrow.
real field temperature was 104.
Unreal.
Yesterday.
Yeah. So enjoy. We're going to have maybe a passing shower or two over the next couple of days, but nothing that's going to be steady from what I have seen so far. All right, lesson question time. We're going to give away a $100 Nebraza Brazilian steakhouse in honor of Marissa going to Brazil. And the question that we will ask you this morning is as follows. This is from the 6 o'clock hour, so those who have been with us for a long time this morning. What actor does Casey really love?
Yeah, wow.
He was inside his head.
Yeah.
Loved him so much. Which actor does Casey really, really love? 215-263 WMMR. You had to have been listening this morning and heard it and know it and call if you do. And while you're doing that, we'll do this.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Horizon Services. They, of course, can help you with any unexpected plumbing issue this summer. Get expert plumbing repairs or replacements fast. Horizon Services. Help is on the way. What's up this morning, Steve?
Well, Marilyn Manson claiming that ex-fiancé Evan Rachel Wood used a forged FBI letter that she wrote to drum up allegations against him. Manson specifically points to the fact that Wood misspelled FBI.
No.
Hey! Jeremy Jackson, who played Hobie on Baywatch, admitting that during his pubescent years, he would sniff the bathing suits of female cast members.
Oh, man.
Jackson said the habit caused him to get a yeast infection in his nose.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Armie Hammer posting a video to Instagram revealing he's back in L.A. and looking to turn his life around after accusations of cannibalism. Hammer says his first step is working hard to shine a more favorable light on eating human flesh. Yeah. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we're looking for the answer to this. What actor does Casey really, really love? 215-263 WMMR. That is the number. And we are going to go to a caller in mere moments and see if they know the answer. We will try Adam out. Hi, Adam. Morning.
Morning.
All right, Adam, which actor does Casey really, really love?
Ryan Gosling.
Ryan
Loves him.
Hang on, man. Got you a $100 Nebraza Brazilian Steakhouse gift card. Nebraza Brazilian Steakhouse offers one-of-a-kind dining experience with 15 cuts of meat and fish grilled to perfection and served tableside. You can book your reservation in Horsham or Philly. Visit Nebraza.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah.
All right, I got 3 stories for you. We'll start with this first one. Dream Theater releasing an enormous 7 LP box set, and that's coming out on September 27th. It is called Dream Theater Volume 1.
And that's one song, right? Across the 7.
Yeah, right. And it's going to be special. The set includes 4 highly sought-after albums: Images and Words, Awake, Falling to Infinity, and Metropolis Part 2, Scenes from a Memory.
What happened to Swicey?
They're still working on that. That hasn't been released yet. It's going to be in high demand since fans are still tracking down out-of-print vinyl for those albums, but there's probably not enough to go around. The box set will be limited to 2,500 copies worldwide. And if you're a Dream Theater band, I was just kidding. Swicey is not an album that they're working on. It means sweet and spicy together at the same time. There's another little pumpkin on the way. Billy Corrigan and his wife, Chloe Mendel Corrigan, are expecting their 3rd baby together.
Oh, Billy.
The couple shared the news with a picture that included their other 2 children, Philomena and Augustus, and it's a surprise. In their announcement to people, the Corrigan said, "It's an exciting time for us, although unexpected." Chloe is the CEO and co-creative director of House of Giles, a haute couture house launched this year alongside her father, the famed Giles Mendel. Anybody know him?
Slightly ringing a bell.
Gilles Mendel. Okay.
I know Giles was the character who helped Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Okay.
So maybe there's a connection there.
Maybe the same guy. Everybody's talking about the return of Oasis, but there might be no one happier than Weezer. The band shared a screenshot of a conversation between Liam Gallagher and a fan who asked the Oasis singer, "Do you like Weezer?" And Gallagher responded, "Yeah." And the band matched that feeling with their caption of the screenshot. And they wrote, "Welcome back, Oasis. We like you too." And they shared another tweet with a short clip of Rivers Cuomo covering Oasis's hit and the caption, "Anyway, here's Wonderwall." And he said, all we need to do is make this complete is for the two bands to team up together and do something, which is pretty cool.
Apparently now there's a big sort of over-under on
whether it'll happen.
Whether it's happen.
Oasis.
And if it does, which concert ends with a fist fight on stage? All these variables, all these prop bets.
I love that.
Yeah.
I saw something, and I actually didn't check the validity of it, but it was a video. It just, and the coincidence here, if this is true, is crazy. Definitely Maybe was their debut album, and that came out in 1994. In 14 years, 11 months, and 30 days after the release of that album, they broke up when they were in Paris. 14 years, 11 months, and 30 days after they broke up in Paris, they announced their reunion.
Yeah.
Pretty wild.
I wonder if it's a strange coincidence.
Yeah.
Very well, maybe.
They say these signs aligning indicate the return of the McRib.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Finally, some good news. Okay. I lied. I said I had 3 stories. I have 2 more. MMR's Back to School A to Z starts today at noon. Pierre will be here shortly, and I'm sure he'll have a thing or two to say about that. But it gets going at noon today. Starts with the symbols and numbers, and then moves into the letters.
You know what? Excuse me. It's a musical journey. It really is. And we love it. And we're not even being hyperbolic about it. It's such a fun time to be. We love the station to begin with, but such a fun time to listen. Yeah. And you almost feel like you're playing a game and trying to guess and what version and how many versions of this song are we going to hear? What's next? Yeah, it's great.
Yep. It's presented by A&T Subaru and A&T Chevrolet in Sellersville. And also want to remind you, the voting is up and running for live band karaoke on the Preston and Steve Show side stage. Our house band is Musician Impossible. Who are the singers? That's up to you to decide. 10 listeners get to sing on stage with that band. We have, I believe, over 50 contestants signed up that have sent in videos of them doing everything from singing in a local bar to singing in the shower. There's one where somebody's, it says high suspension singing, like up in the air.
Wow.
There's a 2-year-old guitarist. What? And lots of top-notch car karaoke as well. So you go to WMMR.com, 1 vote per person per day. Voting ends on Sunday, September 15th, so please vote if you will. And that's all I have in music news for you this morning. We have another, it's that time of year, the interns fly from the nest and go out on their own.
I mean, I know, Casey, you take comfort in having Ryan Gosling in your life, but
I do.
For us, this is another devastating day.
It is. Really our very own intern Mikey is leaving. Mikey!
I'm so sad.
Boo-hoo. Mikey's super...
Michael.
Mikey. The interesting thing about Mikey, as soon as Mikey joined, and we found out that Mikey was going to the University of the Arts in Philadelphia, we were all excited about that. And then the next day, the school disappeared.
Yeah.
So I haven't even asked you about this in weeks. What's the story now?
Well, I know the class action lawsuits just started. I ran into my friend yesterday who his mom used to work at the school, and she just testified earlier this week in court.
Wow.
Which I thought was really interesting because, honestly, my teacher told me they're not getting their final paychecks. The school just doesn't have the money.
This is the classic layers of like an onion, and they're going to peel this stuff back because there's so many things that just aren't lining up. And we've been talking. And sadly, a lot of people like these teachers are not going to get the money owed them.
Oh, yeah. No, and they had no idea the closing was coming.
But what about you? What about school? I mean, what are you doing?
I'm going to Drexel in the fall.
Okay. Nice. Good.
And so I still got another month of summer, which is really nice. Going through that thing they call the Drexel drought, which is kind of nice. I'm looking more forward to it now that I'm getting closer. I was really kind of dreading going just because, I didn't want to. But... I'm excited. I'm looking forward to meeting new people. I'm going to be in their fall show. Which is exciting. They had open auditions, which I haven't gotten to do at UArts because, I'm not a theater major.
What's the show?
They're doing The Curious Case of the Dog in the Nighttime.
Okay, I don't know that.
I didn't know it either, but it sounds really interesting. It's like a murder mystery drama.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah. So I'm really excited for that.
Very cool.
What are your aspirations? What do you want to do?
Well, I'd love to be performing. Actually, shameless plug. Check out my band, Vague Positivity.
All right.
We're on all streaming services, so check us out.
Vague Positivity. I like that name.
And shout out to your cousin, Brian Master. Brian's been in here a number of times. Your uncle, I'm sorry. Yeah. Brian is very closely associated with Rob McElhenney and Don McCloskey. And when you were joining as an intern, Mikey, he was like, hey, my niece is going to be coming in here. And he was super excited that you got to be here. So shout out to Brian because he's listening.
Shout out
right
to
now.
my Uncle B. I love him so much.
Good
I would
man.
not be where I am today without him.
In Vague Positivity, what's your role? What do you do?
I play bass and I sing.
Awesome.
I also play guitar a little bit. Me and my co-leader Silas, we switch off a little bit.
Okay.
But yeah, I write music, I play bass, and I sing mostly.
And your focus is music production, management, and being an artist yourself. So it all is in that realm.
Yeah, totally. My major at Drexel is music industry. I think for my senior project, I'm going to be doing some film scoring, which I'm really excited for. I'm thinking about scoring the 1931 Dracula because there is no score for it.
Wow.
Because it was so early
Great idea.
into movie audio.
Yeah.
And so I'm thinking about scoring that and then putting it on as a movie night for the school. So I'm really excited for that. That's going to be a giant undertaking, and I don't really know how I'm going to do it yet. But
You can do it.
I'm going to try.
Yeah, just got to
Thought
do
that
it.
counts, right?
You just got to get in there and do it. Wow. Well, we expect big things from you.
Thank you.
We have you're a very cool person, and you've been a lot of help here, so we do appreciate that. And come back anytime you like. Okay.
Absolutely.
Good luck with everything.
Thank you.
Mikey Seidel. Another one of them going away. So sad. All right, we are going to take another break and come back in a second. When we return, we shall wrap up our program. And don't forget, we give away the Word of the Week prize today. It's only 3 non-connected letters that you have to have. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WM.
This year.
Oh my God.
He's like one of the biggest artists.
Well, what about Dua Lipa? I think maybe if you bring her in.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you can, you want to make it happen. We can.
Oh, he's got a lot of
Give me
ideas.
some phone number.
Like a plot line that mimics Steel Magnolias would be really good.
Right. Exactly.
That was not my idea.
No.
Terrible.
Now, I also read your younger brother had wrestled as well.
Yeah. So we did it together. We trained together. And you know,
he didn't make the cut though, or did he not want to try for
no
the big show?
He was, I guess he didn't really get to the WWE level, but you know, in the independent career, a very successful independent wrestling career.
What do you think, like the big leagues in any major sports? So to become the amount of people that play football and the amount of people that make it to the NFL is minuscule. It's microscopic. What about wrestling? Because there are so many independent wrestling groups out there.
So I would say, from training, from people who start training, I'd say it's about 1 in 10 who continue on just to wrestle in general. And then on the independents, now there's more jobs than ever in wrestling with, you know, AEW starting up on TNT, WWE just expanding.
Yeah.
And then some other promotions, you know, being able to actually, you know, offer decent wages for people now. So it's better now than it's ever been, but I'd still say it's about 1 in maybe, I don't know, 100 to try to go on to really maybe even 1,000 depending on how many people there are. Yeah, it's a pretty small amount.
Do you remember your first match in the big league?
Oh, in WWE. Yeah. I was a part of the Cruiserweight Classic when that came in. It's all timing. Like if anyone's listening out there as an independent wrestler, it's all timing. Just keep working.
Yeah.
So for me, I had a tryout with them in 2015. I did not get hired from the tryout. They could only take one person from my group out of 72 people.
Wow.
There was maybe 5 or 6 wrestlers who were experienced there. The rest were all pro athletes. They could only hire one of us. So the rest of us were all told, maybe something in the future, guys. You did great, thanks. So I was just like, okay, just be patient. And then a year later, they started this thing called the Cruiserweight Classic, which they wanted to honor the athleticism and the history of smaller wrestlers, being more competitive. And they created this tournament, and they needed, as William Regal told me, they needed groundsmen, and I was a prominent groundsman.
Right.
So they brought me in for that. I did pretty well, made it to the second round, had a good showing. Then they took that show and they took our division and made it a featured attraction on Monday Night Raw.
Okay.
So before I was ever offered a WWE contract, I was wrestling on Monday Night Raw and their local, their pay-per-views, their monthly pay-per-views. And so I would go from my independent wrestling show
to Raw
to the pay-per-view show, and then drive to Raw the overnight and do the cruiserweight division. And then later on in the year, I was able to earn a full-time contract. They started up 205 Live, which is still going on today. And that was their first like experimental streaming show that they created based on the cruiserweight division. So like I got in at a very cool, like, where technology meets wrestling and everything grows. It's very historic. Very lucky.
Let me ask you. So we know Vince McMahon is the muckety muck, but I mean, there's now so many tendrils to this world. Is there a second person who's like, you know, the who he can delegate to, who's the overseer of all this? Because it seems like it's just too damn much for Vince to be, you know, checking everything all the time.
So that's the one thing that I don't think you could ever say to him is that something's too much for him.
Right.
Yeah, so he's very much like still at all the shows and running the shows and sitting backstage and doing that. And then NXT, which was originally developmental brand and has now become the third brand for WWE. They have a show on USA. That's run by Triple H.
Okay.
And he's kind of doing what Vince did there with that show.
All right, so how many nights of programming is there a week with WWE? And all the
across
centrals,
everything. I would say 6 or 7 right now, per week.
And they're in all like.
Let's list them. So we got Raw, that's on USA Network. Yeah. We got NXT, which is on USA Network. We got SmackDown, which is on Fox. Then secondary shows, we have NXT UK, which is in the UK, and that's now on Peacock. 205 Live, which is on Peacock, and then we have W's Main Event, which is like a pseudo recap show, and then some exclusive matches. I'm featured on there quite a bit.
Right.
That'll be on Hulu.
And then
I think
pay-per-views once a month.
And then pay-per-views once a month. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a machine. That's a ton of entertainment, man.
Yeah,
that's a ton of
huge.
stuff.
Plus NXT has their own pay-per-views too, so those are happening I think 6 times a year.
And they're in different cities every like.
They will be going forward. Yeah.
Oh man,
just talking about all this has made me hungry.
Yeah.
Well, we got to get to that, Preston.
We have to.
That's why this man is here.
Marissa is now going to bring in my edible charcuterie board that drew the attention of Drew Gulak, and we are now going to sample this. Here it is. I don't have any fanfare music or anything like that, but
all right, Case.
Oh, you know what?
Here we go.
Marissa, can I get a knife to cut the brie, please?
Yes, to cut the brie. That's probably something you hear a lot in wrestling.
Is for cutting this. So I'm going to let Drew sample this. And actually, you're supposed to just kind of like grab it and tear it. Okay. Now, keep in mind, I put this in the fridge overnight. It probably would be better if it were fresh.
Fresh off the grill?
Yeah, fresh off the grill, exactly. So...
Drew, that can be your catchphrase, your new catchphrase and phrase. Somebody get me a knife so I can cut the brie.
Cut the brie.
No, but I do like fresh off the grill.
I like fresh off the grill.
Fresh off the grill.
Fresh off the grill, brother. We can start
I added a little Hulk in there, but
this bread has all sorts of little cheeses in it.
And what did I call the honey divot?
Where's the honey divot?
Charcuterie. All right, so I'm gonna.
You asked to have the first taste.
A little corner, you can grab some cheese or meat, and this is honey that you can dip it in.
Is that the honey divot?
I think Casey said he wanted to feed me.
I did.
All right. Well, maybe that happens.
Not the first bite, though.
No, he has to. A man has to share alone time with his
I don't want to.
All right,
so what do you recommend? Distracted. I would go with the piece of bread, a piece of brie, just to start with, and dip it in the honey. So
you grilled this.
Yeah, I grilled it.
That's amazing.
So grab a little piece of brie there. You can tear off some of that if you want
to.
Get
in there.
And then
you said some honey?
Yeah, dip it in a little bit of honey there.
Okay.
Okay, while he's doing this, it's bothering me. You know when someone reminds you of somebody but you can't figure out who it is? It's another athlete.
Dornbos!
Okay, is that it?
He reminds you of Dornbos?
Yes, it's the way he speaks.
Okay, he's got a bite. Is it a little crunchy? Or yeah, because you got a corner piece. So.
You picked the crunchiest part.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Oh, that's good.
Is it good?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yay!
So we have breakfast of champions right now.
Now Casey's going to, I think he's going to feed
beautiful,
drew
man.
a piece of it. Yeah, because they went on social media about this.
Okay.
Casey had said he would like to feed him a piece.
Maybe a little less crunchy.
Something that won't blow his teeth out of his skull.
The corner's very crunchy. I apologize.
No, it's good, man.
It's a little long.
Good.
You know, Casey gave an enema to Ric Flair once, so this is
That's where the woo came from.
that's where the woo came from.
You created the woo! All right, so you want some meat?
Yeah, give me some savory.
I never knew that.
Yeah,
that
from
the woo came
enema
from
for
that.
Casey.
Yeah, a little prosciutto.
Yeah.
I would recommend this cheese right there. That's called Prima Donna. It is a Gouda. It is fantastic.
Okay, Prima Donna.
And you can either go with the honey or not. It's up to you. So
Good.
All right, Case, make this matter.
That's a big piece.
He's
he's a big man.
He's a big boy.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Buddy.
All right, he is
No,
now-
Case, do the plane.
Yeah.
Do the plane.
Can I get an airplane?
Who's a big boy?
From the top row! From the top turnbuckle!
From the top turnbuckle all the way into Drew's
That's a
mouth.
first.
So yeah.
So this thing is so it looks so good. I've got to try some.
When we get into the break, you guys can have at it. I made it for here. We can. The staff can help themselves.
Drew, how's your barbecuing and cooking? Is this something you think you could tackle?
We need some water.
Yeah.
buddy.
No, that's good. So, yeah, grilling. I know nothing about it.
Okay.
But so I just bought my first house. And, thank you guys. Thank you.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah. Where's home for you, by the way? Now.
So right now I'm in Orlando, but I
Okay.
come up to Philly as much as I can.
On the auto train.
Yeah, I just take the auto train up there on the gyrocopter.
Right. The Vince McMahon gyrocopter.
the Gulag copter.
Yeah.
So yeah, Orlando.
Yeah, so you just got a house. That's cool.
Yeah, we just got a house down there.
And are you married?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah, my wife Liz.
Any kids or
no kids?
All right.
Did you ever see an alligator in the wild?
Casey is obsessed with actually seeing an alligator, not a gator.
More dirty.
Dirtier. Don't Put Out the Fire. That is a great tune. That is a great band. They're fantastic. And every time we've had them at the MM barbecue or on for interviews, they are wonderful and gracious and just a solid bluesy rock band, man, and made it all on their own steam. Did no record label.
I'm so glad because they started to put that together, and then COVID. They started to really get some traction, and then but they stayed the course, and they're generating great stuff.
Yeah, they're doing wonderful. So great music from them. Great new music. Dirty or honey. So no thank yous today. No guests on the program. Just us and you. And
Well, Dr. Mike.
We do thank you. Well, Dr. Mike called us for a moment there, way back when. But we do move right along, and we are going to give away our Word of the Week prize today because we are off tomorrow. We're off on tomorrow, and we're off on Monday. Monday being a holiday for Labor Day. But we are taking tomorrow off, so we're doing the kind of our Friday things today. That's why we did the connoisseur today. Pierre Robert is here.
Oh, yes, I am.
Yep. And shall we just go ahead and get the letter?
Yes.
Get that taken care of? We got a good one?
Yes.
All right,
my God,
here we
it's the
go.
best ever.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
E is in effervescence.
E as in effervescence. All right. Caller number 6 at 215-263 WMMR. We will let you attempt to win by giving us this quote-unquote word. And
I worked on this for years.
I know you did. So we will have that coming up in just a moment here. Get set for that. In the meantime, I'll ask you what you have planned for the day.
Well, it's the first day of school.
This is that a folder or what is that?
I don't know.
Is it a pad or something?
It's what parents give to
Yeah,
their children
their
to hold
kids.
up to the camera, right?
I love it. Yeah.
And,
It says Pierre, first day of A to Z.
Professor Pierre.
I love music and coffee. I
wanna be a radio
DJ when I grow up, and I am blank years old.
We're not going to fill that in. It's like a dry erase board, and you change it each year for the kids.
I love it.
I mean, I knew that with my many kids.
Yes.
I'm a childless cat lady.
You're a catless cat lady.
I'm a catless cat lady. But no, this is my little thing to go back to school. And today we start the A to Z. at 12 noon.
I love it.
We're also going to have a little flashback to Ryan went out to the Coheed and Cambria show with Incubus the other day, and he got a little interview with both Coheed and Cambria talking about their love of Simon and Garfunkel because Coheed was doing the Simon part and Cambria was doing the Garfunkel part, and they did all of Bridge Over Troubled Water.
It's amazing. Wow. We have had them in the studio. They're great guys.
There actually is no Coheed and Cambria. It's one guy.
Yeah.
It's what's his name?
God, we haven't talked to him so long.
Claudio, right? Claudio Sanchez?
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Sure.
Yeah.
He's a pitcher for the Phillies. I am on top of my game today, boy.
you are. One of
I
those
am
days.
tacking sharply.
Yes, you are tacking sharply.
All right.
Claudio Sanchez. Yes, that is absolutely correct.
Exactly.
Super nice guy.
Very nice.
And when he pitched for the Phils.
Oh, my God. It was a shutout.
And what?
Hey, you got that? Yeah. That's good.
Technology, bro.
Did they have that?
That's a good
They
word.
have those?
I thought you were going to say a touchdown.
Probably go home now.
Yeah.
Huh?
You got Claudio right and you got shut out. I think you call it a day.
All right. Good night, and I'll see you tomorrow.
I'll call when I get home.
Right.
All right. We are going to see if we can get a winner for the Word of the Week prize. We're looking for caller number 6, and that happens to be Peter. So, hi there, Peter.
Hey, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, Peter. All right. Do you know the word of the week?
PPE.
Cuckoo ka-choo!
Well done, Peter. You get the royal treatment next week. We're going to give you a pair of pit tickets, parking, and VIP club access to The Killers Saturday, September 7th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, man. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
You got it. It's going to be a great show. Tickets for The Killers are on sale now via Ticketmaster. So hang on a second, Peter. We'll get your information and we'll take care of you, bud.
He was giddy, overcome with the spirit.
He was
unbelievable. Blown away.
the spirit.
The problem was, I thought it was 4 letters.
Yes.
And I thought it was going to be tape. I thought we had already given out the A, so it was TAPE. And then, lo and behold, no sooner had I given the E than I was told by several people, where are you going with that? And I go, it's clear, TAPE. And they go, there was no A. There was only a T. And I go, oh, well.
Tender people evolve.
Thank you,
There you go.
Steve. Steve, once again, has stepped into the thrill and helped out.
Thank you for stepping
Thank
into
you for
the
stepping
thrill.
into
I
the
stepped
thrill.
into the thrill. I brought my
Step into the
galoshes.
thrill.
Yeah.
Bring the galoshes because it's going to be wet. If you're going to take this ride, you're going to get wet. All right?
All right.
Wake the hell up. We got work to do.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to have a banner afternoon today.
Banner. That's our word of the week. Banner.
Forecasting.
That's
that
3
for you
letters.
now.
That's 3 letters. BNR. Banner.
Banner.
All right. Wake up.
I'm going to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin', and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. We're playing our Friday send-off music. We will have on our program next week, some of our favorites. Adam Ferrara. Nice. Always the best. Michael Barkan will be in the studio. We love him, too. And Marissa is leaving for Brazil tomorrow to go there for the Eagles game. We'll be checking in with her all week long. A real quick mention of 2 appearances that are taking place today. Marissa's going to be at PJ Willihan's tonight. The location is Maple Shade.
You know, a quick appearance before she gets on a flight.
Right. 5
She
to
hasn't
7.
even packed.
And the appearance is in conjunction with PhillySportsTrips.com, so stop by and see her. It's a chance for you on a trip to see us and hang out with us in Clearwater. And Nick will be at the grand reopening of the Planet Fitness in Downingtown today from 4 to 6. So stop by. They've got some specials for you and prizes and more. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day, and we'll see you later, friend. Bye-bye.